next week, July 31st. So we are replicating what's going to be like in the real life Spa 24 hours, which I'm sure is going to be a fantastic event as well.
Yeah, for sure. It's always good events, and it's a good precursor to the actual live events. And uh, in some respects, I actually prefer watching the iRacing races than you
Same.
don't get the the weather effect, but that may be coming into the future of iRacing when they're looking at maybe putting in some rain. But obviously, at the moment, we know it's going to be a nice clear race because I don't know if you watched the actual 24 hours of the Nürburgring. It actually ended up being an 8-hour sprint race due to the fog coming down, and the rain was absolutely torrential at the start for the first like 4 or 5 hours of the race, and it was like an ice rink out there. It was, and they actually abandoned the race. I think it was at 10 o'clock at night, and then restarted it again the next morning at 11 o'clock, and had an 8-hour sprint race. So, luckily thing with iRacing, we don't have the weather effects affecting the race, so we do have 24 hours of perfect weather. Maybe not right in a real life scenario, but it makes for really interesting viewing, and it gives the guys some consistency, I think. So be interesting to see if they do bring rain in and how that affects the sort of 24-hour races and the mentality. I bet the first one that they do it with will be a bit of carnage if it starts raining. That's for sure.
Yeah, to be honest, I'm a driver that used to hate rain in any game, but I'm carry on playing the F1 games in the moment, in particular the new one that's came out, and I'm starting to get better in the wet conditions. So I wouldn't mind it. It will spice up the grid as well, and it would the teams will have to think more efficiently on the braking zones again, and in terms of the setups as well, because it's going to be completely different to the dry as well. So I'd like to see iRacing implement that maybe in the future. Maybe it'll be a while before it does that. They may not even do it at all, but most other games do it as well. And I would like to see it because it brings a bit of unpredictability, as it were. And because obviously the 24-hour, it could rain. I think there was one year when it was actually snowing in the 24 hours of Spa, I believe, and which definitely was a fantastic scene, and it definitely looked different to what it was in either the wet or in the dry conditions as well. And actually, no, it wasn't a 24 hours, it was something else, but it was probably definitely an endurance event. And I don't think I've ever seen a race where it's snowed or anything. I can't imagine what it would have been like. I think the laps would have been incredibly slower compared to what it is in any other conditions, and it also snowed in Nürburgring in Nordschleife as well. So it's not just Spa, it's Nürburgring as well. And to be honest, I'm not surprised Nürburgring snows. It snows quite a lot over there as well. And a massive shout out, by the way, to people that live in near Spa as well, because they've been suffering some flooding recently. And I hope you guys are all okay as well if you're watching this. And hopefully with the real life race can still continue next week, and the track is repaired in time. It might be even repaired, I don't know, but fingers crossed that the actual real life Spa does happen, because I have seen the flooding that has happened in videos on Twitter as well, and it does look terrible, I have to say. But enough about negative things. We're seeing Marius last lap 2 minutes 20.8 on worn tyres. That's just incredible.
Yeah. So to give some of the viewers of sort of the tyre wear, it'll be down to 60% tyre wear at the moment on his current set of tyres, and by the end of this stint, it'll be down to around 26% tyre wear. So, I would expect to see his tyres to drop off slightly towards the end of this stint, but as we see a lot of the other drivers at the moment, they're still changing the tyres. So what he's gaining in the pits of 20 seconds, he's just got to limit that with on track, and if he stays within a 1 second during the last part of his stint, it'll put him in good stead to be ahead of the game. So saving himself 20 seconds in the pits by not changing his tyres, slightly compromising his lap times towards the end of the stint. But one of the weird things that I found when we done Le Mans was that when we did the second stint, so we double stinted at Le Mans, because it's not as aggressive as on tyres as this is, as there's just long straights in there. the second half, the tyres actually came into their own and were actually a lot better gripped than they were when they were brand new. I don't know if it was just an anomaly through that race, but we certainly found that on during that time. So we may even see that Marius pushes it on and gets close to his best or keeps it at 120. I mean, if he keeps it at 120, the rest of the field around him are doing 122s, 130s, 120, sorry, 230, 222s and 224s. So he's gaining sort of like 4 seconds a lap on the people in front of him anyway. So he's 1 minute 25 behind third place at the moment, I believe. With this time and obviously another hour, he'll easily gain over half a minute on the time by the end of his stint.
Yeah, more drivers and teams are in the pits now. No Emission Motorsports in the pit, and we've got EV Chargers Racing in the pits too. So these will be making their stops, and that now puts Marius on the podium for the time being. So that'll be good, but we'll see if No Emission Motorsports could potentially catch up to. We got Team Wolfpack 009 in the pits. What a name. We also got Donkey Bob Racing. How on earth do they come up with these names? I'm rubbish with names, creating team names. Sometimes I just do it with the actual esports team I'm in, or nothing random, because I can't think of original names to save my life. I just you know, but if they're just doing it for a bit of fun, then well, why not have a funny name? But if you're taking it seriously, probably like One Boy Story, have a more serious name, have a different background as well. And let's just say One Boy Story doing a pretty good job. The 91 car a minute behind the LOE GT3 team, which is pretty good going considering that they just pitted. And I know LOE GT3 pitted 10 minutes before 91 car, so I have to say that they could be catching once again. And I have to say, he is picking up. I think the thing that Marius is doing at the moment, he's being consistent the whole time. He's almost reaching the point where he's almost in his best, even with a damaged car, which is pretty impressive. And if you keep putting consistent lap times like that, you are going to be closing in on your rivals and potentially getting the podium finish, or even a top 10 finish than you would have liked as well. And the 92 car in the top 20, which I have to say is pretty good going. Still running in tandem. Both of the drivers that are in the One Boy Story racing cars were the drivers that have started the race and also did the qualifying sessions. And believe it or not, the 92 car still gained positions even though they had damage. So you see him on the same screen at the moment. So doing a pretty good job, bagging us. And yeah, it's going to be a stage where it's going to be dark. You can hardly see it at all, which is going to be hard for us commentators. But we can cope as the 92 car gets past some lap cars once again. No trouble there.
No, definitely. So 92 car, obviously, just let the newcomers to the stream know that I had a bit of an incident and unfortunately spent about 15 minutes in the pits. So obviously got about 6 laps down as a car goes off in the background into the wall. So a bit of a damage there. It'll be interesting to find out who that was. But yeah, the 92 car, so I had a bit of damage, went down, was in around about 26th place, 27th place when they came out. They were running in 4th and 5th, retrospectively, 91, 92 car. But obviously, the guys haven't given up. They've obviously up to 20th place now, and the car in front of them is only 17 seconds, and the car in front of them is 25. So their target at the moment is to get into that top 20, into 18th place, which is doable. Because if we look at the lap time, so the current driver is doing 220. Boganas is doing 220s, and the drivers around him are doing 221s and 223s. So he's certainly gaining times on them. So I'd expect him to be on the back of them within the next 20 minutes to pass, to try and take 19th and 18th place. So, you know, not all lost, guys. You know, anything can happen in this race, as we've already seen in the 5 hours and 29 minutes that we've been on stream. And just keep going, just keep plugging them laps in, best lap times you can, and we'll see what comes at the end of the 24.
was watching, I think it was either Daytona or Northlife, where there was a team that started in 9th place or whatever, dropped down to 40th place due to damage, and then went all the way up into 14th place. So I wondered the 92 car is going to be in that sort of similar position, because in a way that is what he's doing at the moment. And oh, careful Marius, because he's got not one but 2 lap cars again in the dark, and it's going to be difficult to see, so we can see what we could do. We got the relative on the screen. We got Team Casters, that is I think a couple of laps behind, and then we got ET Brett that's a lap down as well. And I think DWB is about to lap every single one of the cars that he could see as well. So he's loving life at the front at the moment, but still, you can't become complacent even though they'd be leading the whole race. Remember what happened in Le Mans? Toyota number 8 car in 2016 was leading for most of it, and then they had, I think it was an engine issue or something like that, and the Porsche won for the first time in ages. So, you know, there's still plenty of things that could go wrong. You got to focus on every lap, every hour, every minute of this race, because something interesting could happen that could throw a spanner in the works.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I've experienced it firsthand, being so far in front in the race and then all of a sudden getting taken out. Because, you know, one of the things that these drivers need to be aware of, certainly going into the night time, they need to obviously learn to find their flasher and flash them, as you see in a lot of the top level splits. If you get behind a lapped car, I think there's a disco behind you, because they don't stop flashing until you get out of their way. But certainly, you know, looking at these, they need to be aware that they're coming up against back markers and picking and choosing the right and safest place to go, as we saw Marius there trying to overtake somebody into the what was the old bus stop into the chicane, which is probably not the best place because there's only one real line going through there, but seemed to be got safe. The other driver obviously saw him on the inside and gave him the room, but you know, we just need to pick the lines so we overtake these cars, go in these lapped cars, and hopefully they play game and get out of the way whenever they can. But you can never say they're going to do that, so you've got to make sure that you've got, like I said, eyes all over your head, so you know exactly what's going on around you, to be able to pick the spots, as we see here. Marius, see if he goes for the dive on the inside, but no, obviously he must be listening to me on the stream, so doing it nice and safe coming into there, get him on the start finish safe with the slipstream down into Le Source or the first corner. So good job there, Marius.
Yeah, I think he's playing the smart game right now, because I think he would only go for it if it's actually for position, but it is not for position as well, as one of the cars brake a little bit late there going into La Source, and we were seeing early on as well where the start, the rolling start didn't actually start until you go up the hill here as well, and that was, I think, a bit tricky for some of the drivers too, but some of the other drivers weren't able to experience that because they haven't started the race. But I think I'm almost certain that Marius has got to move off the racing line, and the rule of thumb with a lapped car, the lapped car is allowed to keep their line, whereas the one that is lapping the lapped car, they have to basically work their way around them. That is the rule. The slower car gets the priority in terms of racing line. The rest of the cars will have to just move. But what happens if there's one car that's 1 lap down, there's one car that's 2 laps down? It gets a bit complicated, and that means that for example, One Boy Story Racing 91, he will have to move his line for the likes of the guy in P10, the 2636, but he can keep his racing line when DWB Racing catches at him, because obviously DWB Racing is faster and is a lap ahead of One Boy Story Racing. Or is it 2 laps? I think it's 2 laps. Yeah, it is 2 laps. Which, considering the progress they've been doing, that's very, very, very good. No, actually, I think it's 1 lap down, I think. Is it? Yeah, it's 1 lap down. They were 2 laps down earlier on, and now they're 1 lap down. So, yes, the 91 car is definitely finding some pace right now.
Yeah, definitely. A minute behind. Is that 1 lap? They're a lap down, are they, from the...
No, it's a minute behind P2.
Yes, yeah. So that time was staying consistent where it was. So the lap times, P2's putting in 2:20.33 on the last, and Marius putting a 2:19.4. So, you know, these little games that they're getting every now and then, and like we were saying with the back markers, they come into play. If you hit them at the wrong point on the circuit, you can easily lose 2 or 3 seconds a lap based on where you hit the cars. If you hit them at where Marius is hitting these at the moment, is he gets a good toe up the start-finish straight and should be able to get them. But as we saw on that last lap, the Lamborghini that was actually in front of him, or as Marius goes a little bit wide trying to undercut him, which the BMW takes it on the inside. He got a bit squirrely going up Radion and El Rouge, and obviously as we saw the overspeed that Marcus had on him going down straight, and it was lucky because I thought that Lamborghini was actually going to move over to the left-hand side then and cut off Marius down the straight, but luckily I think he saw him at the last minute and gave him some space, because there's nothing worse than being taken out by a lapped car going into the race, certainly as they're currently sat in 3rd place. Elysium Racing is 23.39 seconds behind, so they were only 16, so they've managed to pull away about 7 seconds on the cars behind them at the moment. So the guys are in a good spot, out on their own a bit. They just need to keep chipping away at these timings and just trying to make sure that they stay ahead of the timings of the P2 and just eroding into that lead. Because like we said, you never know what's going to happen. As we saw with Ego Motorsport, they had a slight tap in with a rear marker and lost 30 seconds on a lap. So anything can happen in this game. The guys are in the right position to be able to strike if anything happens between 1st and 2nd. So keep going, guys, doing a great job. And the 92, let's not forget them as well. They had a terrible incident that sort of most drivers would probably say, do you know what, should we carry on or should we not? The guys have said, no, we're going to finish this. We started it, so we finished it. So they're currently in P20 and they're patching P19, so they're only 12.5 seconds ahead. So the last time we looked, I think it was 17 seconds. So they've taken 5 seconds out of the car in front of them within a space of about 3 laps. So, great drive there. Obviously, we've got a new driver in there, who started the race, who was one of their quick drivers. Bag on us. Is it bag on us? Is that how you would say it, Jess?
I say Baganas, but I might be completely wrong with the pronunciations. I've run with the pronunciations.
Oh no, I'm on to
but that's the one thing that I always determined to get right, and if I get it wrong, then I get pretty annoyed with myself as well. So that's why, yeah. But we only got the driver names, I think 12 hours before the event, and didn't give us a lot of time. But if we do get the names wrong during the broadcast, we do apologise. But we do try our best to make sure we pronounce it the right way. But that's the thing with us Brits. There's some of us that can't pronounce foreign names, which
no. I'll hold my hands up for that.
I think the people which are not English, they probably can pronounce all the names which are not on their country better than we can. So yeah, that's something we need to focus on a little bit as well. But yeah, as you notice, no sunset right now. It's getting dark out there. I think it's almost I think it's 10:03 actually. So it's way into the night now, way into the night stint. So yeah, a little bit more trickier for the drivers and teams to deal with now, and definitely into the unknown for some teams who haven't done endurance racing before.
Yeah, definitely. What would be good, Sam, if we could just obviously just go a lap round from the driver's position from their point of view, and we can see the difference, because obviously we've seen where we were before with the daylight. Obviously it's getting into dusk, so it's not quite as dark as it is, but we can sort of see the limited view creeping into where they could see really far ahead. They can probably see about 100 meters, 200 meters in front of them. So this is where it becomes vitally important to understand your braking markers and your braking zones during the day, and then taking them markers and practice at night to be able to make sure that you can see it. So at the moment, you can still see the sun, as we see markers there. Sorry, Bagnana's obviously giving a good old flash to drivers, which is the right thing to do, to let them know that you're coming through. But we can still see that it's not pitch black yet, so it will get darker within the next hour, 2 hours, and it'll certainly be pitch black by midnight going in. But we can sort of see the limited view. So that's where we were saying earlier how vital it is to make sure that you've driven around the track at night so you understand this. Or like you were saying earlier on, Jess, is that some people really just don't like the nights, and you have one driver that loves it and seems to do the whole stint. But I don't think we'll see that from this team though. So obviously they have been doing their practice at night.
Yeah, I think the drivers are doing no more than 2 hours, I think, for this team as well, which I think is more than enough to get started at least, because for some of them, like we said, it's little to no practice, not little to no practice, but little to no experience in endurance racing. So it's good to find your feet a bit, because usually maybe when you first started endurance racing, because I know some people are watching that might be new to endurance racing, if you want to get into it, maybe starting off with hour stints just to find your feet a little bit, and then gradually build your way up as well in terms of the stint level. So maybe the first stint you do 1 hour, and then the next stint you do 2 hours and stuff like that. And if you feel more comfortable doing 3 hours and or more, which I don't know why people will be comfortable, but there's some people that are. There's some drivers I know that do 6 hours, and for some people the main reason they like the night time, because there's so much more grip in the nighttime. The car is usually the best in nighttime for some of the drivers. The main reason why some people may not like the nighttime is the visibility more than anything, because there's not much visibility compared to the likes of Daytona, where there's so many floodlights, and the likes of Nordschleife. Maybe Nordschleife is the same as Spa, but Spa there's hardly any lights as well. So they got to basically know their surroundings during the day to make sure that they can navigate during the night, and it should be interesting. And the tyres will be a lot colder in the night time as well, so again, they've got to be more wary of the braking a bit earlier in the night time as well, but should be interesting. And we've seen some other teams, including the one of our commentators did in Dane, actually, who's taking part in this event. Back shout to you, Dane, actually, and he said the double stinting is not ideal, and that they tried on the stint just now and they ended up going backwards. So for some teams it works out very well, and for some teams it just doesn't, and it does depend on the driver ability as well, if you can manage that. And I know there's some drivers that are doing iRace for the first time. Don't try double stinting if you're doing iRace for the first time. Only do it when you're used to the tyres and managing your tyre, because it does. Tyre management is not an easy task, I have to say, and yeah, it should be interesting. And I will have to head off soon, but before I head off, we may as well bring our the one who's going to be replacing me.
Nobody can replace you.
And you could go in the box for a few minutes before I head off as well. We may as well drag him in. He also joined me in the first stint as well, so I think is there a way to drag him in? We'll double check to see if he's ready first before we bring him in. Or drag him in now, why not? We'll just drag him in. So we've got the lovely Sam Fitzpatrick back in the box. Sam, how was your break?
Not too much of the stream, to be honest, but I'm excited for Andy to spend the next 10 minutes bringing me all through it. But I'm looking forward to jumping back in.
It's always a pleasure to do it, Sam. We always seem to be on the broadcast at the same time, mate. I don't know if that's fate. But it's been obviously great having you, Jess, on the stream. And I think that's it for you, isn't it? Are you doing another stint?
Not at the moment, but who knows? If I feel like it at 8 AM GMT, I might pop on for another one. But for now, I haven't got any planned stints to do. So that's it. Thanks to Lee, Samuel, and obviously Marco for letting me being on the broadcast. It's been a lot of fun, and best of luck to One Boy Story Racing team. Hopefully you guys can get a good results. We saw someone go off there. That's not good, but yeah, hopefully the One Boy Story Racing team will do us proud, and I will try and catch as much of the stream as I can when I'm not either commentating or doing something else. So best of luck to everyone that's still racing or commentating, and I shall see you soon, and I'll leave you in the very capable hands of Sam Fitzpatrick and Andrew Johnson. So enjoy the rest of the stream, guys.
Thank you, Jess. And you enjoy your break now, obviously going on to another broadcast. The amazing woman that you are, always available to help out where you need to. So thank you very much for your time on the stream today, and hopefully we might see you back, never know.
Thank you very much.
Sam, great to see you, mate.
Yes, it's dark. wasn't
Yeah.
like this when what happens? What happens? Didn't
Uh,
know that this time could get obliterated. It's not part of the script. This
you
race is
know,
really
as
taking a dark turn.
so unfortunately, iRacing actually mimics real time, mate. So, we're gone 10 o'clock at night now, so it's into the night time. But things might have changed since you last left. So, I think you left the guys in, I think it was fifth and sixth. Is that
That
right?
would be about right. That's a good shout. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, because I was watching the first half. Well, as we can see now, so we've got the 91 car currently in third place. Had a couple of issues, a couple of spins, lost some time with slow downs, but still very much on the pace. Third place at the moment and chasing down P2, averaging round about a second a lap, although that lap P2 was slightly faster, but obviously these back markers are paying into coming into the fray. The 92 car unfortunately had a bit more damage. I didn't see the incident myself, but obviously they spent a period of time within the pits and unfortunately lost a lot of places. We're down in round about 26th place, but now currently in P20. Sorry, they're in P18 now. So they've managed to catch the two cars in front of them. Well done, guys. And now they've got a real challenge on their hand to get away from the teams behind them. I think they are, is that a lap down in front of the cars in front? So I believe that is the case. So yeah, a bit of incidents, but it's great to see the guys didn't give up and decided to call it a day and carried on racing really. So hopefully that's brought you back up to speed to where we're at. So.
I think that pretty much sums it up. I'm very impressed by how the 91 has been able to stay up there so impressively, because at least their second stint was really shaky. They picked up a lot of slowdowns. They had a couple of offs, even collided with the 92 at one point, but managed to put that behind them. And yeah, like you were saying, second a lap faster. And I mean, at this point, I mean, they're 2 laps down on the race leaders, but that can so easily change. One mistake from the car number 4, heck, they can catch up with pace. We've got so much of this race here. We're not even a quarter the way through this race. I don't know about you, Andy, when you've done endurance events. To be fair, I'm not sure if you ever got far enough to have this thought, but when you get into 6 hours, I'll tell you, so you learn one day. You get 6 hours into the race, or really at any point in that first 6 hours, you think, geez, I've still got 3/4 of the race to go. We've had this scrape, we've had this problem, we came close to ending the race here, we had this issue, and you think that it's absolutely impossible to get to the end, and then really you blink your eyes and there you are, you're at the finish of the race. So it can be quite a daunting prospect at this point in the event.
Yes, and just to obviously let you know, I have done a 24-hour Daytona and we managed to finish in P6. So I do know what it's like to do in 24 hours. And exactly that, Sam. It's not only making sure that your current timings are you're consistently banging in them lap times and keeping the car safe. It's also the mental aspect of it. It's exactly like you said, we're 5 hours, 47 minutes into a race. Every driver has had a stint. We've got now the Marius that's in the car doing his second stint, and he's not even a quarter of the way through the race yet. Exactly like you say, you have all these incidences, you've spun the car, you've been in and had a repair, and you're thinking, what is the next 3/4 of the race gonna bring for us? But before you know it, exactly as you said, Sam, is you come into the last 4 hours of the race and you almost get your second wind, I think, by that time, because you're buzzing that you've got through 20 hours, you've broken the back of the race, and now it's a home stretch, and you can try and enjoy it. I suppose the guys are still a bit nervous at this stage, making sure that they don't wrap the car in, which I will hold my hands up and tell the viewers why you said that is because we were doing Le Mans last week or the week before, and unfortunately I was the second driver in my team, and unfortunately my hardware failed, and going down the first straight into the first chicane, my car went into the wall and done a triple pirouette and pretty much give us an hour repair time, which put us out of the race. So thanks for bringing that painful memory up from yourself.
Well, so it's odd actually because what I was referring to was when you crashed out at Le Mans last year. I think I
Oh, I
believe
was,
you,
yeah, no, it
you.
wasn't me.
Oh really? Oh, I was thinking you were part of like the TV squad or something last year. But maybe I'm getting that one wrong. So no, my bad on that one. But we've all had problems, and I mean I had a
Yeah,
dreadful Daytona earlier on in the season where I put it on pole and I never qualified well, and then dropped back a little bit, and then by lap 4 we unfortunately had some contact with another car and put a lot of suspension damage, a lot of aero damage, and it really wasn't worth continuing after that. So it happens to the best of us, so
it
to say.
certainly does.
And so it proves, well, it shows at least how good at least the 91 car has been, and how strong the 92 has been as well, because there are only 9 laps currently behind the leaders. And what I'm impressed at the moment is how quick Maris has been. He was in the 20s just a moment ago. And of course, I mean, I remember when I did my first ever Spa 24 as my second ever special event. We were lapping probably 3 or 4 seconds laps slower by the end of the race, and I was so new to iRacing, I didn't really understand why we were going so much slower. I thought, oh, is it like the track conditions or something? It was just because the car was like in the shape of a Rubik's Cube, honestly. So we had no straight line speed, and yeah, around this circuit you really need that, and of course not a whole lot of grip either. So the fact that they are still running so strongly in the 2:21 is really not far off what their best lap times were earlier on. Is that's a real positive sign that that car is still capable of really fighting for the win.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, what is amazing is the fastest lap. It was 2:19.4 from Marius on his first stint. During his first stint on this one, he actually got down to a 2:19.7. You know, considering the car has got damage on it, and like Sam said, it affects the aero, which affects the top line speed. To get anywhere near that with the amount of damage is quite remarkable. And the other thing that's remarkable, Sam, and it always amazing. I look at these teams and I think, okay, they must have been racing for a long time on iRacing to be able to do these sort of lap times and get consistent and be at the front runners. But you know, when you take it to a fact that some of the guys have only been racing iRacing for 3 months, that's astounding how they were able to grasp the gains, and that may be down to their coach, you know, who's who seems to be very good at what he does. So obviously, big kudos to the coach to be able to get this team after 3 months competing where they're currently competing is amazing.
Yeah, yeah, it's super impressive the way that they're driving at the moment. I mean, I was talking with Woody earlier on, and we were pretty much in agreement that really the only way to practice for these endurance races is to do endurance races, is to get lots of experience under your belt to kind of learn how to drive at different parts of the race, particularly the early parts of the race, how to kind of avoid incidents, how to not be tempted to think too much of what's going on right now and think about the long game. And, well, the guys did have a few mishaps, but they did manage to survive it well and beating many more experienced drivers, I'm sure, up and down this 55 car field. We did have a few cars which didn't start the race at all, which was a big shame. I think we had, I'm trying to look now though, the timing screen is a bit confusing with the positions. I think we had 51 sign up, 52 sign up in fact, 53. I'm constantly finding new numbers. 53, I believe, signed up, but 5 of them didn't actually take the start of the race, which was a bit of a shame. I think making mistakes when it came to signing up the car, which personally I haven't fallen victim to. But I don't know, Andy, if you've ever made that mistake in signing up the car. It is a bit easier now with the system that iRacing brought in the last 12 months, but James, that's still quite a few drivers are falling foul to it.
Yeah, I mean, I've never fallen foul of it, but I suppose it's easily done. You know, not only that, they could have had an issue on the start of the grid for the first person going in. And if, you know, the problem with 24-hour racing is that ideally you always need to have 2 people with each other at all times. Now, if teams obviously decide to do their stints and split their stints up and don't have somebody either spotting or being able to coach them round, and something happens in their sim and it crashes and the start of the race, that's them out of the race, and that's probably the worst feeling in the world, I would imagine, Sam. I felt bad last week at Le Mans when I crashed a team out, but at least I was in the race to begin with. To not even start the race, and considering all the hours that we probably put in for practice, probably it's quite soul destroying.
Oh yeah, yeah, definitely. I mean, this is I guess this is a cycle where the drivers will get up to pace around fairly quick, but there's a lot of corners to learn around this track. So yeah, if you put in weeks and weeks of practice, and nothing really comes of it, it is absolutely gutsing. CRS conglomerates, by the way, have just dropped down, and I saw CRS be overtaken, I think, by the 92 car a little bit earlier on. I was quite surprised, and maybe had a grin on my face, because of course those two were battling for second and third near the start of the race. Well, at least CRS were battling for second. I think they were battling with second with the car number 91. But there is the CRS conglomerate. Had an off, it seems, for Alex Stewart, but are back on their way again. He is the 900 iRacing driver, and yeah, and they are not far ahead then of the 92 machine at all. So fairly close gap between those two cars. On the last lap, Boganas was 8 seconds faster. Now, I think that was when Stewart had the incident, to be fair, had the off track. So that's not totally surprising, and maybe not totally representative, but Boganas could well be up another place fairly soon for the next two.
We look at a replay here of CRS conglomerate. Oh, just coming down into the Coombs, coming off the end of the Kemmel Straight, and unfortunately taking that corner a bit too much. I can't think if this is their first or second stint, and if they're double stinting the tyres. We'll have to look at the next time they come in, but obviously pushing that car to the limits. And it was like I was saying to Jess, it's a completely different ball game racing at night. Certainly now, as it's almost pitch black. Is during the day you've got your obviously during the day you can see everything, you can see your braking marker coming up, but at night your braking marker that you use during the daytime may not be easily visible on this. And as we saw when we done the lap going around, when you're going around these corners, unfortunately these lights are not adaptive, so they don't turn the way that you're turning. So therefore, you miss half the corner when you're turning round. Certainly, if you're going into a chicane with a left-right, you almost cut the second half of the corner out. You can't see anything until you turn in. So if you haven't done your practicing at night to be able to get them braking markers tied down, you're really going to struggle.
Yeah, I don't know how the drivers do it. A mixture of skill and whacking up the gamma on their monitor, I imagine is
That's cheating,
two
Sam.
parts of the solution. I think I just have my gamma settings really. Well, I have a big old TV. I don't really use a monitor, so I wonder if that's got something to do with it. I've got like a 10-year-old's 40-inch TV to do it. So maybe the colours aren't too bright or something. I'm not sure, but I really cannot see where I'm going when it comes to this circuit at night. It is often used at night because there are some lights around this circuit. I mean, see for yourself, it's mainly the headlights which kind of light the way for the drivers. Of course, Nordschleife got a little bit of light, although really just the camping spots, honestly, are the only places, and they're often not in the most useful areas of the circuit to see. Also, Motegi as well got lights. Again, not especially effective, or a bit more effective than these ones. As Stewart is losing a lot of time in 17th place, so you get your popcorn out, everyone, because I think we're about to see a move. So the 29 that Stewart did actually was a legit lap, unless he had a separate instant. His instant was on the last lap, and that's when he did a 38. So he is losing significant amounts of time. You can see it's sector by sector. These are not long sectors either. There's 5 of them, 4 of them, I guess, across the circuit, and 5 of them, in fact. And but he is taking absolute chunks out as long as he gets past the back line. Because in fact, actually, it's I know 4 marker because that is the 5th place car of Simon Thorne's car number 9, which he's just overtaken just under line. How quick that needs to go is right now.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, 2:29, 8 seconds. Got taken out of him on that line, and obviously Bionis can see him in the forefront now, not just on the relative, and has got a set of lights to chase. So he'll certainly have the bit between his teeth, and he knows that he's a faster driver. And it'll be interesting to see this lap time to see if the CRS conglomerate team have got damage to their car, or if it's just a couple of bad laps that their drivers that's had. But certainly on the same straight now, so we can see him right in front of him, which obviously spurs you on as well to say, well, I'm catching the guy, I know I'm going to get him, I've just got to keep it smooth, and almost try to pressurize the guy into making mistakes, because he'll know on his relative that the car 92B is right behind him and closing up on him fast, so he'll be trying to push the car, and maybe that's what's caused the issue, Sam.
Yeah, there's certainly got to be some damage on that car, I imagine, but also he just rooted in the 29s, honestly, and the car doesn't look so bad for 29, so maybe just Stewart kind of struggling, his confidence knocked, trying to improve those lap times.
It'd be interesting to see down the Kemmel Straight if he's attaining top gear. Actually, that would tell us if he's got an issue with his engine. But he certainly seems to be slower. It's all over the place. Maybe when we go down the start finish, we can actually see if there's any damage on the front of that car as well, because that seems to be the only place with lights around this hard track.
Well, the Audi's not going away too far, is it? It's staying within touching distance, but I think it's just through the corners that Axe is struggling. Big left to Blanchemont. And really unsettled under braking as well. And here comes Bogdanas. He's makes up probably about a second and a half, honestly, through that single chicane. And this will be an easy move. To the source maybe, or maybe he'll wait. He's got to be careful how early the Ferrari brakes. Does go to the inside. Now he's going to miss the corner slightly there, and he will lose that position back, although actually it's a better exit for him. And he is ahead. CRS Conglomerate have to settle behind.
Yeah, I was thinking they were going to go 2x2 up Radion and Rouge, and I was like, oh no, please not 2x2. It's a bad idea going up that Radion and Rouge 2x2. But luckily, CSL Conglomerate probably knew that they were beaten, so didn't put up much of a fight against them. Although Bogdanas did go into that into the source rather hot, even though the brakes on this Porsche are excellent, and it's one of the main advantages of the Porsche over the rest of the other cars is that the braking power of the car is really good, and you can almost go into the corners a little bit more deeper, as we've seen quite a few times on passing moves going into corners with the 91 and 92, is that they're able to pass cars on the corners because they're able to brake that slightly bit later than the rest of them. So, you know, great move there. Now up to P17. Bit of a distance track now to 16, but you know, all Bogdanas has to do is just keep the lap times the way they are. 2:21.5 is really good lap time in the darker rounds far. So if he keeps that up, he'll be getting on the back, because might have been a bit of a mistake on the last one. Was 2:32. He's just coming out of the pits actually, so the time would obviously come back. We'll see the time when he comes out of the pits where he is, but he's certainly faster than all the cars that are around him. P15 is currently doing a 2:21, so round about the same pace as the car 92 car, but certainly everyone else around him, he's 2, 3, 4 seconds faster than him. So, you know, putting themselves in good stead, and guys, just keep going the way you're going. You know, you never know what's going to happen. We are just over a quarter way through the race now.
Yes, yep. 18 hours to go. Just a short little journey, but the toughest 6 hours are definitely the first 6 hours, and being able to get through that, the cars will whittle down, there'll be fewer traffic to get past as more teams decide to retire from the race. It's tricky in these dark conditions, but it's at least from since I've joined, it does seem to be a little bit more peaceful. The drivers starting to kind of figure out how to maneuver around one another when it comes to the traffic, and certainly in the rhythm when it comes to their driving. Now, I did some research for this broadcast, Andy, and
Wow.
I'm sure you'll be very impressed by me. So I didn't think that this was going to be a long broadcast, so we're going to have to get some fantastic facts booked. Unfortunately, I didn't do a whole lot, so I really only got one, honestly. But I thought it was quite a good one. And it makes me think how interesting a place Spa is, because Spa, the second ever casino was built in Spa. It was the second ever casino in the world, back in the 17th century, I believe. And yeah, it was the second one ever built. So I thought that was pretty cool. I
Is it
can't
still
really
there?
imagine. It is. So it's very nice actually. I think they did like a refurb a couple of decades ago actually. And
Well
yeah,
put.
I mean they do make a big deal out of it. They're the second ever casino. In fact, some people claim it's the first ever casino. You can imagine the term is a bit ambiguous when you go that far back, but it's a very interesting place as well.
Yeah, sounds like it. Not only an awesome racetrack, they've got a casino to go with it. So you can have fun during the day watching the racing, and you can have fun during the night. So certainly that. We have Gustus Grindegas in the waiting area. So hopefully we're bringing in that could tell us a bit more about the team. So let's bring him in, Sam. Hi, Gustus. Welcome to the commentary box. Can you hear us? Gustus, are you there, mate? Okay. Looks like we've lost him at the moment, but hopefully we'll get him back soon, so we can just hear a bit more about the team. Obviously, Gustus is the team coach. So as we saw earlier, he's a real life racing driver that has in 2019 and 2020 he was an Asian Le Mans Series Championship. And in the same 2 years, he was the Rookie of the Year. So quite an accomplished driver himself, who's taken the mantle of the team to bring them forward. And obviously these iRacing sessions are all in preparation for the team to actually do a real life 24-hour race. So hopefully we can get Gustus in to sort of explain a bit more the journey that the guys have taken, considering the short amount of time that they've been racing. And how they see the progression, and where he sees them in the years. Let's try again. Hi, Gustas. Welcome to the commentary booth. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can now. Finally.
Great. Great. Well, it's fantastic to have you in the booth with us at this time. Obviously, you heard my shout out to see if you could come and join us, and you come in. So, thank you very much for joining us. So, first off, how are you? How are you faring with the boys at the moment?
Well, we've got 4 teams in total. I'm not with the boys at One Voice Story. I'm here in our Lithuanian base with 2 more teams. So it's a lot of management. It's a lot of stuff to do. It's it's quite a few teams, a lot of drivers, a lot of different emotions. But yeah, we've got, let's say, 2 cars still in the running, and 2 cars a few laps off after some incidents. But it's going well. The guys have been showing some great pace. Maybe a few too many mistakes, but in any case, the guys have been very, very impressive today.
So obviously you're the team coach for the guys. Can you tell us how you got involved with them, and what sort of things you're actually doing to them, and where you see yourself going into the future?
Well, I got involved with this whole project in I think mid last year. We went together with One Boy Story. We went to let's say track day where I helped coach them, and then we decided that the guys needed to learn more, and they needed to learn more in the most efficient way possible. And obviously, driving real race cars and trying to learn on them and making mistakes on those is not easy and sometimes very expensive. So simulators are a perfect tool to develop the guys' racing skills and just driving skills in general, learning how to brake, how to turn, how to do everything. You know, you're pretty much working from the ground up.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we can sort of see. I mean, I was quite amazed by looking at the sheet we had with the guys that are racing in these two teams that we're seeing on stream. The limited experience they have got in high racing. So you certainly must be doing something right for them, because at the moment they're doing outstanding, and the lap times are competitive with way above what their current I rating is.
Well, I mean, we've we've been working with them for let's say a few months. We've been practicing Spa for maybe a month, on and off with some other events we had going on. But yeah, the guys have been learning. I think for every single one of them in the beginning, it wasn't easy. I was trying to push them a lot, but I feel like with every single driver, I'm noticing that at some point they do break through, and that's where you start seeing those quick lap times, those consistent lap times. You know, not too many incidents, keeping calm, and just in general the understanding of driving. And you can now start to put them into any racetrack, and in half an hour, 1 hour, they're pretty competitive, pretty on pace. And that's my end goal, to have these guys as versatile as possible, as good drivers as possible, not just on Spa GT3 iRacing, but just in general with car control and how they behave on track, and how they use the car and understand how to use it any place, any condition, anywhere, anytime.
Yeah, so I mean, what's the where are you obviously taking all this? I think are you looking at trying to do a real life 24-hour race with the team?
We're looking at many different options. Obviously, the classics department and One Bush Story has taken off recently. But I think from my side, the end goal is to have these guys compete in a real life racing event, whether that's a 24-hour race, a 12-hour race, a 10-hour race. But you have to start somewhere. Obviously, the end goal is a 24-hour race, like the 24 hours of Nürburgring, or maybe even the 24 hours of Spa. But yeah, at the moment, it's just trying to grow them as drivers, and now maybe at this point we can start getting some of them into a real car, and seeing how much these simulators have helped.
Yeah, definitely. So, I mean, obviously you were a real life driver. Can you just tell us briefly some of the stuff that you've done in racing? Because it sounds fascinating.
Well, I've done quite a bit of prototype racing. I've done the European Le Mans series in the LMP3s. I've done the Asian Le Mans series in the old Spec P2, not the new one. But yeah, we together with Rick Ware Racing and Euro International, we won that championship. I also took home a Rookie of the Year. And right now I'm just let's say a reserve driver in case somebody has some kind of emergency and can't make it to the event. Then I can jump in and show my speed. Don't have a seat at the moment in real life, but yeah, I've been obviously I've had some experience with the cars and kind of understand how to drive them, let's say. So now my goal is to have these guys have the exact same understanding, and hopefully in a year's time they can start beating me on track.
That sounds brilliant. Did they? These guys obviously only formed in 2020. So, was there any experience with racing, or was that just an aspiration that they had?
Some of them did have some experience, mainly track days, obviously, because they're pretty much all of them are Porsche owners, so they obviously take their cars to the track and have fun with them. But yeah, most of them had pretty much zero, let's say, serious racing experience. So, like I said, we're building from the ground up. There's some understanding of how to drive a car, but you really have to find the limit in a race car, understanding the downforce, the slick tires, and in general understanding how a race car is so different from what you have on the road.
You were mentioning obviously at the start about you want to get the guys used to driving 24-hour races and getting the experience, but obviously real life is very expensive, and to do some of the damage that probably get caused on iRacing is gets quite expensive. How do you feel, and how realistic do you feel that iRacing is compared to the real life experience of doing a Le Mans or doing a 24-hour endurance race?
I mean, in general, simulators have progressed incredibly, and I use them as a training tool for myself, especially with traffic management. That's a very big thing that you can use simulators for. But I think these 24-hour races are pretty similar to what you do in real life. It's long, it's grueling. Maybe it's not as physically demanding, but certainly as psychologically demanding as a real life 24-hour race. And you still feel guilty to the team if you crash the car. Yes, it's way less expensive if you crash a car on iRacing, but the looks you have from your teammates are exactly the same as they are in real life.
Yeah, I'd imagine. I've been on the front end of that, so I know what you mean on that. So, but no, it's really good. I mean, how the first 24 hour, I think, was in Daytona, wasn't it, at the beginning of the
Yes.
year, where the guys done really well. Did they come off the after that after that race and actually understand like you were saying just there, about the mental aspects of a 24-hour race? Because obviously a 20-minute race, you're in for 20 minutes, you're sole rider, and basically your race is done and dusted. But this endurance is a grueling event, certainly a 24-hour race. Did the guys fully appreciate the mental aspect of being in the team and also driving for 24 hours?
Well, they're coming to Daytona. We probably had the least preparation, and I was scared that we weren't gonna make it past the first hour. But as soon as the guys got in, they felt the team spirit. They felt everybody behind them, and let's say the weight of the team on each of the guys' shoulders. That they just kept going, kept moving, and top 10 finish in your first endurance race. That's pretty incredible. And they had say one accident the whole time. So it's very impressive to see how quickly people get into that team mentality. And obviously, we're not racing. Uh, let's say the team is not online. We're all in one place. We're using the same simulators, each of us, and we're all together. As soon as you finish the stint, you're speaking with your teammates. You're saying what's happening with the car, what's happening with the track. So it's very impressive how they come together and they work together and they help each other in any situation. And once you have a crash, they comfort you and they say, "Oh, okay, that's fine. We'll keep going, we'll keep pushing." And I think that's the mentality of all of our cars. If you saw, we had an accident where sometimes some teams might say, "Okay, now we retire the car because we're 10 laps, 6 laps, whatever down." But for us, it's keep going, keep pushing. You never know what's going to happen in a 24-hour race like this.
Yeah, it seems like the team have got like the right support around them. I mean, it certainly seems that they've managed to land on the feet, securing yourself and obviously the services and the expertise that you can bring. But I suppose from your point of view, it's been really nice working with a team with that mentality, because obviously I'd imagine you've been in a few teams where you get the prima donnas. And it's not that team cohesion, but it very much seems like it's a good team cohesion across the team.
No, it's very interesting to work, let's say, from the other side to see how the other side operates. Up until now, let's say, I've only been a driver and only understand what a driver thinks, but seeing it from the other side, seeing it from, let's say, team manager's perspective, a strategist perspective, very interesting to see how everything changes and how many things you have to manage at the same time. But it's been good fun, developing these guys and seeing how much they grow, and I can take it on myself that these guys have grown up because of me, and the results they do later on are because of me, or at least that's what I tell myself, and that's that's the proud thing. That's the things I'm most proud of.
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously the proof is in the pudding, and at the moment, obviously, certainly on iRacing, the guys are performing probably well in expectations of where you would expect somebody with their experience on there. So, it's really good. And for yourselves, exactly like yourself, it's been an eye opener for you because you now got that experience. And do you think that will benefit you and make you a better racer, understanding the strategic side of racing?
Absolutely, 100%. Just coaching helps me understand how a race car works, from the other side, and that's I think super valuable, and in just understanding how to work with others, and how to develop a car that's maybe not as ultra fast, but maybe faster in their hands than it is in mine.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, obviously, I've kept it for quite a bit and thrown a lot of questions around it. Last one I probably got from myself. I don't know if Sam has got anything for you. But when would you reckon that the guys would be ready to do an endurance event in real life?
I'm going to say next year. I hope we're gonna see our cars on track. That's my best guess.
That's great. Sam, I don't know if you have any questions for Gustas?
Well, I was just wondering, Gustav, kind of what's your communication with the team during the race? I mean, are you just giving them little, tips whilst the race is going on, or are you kind of taking a bit of a step back whilst they're driving?
I'm trying to take a step back. The goal is to, at the end of the day, the goal is to learn, and I'm trying to give them as much feedback as I can before. But during the race, they're concentrated. They don't want my help. So I'm just managing the strategy side, putting together the driver sheets and everything, and then the guys can manage it on their own. If there's any questions arising, I'm obviously always here, but in general during the race, the running of the race, that's what they can manage themselves.
Definitely, and I'm also just a little bit curious, you might have a bit of insight about the off-track simulation, because once you get to 100 off-tracks, you get a drive-through penalty. I don't believe either team has got any so far, but are you able to tell us yeah, what they're currently at when it comes to that off-track count?
I'm gonna have to get back to you on that, but I know they've gotten quite a few, but that's part of racing at Spa, and I wouldn't be at all surprised if we get a penalty at some point. But that's just the way it is. Lots of contacts, especially at night, lots of off tracks. So if the guys do get it, that's part of racing.
So I'm sure many others will fall victim far worse, honestly, seeing some of the rivals' lines. So yeah, shouldn't be too much of a concern for the two teams. Huge thanks for having a chat with us, Gustas. Is there anyone you'd like to, give a shout out to whilst you're on stream?
I think the whole team keep pushing, keep going, go faster, get to the end.
Awesome, good words. Thanks for having a chat with us, Gustas, and yeah, maybe see you later on in the race sometime.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Bye-bye.
Gustas. Well, great to have Gustas there on stream, just to find out a little bit more about and it's really interesting, finding out a little bit more about the guys that are commentating on, where they've come from and where they're currently at, and, ultimately where that journey is going to end, Sam.
Yeah, it's really interesting to hear just kind of the ambition that they have to get into a real life car. It's something that all of us dream of, but they're probably taking the steps to improve as drivers, and of course, it's something that maybe comes obvious to us sim racers, because we all think of sim racing very positively, thinking of it as a driving tool. We like to think of ourselves as race drivers ourselves, but it was really smart of the team to kind of take that decision to go down the sim racing route, because Obviously, we know it before, but lockdown has proven just how big the correlation is, how big the parallels are between the simulated world and the real world. So yeah, an amazing decision and very very mature decision as well to take this sim racing route before pursuing real life soon after.
Certainly, as well, done the right thing by getting an experienced driver on their team to help them, and it seems like it's brought the best out of them, and obviously enabled them to be a lot quicker, a lot faster. And I don't know if Gustav obviously was expecting it, but like you said there, you know, he's learned a lot about being a driver from being the coach, learning the strategy side, understanding the car a lot more. And I'm pretty sure that he'll take that away from this experience and be a better driver for it in the end.
Yeah, if anyone's looking to hire a driver coach, he'd be top of the list. Honestly, with yeah, his racing pedigree in behind the seats, and then yeah, of course the experience that he's been able to accrue. But yeah, it was interesting to hear him say, of course, how kind of strange it's been to be on the other side of the car when it comes to as yeah.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
while we're having that interview there, we can see that the car 91 has obviously dropped down to fourth place. That was due to them taking their standard stop. So they're a little bit off kilter with the no emission sport. So they're going to be playing ping pong on the pit stop strategy during this race. So they're currently running in fourth place. Their last lap was a 2:22.69, and the car in third place was a 2:22.43. So pretty much identically matching each other at the moment. So it'd be an intriguing pit stop strategy race between these two if they keep going the way that they're going on track, matching each other's speed. Car 92 currently in 16th place, so they're doing fantastic. Considering when just before Sam joined the broadcast, they were in P20, looking at getting 19 and 20, and now they've managed to get up to a P16, and they're only 33 seconds behind P15. So Bogdanas is doing an exceptional drive in his double stint that he's doing, which is his second. I think he's in his second half of his stint. So he's doing a fantastic drive, which we would expect, because I think he was the one that was driving for your first stint, sir.
Second stint.
Second
Oh,
stint,
no, you are right. I think you're right. I do think he started the race at Bogdanas and was very strong as well. I think both teams, and I think most of the teams, honestly, down the order decided to use their fastest driver to go first in the race. Yeah, that seemed to work out pretty well, honestly, for both teams. Are able to both put in strong stints. I mean, honestly, Bogdanas is pretty much the fastest driver on the circuit right now. It's in the 21.9. I'm just saying maybe Glau, Billagon, Francois, currently in 19th position, also in the 21s. That's pretty much it. And interestingly, here is the leader, Ridge Livermore, and I just wonder if maybe Ridge is one of the weaker drivers out of that DWB racing, because even before that spin he was dropping into the 25s, because we're talking about 21s and his teammates have been doing 20s, and that's one of the first vulnerabilities of what we've seen from this very strong car number 4 squad. It might just be Livermore kind of getting up to pace. I'm not sure if he's driven so far in this event, but that was a little bit of a sketchy moment there, and fortunately not getting anywhere near the walls, but losing a slight bit of time.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing with DWB racing is that they're that far out in front, they can afford to have slight little mistakes, but they still need to keep their concentration, because, you know, it doesn't matter how far you are in front, if you hit one of them walls and you have to repair, that's you losing that time that you've gained all that within this 6.5 hours, you know, can gone within an instant. And like you said, if this driver is the first one, it's pretty daunting to get into a car for a 24-hour, but even more so if it's your first stint at night, you know. And as we saw there, a couple of mistakes creeping in to the mistakes. We just need to keep it right. But, you know, at the moment, they are sort of cruising out in front. And the race is certainly on for second, third and fourth at the moment. But I'm not going to put anything past the 24-hour race that anything can happen. So, you know, everything's still to play for with just under 3/4 of the race still to go, Sam.
See a nice situation here between the leaders and the 91 car, because I think they might be about to unlap themselves. You can see in the kind of relative box, the battle box in the bottom right corner, how that gap is coming down. You usually say you can see it coming down, but you can barely see the car ahead. So we are having to rely largely on the interval section, and this is to get rid of one of the laps down. So currently 2 laps down, in fact exactly 2 laps down, and this would get back one of them, which would obviously not signify a whole lot, honestly. You know, you need to think of it as time, honestly, not laps, but it can be quite a little bit of a morale booster and very satisfying to pass the leader, of course. So looking very strong. I mean, on this lap, I think already the 91's taken at least 2 seconds out of the DWB Racing car, and it's just going down through every single corner right now. So this is going to be an overtake fairly soon between these 2 drivers.
Yeah, it looks like obviously on the last pit stop as well, we had a driver change there. So Marius obviously come out now, and we got Saulus. Is that how you pronounce that? Sam, you seem to be more Saulius. There we go. You're better at me at pronunciation of names. I will obviously say that I am absolutely terrible, so I do apologise to you guys if I'm completely getting your name wrong. And I'm quite open for you guys to tell me how to pronounce it, and I will try to do better. But also shout out to you guys. You know, if you want to come on the stream, just tell us how it's going, how you're getting on. Please drop into the interview waiting area, and we'll get you live on the stream, and you can have a chat with us and give us your insights into the race. So please feel free to come and join us in the commentary box and give us your insight of how it's going on the floor.
I mean, I always say in a normal race, there's a lot of narratives that we miss. In endurance race, maybe even more the case. But always, just be careful here. Wasn't sure if that throw was going to stop that. But yeah, in particular when it comes to an endurance race, when you have an hour-long stint or so, you can occasionally miss something, and of course it's very difficult to tell what's going on in the car. Really, there could be absolutely anything going on the driver's side of things, but we're not quite privy to. So no, it would be very interesting to get that insight. No emissions, by the way, came into the pit, so I've now got 1 boys back up to the 3rd position. No emissions. I thought they've been stationed for a while. No, they haven't. It's just a remarkable amount of time that you lose. The drivers are stationing for 1 minute 10 most of the time in the pit stop, and they lose close to 2 minutes trundling down the pit lane. It is absolutely astonishing, which is, you know, almost a lap. This is a long lap round. The vast majority of circuits on iRacing, it would be a lap and a bit. Albeit, actually, the no emissions car has been held a little bit. It's up to 1 minute 30 now, which is
I'm just going to say
longer than normal.
I don't think this is a normal. Oh, it is. That's a long stop, Sam.
Yeah, 23 seconds extra.
So obviously they've taken tyres clearly at that time.
Yeah, I imagine that's repairs. Albeit that car looks fairly strong, I'll say.
Oh, it's got a light out at the back though, Sam. Right.
Ah, yeah, that is a good shot.
There we go, look at that. They must have some damage on the rear right, and they were trying to obviously gain some damage, but what that has done for the car 91 is it's going to increase the gap now between themselves and No Emissions Motorsports. As we see, Elysium Racing has now got past No Emission Motorsports while they were in the pits, and they are now behind the car 91, 51 seconds behind, so they are sort of with them doing a double stop stand with no tyre change in between, they're saving themselves 20 seconds. And at the moment, they don't seem to be losing a lot of time on the track in that second stint. I was speaking to my guys who were racing in the other team, and basically they were double stinting, and they were saying that at the end of the first stint, your tyres are at like 60% warm. By the end of the second stint, they're down to 26% warm. So wear in the second half is a lot, but if you can manage that car around and not take the tyres and you can double stint it, you're saving yourself 20 seconds in the pit, maybe even more, because it takes about 43 seconds to fill your car. And as we've seen there, we've got cars doing 121 up to 133, so you're saving yourself about 30 seconds by not changing your tyres, it looks like.
At 26, 27 seconds is usually the time it takes to take the tyres in these GT3 cars. I think also the GTEs and some of the other sports cars. That tends to be the standard time that it takes. So yeah, you can make up some time by deploying that. And you know, I tend to be quite hesitant about it, particularly in a race like this where we're seeing quite a few errors. The maximum gain you're going to have is maybe 5 to 10 seconds, because you're guaranteed to lose time. You know, once you're out on circuit, that 26 seconds, you're not going to be able to keep all of it. But of course, you are running the risk of having a collision, potentially. You're more at risk of spinning around by yourself, and perhaps going to have a little bit less control over your vehicle. So it can be yeah, quite a tricky thing to make that decision. A few different factors to take into account.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there is risks, isn't there? Admittedly, there is risk with not doing it, but there's gains as well, because what you've also got to take into account is that first lap out of the pits as well, because when you change your tyres are going to be cold, although they've probably been putting their heat bags. That first lap, I think every driver that has a new set of tyres is a lot tentative going out, so you lose a lot of time in the first lap that you run until the tyres get the temperature. Whereas if you've doing double stint tyres, your tyres are already up to temperature, you know, they're worn in, so you can pretty much get straight on the pace straight away. So, you know, probably all in all, you're probably gaining around about 30 seconds by not changing you. But exactly like you said, Sam, you know, you run the risk of spinning the car. You've got to be more alert. And obviously adjust your braking zone the further you get into that stint.
I think I might pose you some quiz questions here about Spa-Francorchamps. Like I said, I did do some research, and so I could potentially pose some to you, as lots of movement around there. Let's see, just about getting ahead of the Blanchiment corner that we're seeing plenty of issues so far. So the first one I'll pose to you is, when was the first race held at Spa-Francorchamps?
I'm gonna hazard a guess at 63.
Well, you're quite far off, honestly. 1921 attempts were made to organise the first race. There was quite a little bit of interest in motorsport after World War One. But the first ever race in 1921, only one car was entered. As that's a bit of a crash for Square Motorsports, but that car's going to be very square now. And yeah, so 1921, the first ever race was attempted, but yeah, only one car was entered, but it became quite popular with motorcyclists soon after. So, no. And that's going to be contact for Poganas, who was really storming on. He was up into 14th position there, and that's actually an incident with a car. A few laps up, Tanner Proth for Lemon's wall banger. He does now bang the wall quite suddenly. Quite a sour taste in his mouth, I'm sure. Lots of zingers I'm coming up with right now. And he will get back on his way. I wonder if you can see a replay of that one.
Yeah, definitely. You can see what happened there. That was not good for the car 92. Who's certainly on a charge. Hopefully he hasn't got too much damage from that. Oh, unfortunately that does look like it's the Ferrari's fault. not giving him the space as he was in front. So I bet Boganas is not too happy from there. But, you know, maybe that's a little bit of naivety creeping in there to try and overtake somebody around that corner, because it is quite a tight corner and it is sort of one line going in and one car coming out. So maybe he was more advisable just to wait to the end of that Licooms and get him down the hill. But hopefully not too much damage on 92, as I'm sure we'll find out with the lap times as well. Seems to be okay, which is fortunate for them guys. Doing really well at the moment, like we say, up to P14. So they are on fire at the moment, and Boganas is doing an absolute sterling effort from P20 up to P14 at the moment. So good work on his behalf. He just needs to be aware of these back markers. They're not going to be as fast as him.
It was a weird situation there, because it was almost like, I know, like a roundabout or something, or whatever you call them in USA. Oh, that's a bit close. Where you have like a crossroads type thing, where like kind of each car was kind of giving way to the other, and they're all kind of just waiting in behind. To shows maybe the mindset that you get into at this point in the event, where you are just willing to, you know, lose maybe a second on the brakes just to make sure that you're being safe. And yeah, there was kind of had to go for the move. Honestly, did the 92, I think, and unfortunately, maybe both sides could have left more room. But, yeah, Boganas with a slight setback, but crucially, and I mean, I'm always on the edge of my seat when it comes to those things, kind of cringing going into that, because if a car comes across and smacks one of your corners square on, then that can cause a lot of suspension damage. You can have absolutely no steering remaining. Your wheel can basically be shredded off the car, and you're going to be in the box for 30 minutes. And with that, your steering damage isn't actually fixed for the rest of the race. So it's fortunately avoided any of that. Just a bit of airy damage picks up on the front of the car, I believe. And similarly, that extra damage is not setting them back at all, because they're still flying along onto the Mint Racing car now. Now that 12th position machine is currently 2 laps ahead. So that is just again one of the laps back there. And currently Boganas is lapping about 2 seconds lap faster than Kubler. That's the car number 2 machine. So no, good move there for Boganas, but he's still got plenty more traffic to negotiate.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it just shows, unfortunately, that the incident they have has affected their race, but they've certainly got the race pace, and it must be instilling confidence within the guys that, you know, they can unlap themselves against these faster drivers that weigh up the position. So, you know, if all else fails, guys, you know, what you need to take away is that you are quick drivers, and you're one of the quickest on track. Just keep on going, and hopefully it gives them confidence to strive on, because you never know what's going to happen. They've already made up 6 places since you've come on stream, Sam. So, you know, anything can happen in this event, and it normally does.
It's getting quite interesting now between 2nd and 3rd position, because low GT3 team are, to not mince my words, going quite slowly right now. Stevens really is not confident. He's just done a 29 followed by a 27. You can see, I mean, to me that looks like he's struggling to see where he's going, honestly, because he missed the apex by a long way. That seemed to break early enough, but I think maybe not doing enough laps in the night. I mean, I'd be in the same boat. I'm not criticising him at all. It's remarkable to me how quick other drivers can be when it comes to the darkness. But he really does seem to be struggling with Stevens. So he's in the 27, 29s, and that means that Abutis is catching up by 6 or 7 seconds per lap. You can see it's gone from 35 seconds to 16 seconds in just a handful of laps. And so probably 3 laps by the end of the next lap even, we could see a move for 2nd position, and that would be a legitimate move as well for 2nd position, because these, well, the top 3 are, in fact, the top maybe 6 cars are all on the same strategy pretty much. So there's really not much of a difference between any of them, and so that would be a legit 2nd place.
Yeah, second, third, and fourth, isn't it? Or I think on the same lap. Fifth, I think it's a lap down, being 2 minutes. Or no mission motorsports might be getting lapped. Bit of a strange one because that's the one that the guys were fighting not no more than 5 laps before. So yeah, if we look at the lap time, certainly the first place guy and the second place guy, like you're saying, Sam, is they've fallen off a cliff. And I think you might be right in the fact that, you know, they may have put non-experienced guys in the race, and certainly if it's their first stint, in the worst possible time, which is a pitch black, and then losing time. I mean, obviously the first place guys have got plenty of time to play with, but the second place guys must be sweating now with the amount that the car 91 is catching up with them. And 2 or 3 lap time, we could be seeing the boys to be going from third to second. So got to be giving them confidence. You see Travis there going through Blotchamon, getting all sorts of sideways. So if he's not careful, and this is what sort of creeps in, Sam, I think, is once you start doubting yourself, you start losing time, you start making silly mistakes that you wouldn't normally, and the confidence goes. You know, as much as people say that this is just a simulator, you know, it gets real life. When you're in the cockpit, you've got the pressure of trying to keep this team and yourself in second or the current position, trying to keep the car behind you at bay, noticing that that car behind you is actually 3-4 seconds a lap quicker than you start trying to push it, and that's where you make mistakes, and that could be critical in this race for second place. I mean, he lifted there, as we saw, going up Eau Rouge, coming down the Kemmel Straight, so he's going to be losing so much time coming down here.
Yeah, I really think it's to do with the darkness, because heading into Eau Rouge, he kind of made a quick sharp turn. You can kind of see it there as well. It's not really turning in where you'd expect. It's like, you know, brake for the corner, wait for the headlights to glint up the curves, and then turn in. You know, found the corner, now go for it. I mean, maybe I'm making something up here. I'm sure if I say it confidently enough, it'll sound like I know what I'm talking about. But that's what I'm thinking, at least for Stevens. And you know, it's frustrating because all that practice you do, it kind of becomes a little bit irrelevant. And of course, once you get tense as well, and it's certainly something that I've kind of had, probably the biggest thing I've learned from endurance racing over time. So when you're practicing is almost probably more important than the race, because that prepares you for the race. You've got to practice in a way where you think that's how you're going to drive come the race. There's no point in bolting it round, crashing every 4 laps, because once you come to the race, you're going to drive it totally different. And so all your racing lines, all your braking points, your mindset when it comes to driving is can be thrown out of the window. You may as well not done any practice whatsoever. I think it's kind of the same with the dark as well, because he's done all this laps in the light, but not in the dark.
Yeah, I mean, you can sort of see, so obviously the first stream that our rather excellent broadcaster showed us, Samu, was the second place driver, and you could clearly see, as you were saying, he's not confident driving around at night, because when he's going around corners, exactly like you said, because in normal daylight driving, you're looking around the corner and you can see. But while you're in the night and these headlights are not adaptive, the headlights don't light up the corner until you're actually on it. And we see the contrast here with the car 91 is that he's not waiting to see that corner. He knows where that corner is, and he's accelerating as if it was a day. So you can see the difference between what the LOE car driver is doing, where his experience and what he's done practice on night. And we can see here the One Boy Story car 91, to show the difference and how much practice these guys have put in at night, because they're driving like it is a day. And if we look at the lap times are not far off the days.
There's going to be a car stopped just ahead. Oh, sorry, no, maybe there's a car coming out of the pit. So I saw someone closing in very quickly. Just ahead there. I was very concerned that we were going to see a car stopped at the top of Radion. But we're all right. But no, you're absolutely right. Yes, one of the judges done practice in the night of them maybe hasn't. But then Stevens is figuring it out, I think, because his lap times have gone from 29s and 27s, gone from 29 to a 27 to a 26 to a 23 that last time round. So actually, the gap is still at 12 seconds. I thought, honestly, they would have been next to one another by now. But credit to Stevens, he's figuring it out, how to drive in these conditions. And is now much improving his lap times, but Abutis is just, you know, banging in these lap times, lap after lap, 21s, 22s, occasionally dipping into the 23s when he comes across traffic, but it's absolutely rock solid. And, you know, he is now only 4 minutes 18 off the lead. And when I joined, that gap was well over 2 laps. And a lap time around here is 2 minute 20. So you think that's going to be 4 minutes, probably 4 minutes 50 when I joined. So that gap has come down by 30 odd seconds over the past, you know, hour or so. And that's not even with any mistakes from DWB, arguably a slower driver, but not too big incidents. So the 92 is into the pits then. I think this is pretty much where we expected them to come in. Now, I don't think they took tyres the last time round, so we'll have to see if they... Well, I guess they will definitely take tyres this time.
Yeah, I think it might be a driver change, because I think that was Organas's second stint on that, so they might be going for a driver change as well. So they'll be changing the tyres. So I don't believe that they did take tyres last time. So I think you're right, Sam. That it'll be a driver change and a tyre changes this lap. But certainly the first two drivers, very fast drivers, where we can see, you know, he's caught up massively. Obviously, goes into 15th place now, so we've got the pit stop strategy battle and the ping pong between Plain Walkers Racing and themselves going on at the moment. But they certainly seem to have the pace, and both the teams are doing exceptionally well at night. You can sort of see in the timings for the last time going down the laps, you know, the amount of drivers that are probably put in about 2-3 seconds more on their nighttime driving compared to the days. And if you look at the 92 and the 91 car, they're pretty much the same, maybe, you know, a couple of tenths off their normal time. So, you know, they're doing an amazing job, and it just shows how much practice they've put in, and, you know, how much they're gelling as a team. So they're really coming to the forefront of mastering the 24 hours. And as Jess said, you know, and I completely agree with her, it won't be long before these guys do start winning the 24-hour endurance races on iRacing.
Yeah. I mean, well, we might only be 17 hours and 12 minutes away from that. They are definitely in with a chance in the car number 91 at the moment. Of course, thanks for tuning in for this one. Hopefully you're enjoying the stream. A little bit of a different one, at least if you're watching on Apex Racing TV. Of course, if you're watching on the One Boy Story YouTube channel, we super appreciate your company. And yeah, hopefully we're giving you some good info about what is happening at the moment with both the 91 and the 92 cars. And of course, if you're watching on Apex Racing TV, then, well, we don't broadcast too many 24-hour races, honestly. We have broadcast endurance races before, but then we have got 20 other broadcasts happening every single week. And
so I'm sorry but it looks like there might be an issue with car 92, because they've been in the pit stop for 2 minutes now. So I wonder if they've got damage on that car.
I imagine well, they'll have optionals, won't they? So I guess they're just taking the optionals, haven't they? 2 minute 5, so that could be a speeding penalty. But nah, it wouldn't. No, my bad, because that's a minute over, isn't it? So
yeah, it's gotta be optionals.
Yeah, it'll be optionals, which is a good thing, I guess, because we knew that they had optionals, but they should be even faster.
They certainly should. So I do apologise for interrupting there. I just thought I'd update the viewers on. They seem to have lost a lot of time in that pit stop, but they probably got, like you said, done the optional repairs. You can still see a bit of damage on the rear left-hand quarter panel of the car, so still a bit of dent action there, but hopefully they'll get back on it.
And Bogdanovicius now in that car, and I do expect you, Andy, to be pronouncing that as well as myself by the end of this. So well done.
Thank you very much.
Bogdanovicius is very satisfying. Most satisfying name of the day. Goes to Andreas, congratulations. But yeah, what I was saying before was Apex Racing TV does broadcast 20 odd other series every single week, ranging from MX5s to to F3 cars and everything in between. Even Radical's cars, we're broadcasting quite a bit as well. Oh, that was very close. So do subscribe to Apex Racing TV, leave a like on the video so you get recommended our videos in the future, and check out our Twitch channel as well. Oh, no, 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 no. Well, we've had a couple of tight corners there. First, Lafania, and then Stavelot. And I think there may have been contact there, Andy, with one of the other cars. In fact, was it the two One Boys Racing cars which came together? Or am I...
It was 51, wasn't it? It was car number 51. Who are they? Just trying to find them. Oh. Where are they?
Oh, dear. That is very bad news. So that is the, was that the 92 car getting caught up in that one, or did they manage to make it through?
I think they did. I think. Oh no,
No,
92.
they did not.
Oh,
That's
they
a
didn't.
lot of damage, and
Oh,
this
no.
might be, well, I'm not sure if it'll be curtains, it'll be up to the drivers to decide, but I know for a lot of teams that would be game over, and it was a very tricky lap throughout, honestly, and then that one was a huge impact into the wall, and very fortunately the 91 didn't get caught out using the heads-up driving, and Bogdan and Beaches with the engine blowing there. That's going to be at least 30 minutes of repairs just for the engine, and I think it'll probably be probably 50 minutes overall.
Oh
I mean,
no,
look at
that's
the steering wheel.
terrible. Oh no. Be interested to watch that back if we can get sort of like the onboard on that. That'd be good. So just have a look, see what actually happened. You see the angles kind of changed. So here he comes, coming down Blanchimont. Oh, did the other car move into it? Not the other car, Sam. Can we get board on the other one, just to see from his point of view?
Good there from Bogdan and Beaches there not to bury the throttle. Could have easily got back underway, but of course he had no steering, so it was always going to go across the circuit. That was so close to both cars being out of the race then.
Yeah. That's so unfortunate. Car 92 was doing an exceptional job. And that's how quickly iRacing can bite you with these races. It just changes at the wrong camera time, that one, doesn't it?
Maybe the TV3, I think,
Or
might
the
be the
rear.
best one to watch. That one should be a constant shot, but yeah, maybe the chopper as well. And yeah, it's honestly from that one, it looked like, to use an old phrase, 6 of one, half a dozen of the other, because you can see there's a gap there, but of course you can run off the circuit before that. You've got to get back on the circuit, so I'm not sure if Andre actually moved across, but then, you know, the gap was there. Andre was leaving the space to be overtaken, so I really would just put that down to racing. It's something that happens in endurance racing.
Yeah. It's hard for the guys now to take in as we got told before. You know, the guys will be consoling him, just saying, you know, it happens. You know, you just need to just get back in the car and get back on it when the car gets repaired. You know, not all is lost. It may be lost in this race, but you know what you can do is you can still learn a hell of a lot of time. There's a long way to go in the race, and in adversity you always get the best out of people. So you know, keep it going, guys, and don't give up, which I'm pretty sure they will.
Yeah, I think I mean, I honestly wouldn't blame them if they did. I mean, it wouldn't be, you know, I'd say retry Sunday racing. The others managed to get past where they did. I would totally understand if they passed it, and I certainly would. Because I think back to Daytona, and it's just annoying because, of course, you know, if they were in the pits for 2 hours, say, that would be fine. If the car was actually repaired, if you got a brand new car after 2 hours, you know, I'm sure everyone would take that rather than 15 minutes and it be half repaired, where maybe the engine is just about functioning and you've got 20 degrees of steering on. It's really not a lot of fun. So if they do quit, it's not dying in the towel. It's not, you know, giving in easy. It's just the way that the iRacing sim works. It would just be down to the way that the car is driving more than their competitors. To get what I mean. So would not blame them. We'll have to wait and see. Honestly, I mean, you might be gone by that time, Andy. Honestly, and it might be me and it might be Alex next after that one. By the time they get even the choice even the option to get back on circuit.
Yeah, well, it'd be good if we could get one of the team in. Obviously, I know at the moment they're probably all a little bit down, but it'd be interesting to find out your sort of repair time, look at the strategies, and what they're planning. So if any of the team's free and would like to come on the stream, because they were flying, you know, they got from 26th up to 14th, and an unfortunate incident like that. And it brings me on to my next question to you, Sam, that I asked Jess. So one of the things that really annoys me, and I know what Jess said to me on this, but it'd be interesting to see what you think, is that, you know, exactly that incident where it was a racing incident, it was unfortunate, but now that 92 car is pretty much in the pits for a long period. My request and what I would like to sort of see is to have one fast repair like we do in our Apex Racing League. So you get that one mistake and you get that one lifeline to continue, because there's nothing worse than doing a 24-hour race, getting this far in, doing really well, and through an error and not yourself, you get taken out of the race and almost like finishes your race. So I don't know what your thoughts are. Let's see what you say and see if it compares to what Jess said.
Yeah, I think it's a tricky one. I think for the top splits, when it comes to the pro drivers, they shouldn't have a faster pair. Those guys are the best of the best, and I wouldn't want to see a driver of that caliber make a mistake with 2 hours to go and still win the race. You know, I wouldn't want to see that on, you know, maybe the big publicized iRacing thing. iRacing stream, because yeah, I think that would be totally fair. I think those judges should be good enough to not make mistakes. However, for the lower splits, I absolutely think you should have at least one faster pair. You're losing already quite a lot of the. I know rFactor, when they did the 24 hours of them on the virtual 24 hours, you can't tow back to the pits in rFactor. And that's a really dumb thing, because he had like people losing connection and then have their race ended. And I think it's like a spectrum, maybe that's further down the spectrum, but it is quite dumb that you can have an instant 5-minute into the race and then not be able to have a clean car for the rest of the events and have it so compromised. So yeah, I'd say at least one faster pair, maybe two faster pairs for maybe these bottom splits. When it comes to the special events, and that would, you know, mean more drives out on circuit. Personally, I'm competitive about some things. When it comes to iRacing, I'm quite uncompetitive. I just like to see some good opposition, and so even when you're leading and you've only got 1 or 2 competitors on your lap and everyone else is damaged, you want to have that competition. At least I want to have that competition. I'd happily give a faster pair to the other drivers in that scenario. So yeah, I think it almost needs to be a structured thing where for the pro drivers, don't give them a faster pair. For everyone else, give them between 1 and 3 faster pairs.
And that was very eloquently put there, Sam.
You can tell I haven't thought about that at all.
No, you haven't,
ever
have
in
you?
the past.
I think it does. I mean, I think you're perfectly right. Certainly, you know, the lower splits. You know, the guys in the lower splits, the I rating isn't as high. I completely agree with you that the pros should definitely not have it, because they should be experienced enough to do it. These lower I rating guys, I mean, like you were saying, there was a guy in here, I think you said he was 900 I rating.
I mean, we've got a 600 iRacing driver right now before we found the next one.
You know, so it's 600 I rating, and, you know, it's going to make mistakes, you know, and it's like you said, if you don't give them that option, and you see at the start of the race, when people get crashed, the amount of cars, as soon as they crash, it's like, yeah, disconnect, the finish is out. And like you said, you know, we were up to 53 cars that started this race. I don't know how many we're running at the moment. Is it?
Well,
yeah,
about 53 signed up, 48 started.
And we're down to 37, is it, I think?
Yeah, and I mean, and this is by far the best special event in that regard, because everyone's in the same class. Well, it's very different when you have Nürburgring 24 hours, when you've got, is it 4 classes? I think it's 3 classes to be fair now, but you can have say 17 cars in your class, when you lose 8 of them, it really does become empty. You don't have much opposition.
No, and it would promote better. I mean,
Might have to change
Jess's Jess's answer was, well, if we did that, then people would obviously be a lot more thinking, well, I've got a fast repair, so I can do a lot more dives. But that's the choice that they make, and they lose their fast repair then. And in 24 hours, if you've lost it on the first couple of laps because you were trying to get out front, then you haven't got any safety net going into the race. But I mean, that was a perfect incident for me where a fast repair would have been the right thing to do, because it was a racing incident, no real fault between the two drivers. One should maybe have moved over, but it's Blanchemont's a fast left-hander anyway, so that the car on the inside maybe couldn't have get over because he had his foot to the floor. But yet, it's now ruined both of their races over racing incident. And being such a low I rating, it just makes sense to me, and it makes the racing, like you said, a lot more competitive. So where we've got a grid of 37, we could have a grid of 48 still, where everybody's still involved and a lot more action on track. So iRacing, if you're listening in, there you go. There's our advice from the great Sam Fitzpatrick and my little minnow, Andy Thompson.
we all thoughts, don't we? We are race organisers, you know. We know how to organise a race or two, so no, listen to us. Sam Kume, our terrific broadcaster, just giving us the idea maybe have a pro and an AM race. So the pro race has a minimum I rating or something. Maybe you don't need a minimum I rating to be fair for the pro, but that's only got 1 fast repair, and then you can enter the AM race, which has 1 or 2 fast repairs, and that's got a maximum I rating. I think that would be a very good solution. Just host 2 events, 2 different series. I race into it all the time, like the IndyCar series, where you've got like 5 of them constantly going on. Yeah, I think that would be a good solution. Wow. I saw that one live, but Sam Kumo spotted it either way. I imagine I was just being blind at the time, honestly. That was insanely close, and a bit tricky to tell what's going on from that angle, because you can see how kind of dark it is. Those Porsche backlights really aren't very illuminating. But that was... I saw that probably 2 or 3 times earlier on. And I don't know how you haven't had a huge crash down the Camel Straight, because it's deceivingly narrow, and cars are very willing to go 3 wide down there. So that was very close to another big crash there.
Yeah, definitely. As we can see now, the car 91 is right on the back of car 99, less than a second in it, so we're getting the slipstream. So I would expect to see the run done down the come down the straight, but a little bit of a lift there, but straight on. And unfortunately, that rear marker is massively out. Just hopefully he sees him. Yeah, he sees him, takes him down the right hand side. That rear marker really fit. Oh, was that a slight contact there coming down?
Yeah, well, this is the replay of that previous contact. But this one's going to be a carbon copy here, honestly, because well, we're in the same part of the circuit, 1 lap later, but yeah, once again, super close. That was a good angle to kind of see it from, slight opposite lock. Actually, not too much damage, remarkable lack of damage, honestly, on that 91 car. And this is the 2nd position, remember everyone. The gap to the leaders 4 minutes. It's gone down by about 1 minute in the past hour and 25 minutes, basically, since I turned up. So real a change of momentum. It is all One Boys Story racing team right now, with the stunning pace from Saulius Abruptus right now, and this is only a matter of time.
0.4 of a second, so he's right on his tail. So just need to keep it clean. A bit wide on that exit coming out there, but just needs to tuck in behind him and just pick the right opportunity here, Sam. Don't get too ambitious. He knows he's faster than him because he's caught up with him, and just don't try and over push the car, and use the slipstream effect that you can have to make advantage, because it's probably the best place to overtake on this track is down the Camel Straight, because car off in front of them luckily didn't impact on them coming through the curves down into what they call campus curves, aren't they? Yes, down into the campus curves. So yeah, looking down into the Camel Straight is probably the best place, because the second half of the track in sector 2 you haven't got really the long straight that you have. So you just need to tuck up behind him, get right behind him for the start of La Source, and then make his move going down into Radione Rouge, going down the Camel Straight and trying to get him on Lacoon. I think that's the best strategy you can go for.
I'm about to give a huge commentator's curse here, but the 91 car really does seem to be locked in. It seems to be glued to the ground. I think the setups they've got on those Porsches are really good, really stable. I mean, it's pointing in the right direction as well, but you need stability more than anything else. Pace can really take a second viewing, not a second viewing, a back seat, there you go, random words, and stability is the name of the game, to use another cliche. And so we'll see if he can do it this time. Really strong over Rouge and Radion, and this is going to be a great opportunity at overtaking. Flashing the light slightly. Now we know that really the strength of both cars is on the brakes, and so they could go for a lift though, and realising that, you know, whilst Travis is certainly slower, he's not so slow that you could go for a move from that distance back. So Travis is, I think, just gaining confidence as the stint goes on. I mean, he's in the 25s now. Basically, he just did a 30, by the way. The gap continued to come down to the race leader, as a little bit of an alternative line there from the low GT3 team. And really the nice one, being very cautious at the moment, is a Brutus, and I love to see that. We've got so much longer to go, Antti, and so nice to see Saulius really playing the percentages here.
Yeah, definitely. You know, it's like I say, it's a marathon, not a sprint. He's got time. He's doing perfectly the right thing. You know, not only is he lifting and coasting, so he's saving fuel. He's got that lapped car in front of him, so that could be playing on his mind due to the fact that that car will be a lot slower than what the low free GT3 car is, and obviously themselves. So they've just got to be aware of that, and I think he's doing an excellent job here of just watching what the car in front of him's doing and then picking his way.
Oh, no, 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 no,
No,
no.
no, no,
Oh
no,
my goodness me.
no, no,
That
no, no,
is
no,
going to
no.
be into the wall.
Oh.
But that could have been so much worse for a moment there. Big shame for Saulius. Maybe it was a commentator's curse, but there was a fairly big delay, honestly. And we wait to see how much damage that was, because that did go in corner first. Fortunately, not at high speed, unfortunately into a tyre barrier. Now, I don't think that damage is too bad there, Andy, but that's really not what you need, because that's just more damage that they've picked up.
Yeah, definitely. Luckily, they didn't go in head on or corner on. It was literally a side impact. So let's hope that they didn't cause too much damage. But that was so unfortunate, considering they were right on the tail of second place, and they're currently back to 12 seconds behind. So, but luckily the car looks like it's still working okay. You can see the rear wing there is a bit bent out of shape. But we see where he's gonna. He literally just comes out a little bit too wide on that corner, I think. Clips on the outside, goes onto the gravel, and then just spins the car around. Unfortunate, but lucky. I mean, you see here, he was almost going straight onto him, and but like you said, Sammy, hit the tyre barriers, and even in iRacing, it's if you hit the tyre barrier, it's a lot more forgiving than if you hit the Armco. So let's hope that the car's still driving okay. He will have damage on there, and ultimately he will be losing some speed on there, but it'd be interesting to see down the Kemmel Straight when he gets on there next lap, if we can, just to see if he's hitting the same sort of speeds as we would expect him to be hitting coming down the Kemmel Straight, or he's got some engine or gearbox damage that's hindering his speed. So we'll have a look at the next lap, and we'll see his next lap time to see what sort of times that he's putting in. But the low GT3 team's putting in 224, so it's getting really held up by that back marker that was in front of him. But as long as the car's not too damaged, we did see Brutus running very fast, so it's all not lost. They didn't ride the car off, which is a thankful thing, and hopefully he'll be able to just claw it back again, get back onto the back of it, and get the job done this time.
And it was a good save as well initially. He was unlucky that I thought he was going to be able to avoid it, honestly. I thought he might be able to just get enough steering lock on to kind of create another spin. But unfortunately, he wasn't able. He kind of had the initial spin, saved it, and I thought he might be able to catch the catch that he kind of created for himself, but instead the car kind of gripped up on the tarmac, and left him no option. And yeah, we do wait to see what his straight line speed is like. We're going up to 240 now. It's difficult to tell because, you know, you got different elevation changes. You already had some damage on that car, but just for an idea, the top speed so far in the race is 253 for the car. So if it is damaged, I mean, that's really not that much of a difference. And I'm sure that 253 would have been done in the slipstream. So it's not significant. So it shouldn't be too bad. And I think when I saw that one, at least, as you were saying, Andy, it was a side impact. It was kind of two side impacts. You kind of had one corner and then the other corner, but it wasn't on the front of the car. And if it's on the front or the rear, that's how you're going to get aero damage. If it's on the corners, it's going to be steering damage. And we could see straight away that there wasn't steering damage. So I think Saulius kind of escaped the worst of that. That couldn't have gone much better for him.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we can see there his lap time 2:22, so he hasn't lost too much time. The damage isn't too severe that slow down coming off at the top of Radion. Unfortunately, took that corner a little bit too tight, which would have lose him a lot of time coming down here. Because, you know, if you think about it, I would say it's probably one of the longest straights, because I wouldn't call Radion and Rouge a corner in the fact that you can go through it flat out. So if you think from La Source all the way down to the Combes, in essence, that is one long straight. So if you get a slowdown halfway down there, that's going to severely impact your time. So there's my tip of the day. Radion and Rouge, obviously, you go, oh, big off there from the car 27. Unfortunately, he's in a real terrible position.
No. Don't do that. Didn't listen to me.
I suppose that's the problem of the bottom splits, isn't it? Should have shouted a bit louder, Sam. You might have heard you then. But you know, it's that's one of the things with this track, isn't it? Is some of the corners where you spin around, such as like La Source or La Combes. If you come off of the wrong part on that, and you've got a big train of cars behind you, you can't go anywhere until the train's gone past you. So you can lose a mountain of time for just the simplest of spins. So at the moment, I mean, One Boy Racing car 91 is still 2 seconds a lap faster than car 99 low GT3 team. So, you know, all's not been lost. And I think, as you said, Sam, Brutus has had a very lucky escape on that. But, you know, I think probably one of the things going in his advantage was that corner is quite a slow corner coming out, and he caught it quite quickly. So he would have been scrubbing off speed, and because he spun one way then the other, that would have slowed him down a lot more, rather than if he had hit the corner right and then spun.
I feel like another quiz question is coming up, as they do move up into second position, albeit it's not a legit second position all the time. So this one's going to be a bit, I guess picking the year was going to always be tricky. Maybe I should have said decades, because even this first year is ambiguous, so I learned for next time. However, this has a bit more of a definite answer. I'm sure you are aware the fact that Spa used to be much longer of a circuit, but it wasn't just in one location. We call it Spa and then something else. I'm not going to say the other word quite yet, because that's part of the answer. But I question you, Andy. Can you name the 3 villages or 3 towns in which the Spa circuit used to visit? It used to go in a triangle direction from one village to another on the roads. And can you name those 3? I will give you a clue. They are all corner names around this circuit, so you are welcome to have a look at the corner names in order to make your decision.
Oh.
Well, one of them's not a corner name, to be fair. One of them is something else, which I have been hesitating to say over the last since I was saying that question. So you may be able to guess it straight away, but yeah.
Camel, I'll say Camel, Brussels, and Stavelot.
Akey take. So
I am terrible. I know I am.
you have got 1 out of 3,
Oh.
which after the first 2 you said I thought you weren't going to get. Francorchamps, I was very hesitant to say. I would have usually said Spa-Francorchamps when I was talking about that question. But Francorchamps is one of the villages, along with along with Stavelot, as you say, and also Malmedy as well. So Malmedy is another one of
Corner
the.
off Lacoombs, isn't it?
Yep, yep. It's kind of in that direction, I think. So you got, I think Francorchamps is kind of the main one around this area of the circuit, as Abutis is into the pits, and then yeah, you can imagine kind of spearing off from Radeon, heading over to Malmedy, and then heading over to Stavelot. In the other direction, it all kind of makes sense why they named the corners those names. But no, interesting one, that one. I'm running out of quiz questions, but I'll think of some new ones.
I'll
To
try and
test
think
your
of some
next
for
one.
our tomorrow morning as well, mate. I'll try and get some. Because
Oh,
obviously I'm
thank you.
doing very terrible at this.
Well, what time are we together tomorrow morning?
I think it's from 10 o'clock till the end of the race.
Oh gosh, okay. Well, yep. And then we've got Masters on in the on Monday as well, haven't we? Season finale.
Honestly, guys, if you have not seen the Mazda MX-5s, you'd think pretty much a boring car to watch around it. But we've got the final of the MX-5s coming on Monday night, and I tell you what, every single round has been amazing. So close racing, all fixed setups, so there's no real advantage from setups, and there's 5 points in the Pro Championship, so I can't wait. I'm so excited about it. Disappointed that it's finishing, but really excited about it as well.
Yeah, yeah. Charlotte Roval, a circuit that I'm not sure if I like or dislike, honestly, because it's I just call it weird. It's such a weird circuit, a oval course with elevation. The whole circuit is compacted into like one, like 2 meter by 2 meter strip of land. Yeah, bizarre one, but should be a good season for now because we've got a couple of championships up for grabs, and that's the leader, and they haven't got round the corner. Oh, well, I was waiting for someone to do that. Usually we see someone do a flip there, because if you get your left tyre onto that barrier, it's very easy to do a flip and cause a blockage in the pit lane. I've been in races where other people have done that before. So that's cost Livermore a little bit more time. But he is now into the pits himself, and also very close between Low GT3 team and No Emissions Motorsports. No Emission Motorsports still with a pit stop to make in 2 or 3 laps.
But looking at their lap time there, Sam, on car 91 was 1 minute 12. So they took a little bit of damage off, but not as much as I thought they might have done. So obviously the car must be driving pretty good. So Brutus didn't feel that he needed to make all the necessary optional repairs, and decided just to take the fuel. Not sure if he took the tyres.
Yeah.
I couldn't quite see. He must have at
Would
that
have
time.
taken tyres. Yeah, so usually it's 50 seconds full of fuel.
Yeah.
I think you were saying 47 earlier on.
Yeah,
I think
something
you
like
may
that,
have
wasn't it?
said.
0.1.
And then, yeah, 26 for the tyres. And of course, you do get some of the repairs done whilst you're taking tyres. But it's only on half speed, I believe. And considering that, I reckon that car's probably got a few minutes of repairs. Honestly, I doubt it would have made too much of a dent into that time.
Yeah, for
But yeah, really not too many repairs being taken. Still don't know why Stromberg's one was so long, but I guess he was taking repairs. But yeah, No Emissions are going to be pitting in a couple of laps. So if you're just tuning in, yeah, the One Boys Story Racing Team 91 is currently effectively in 3rd position. But the 92, unfortunately, had an off. You can go back. I made a note of it when it happened, actually, the timestamp. It was 43. It was half an hour ago. If you go back half an hour, you should be able to find that one, I reckon, involving the 92 car, and it pretty much wrecked their race. A lot of engine damage, and we're still waiting to see if they're going to be able to exit out of the pits, because that damage is going to be sticking to them for the rest of the event. Yeah, that's kind of the situation at the moment. The 91 with a great shot at the race win, whilst the 92 is stuck in the pits. And actually, this is a very long pit stop, isn't it, Andy? This is the DWB racing car, stationary for over a minute extra. And you can see the damage that they've got choosing to take some of that damage?
It's probably a wise decision with the current lead that they have got, and like you were saying, since you joined the broadcast, it's literally a minute that they've lost in time. It probably makes sense to try and repair the car fully to obviously mitigate any of the issues that they might have been having during that stint. But certainly now, I mean, if we look here, 2 minutes 38, this is going to bring low GT3, no emissions motorsports, and obviously our car 91 back into the fray. So we got everything to play for on this in this race at the moment. So really good. Unfortunate for them, but really good for the race. Hopefully we've got the top 4 fighting it out for the positions.
That's what we want to see. We are biased, but I want to see a good race. I don't know about you, Andy. I mean, this is slightly off topic, but often when I'm watching maybe streams, I get weird allegiances to drivers. You know, even if it's like any sporting event, really. Just need to make it through here. I think car was going a bit slow. Even if it's like a sport that I really don't care about and I don't know anything about, I kind of form weird allegiances. Maybe that's, you know, maybe their nationality or the shape of their ears, I don't know. But I seem to kind of side with one of them instead of more still stationary. I feel like once you get into the commentary box, you lose any allegiances whatsoever. You just want a good race. I don't think I've ever favoured a driver for more than one race, honestly, because once one driver wins, you kind of want someone else to take the mantle. And I feel like this is kind of the same thing here. I do want to see a competitive race, even though we want one boys to win. I would like to see a competitive race more than anything.
Yeah, definitely. I think that probably as commentators, we want to be able to see the tight battles. We want to be able to commentate on, you know, close battle racing. If, like you were saying, you know, you have one car that just shoots out in front and miles ahead of the rest of the field, it also it sort of, I don't know, it sort of puts a dampener on the series. But when you've got like sort of the closeness racing, change of lead, yes, DB Racing, 4 minutes 37 going up, and it's no looking like they're coming out. So they must have some serious damage on that car, and it might have been when they went into that pits and hit the wall, because I think they hit the front left-hand side of the car, which could have caused suspension damage. So as we can see here now, DWB Racing, that was literally 2 laps ahead not long ago, and now currently in 4th place, stuck in the pits, currently on 5 minutes on repair time. So I think they've got something more serious, and it might have been when they came into the pits, Sam.
And this is getting exciting now, because the 91 is effectively 12.5 seconds off the lead. Low emissions still got to pit. They got to pit, I think they went 5 laps longer in the last stint. And we've done 3 extra laps, so maybe 2 laps until no emissions come into the pits. That they're on an alternative strategy, but one boy's story are ahead. You know, they're going to have to make one less pit stop by the end of the race, or just take a lot less fuel. So think of them in 2nd place right now. I mean, if without the mistake that they had a little while back through Stabilo, they would maybe be leading right now. But that doesn't really matter. It only lost them a bit of time, only caused them a bit of damage. And so this is remarkable, and this is how quick it can change. I think you said earlier on, Andy, how quick it can change when it comes to an incident. And DWB still stationary. A shame as well, because they have been superb in this race, really dominated for the first probably 5 hours or so of the race. A couple of real strong drivers in that team, built up a lead, but unfortunately it's gone very poorly for them in the last couple of hours. As booters always get a bit nervous whenever we see someone look at a move into Blanchimont. Fortunately, he chose better of it.
Yeah, obviously that was last one. Be interesting to see if we can get a replay of that DW incident going into the pits, because they're currently on 6 minutes 42 in the pits, and you know, suspension damage is around about 15 minutes, isn't it, on that? So if they've got 15 minutes worth of damage, that's going to put them down into 6th, 7th place. So that's a massive fall from grace, and that's the ironic thing of, like you say, 24-hour racing, is that 1 minute you're flying high, the next minute you're on a massive low. It's And that's what I love about this 24-hour racing, is that it's never over till it's over. So here we go. Let's have a look. Yeah, he hits his front left. Be interesting to see if we can see his steering wheel. So I think he's got suspension damage on that car, because he hit it quite well, and yeah, look at that. Yeah, that's exactly it. They've got suspension damage from hitting the wall on the pit entry, which has absolutely just ruined their race. So they're going to be in the pits for at least 15 minutes getting that repaired. How unfortunate is that, Sam?
Well, we kind of cut to it when it was live, didn't we? And I really didn't think it was that significant when I first saw it, but you're absolutely right. That has made a big difference. And yeah, it's the steering off. So, man, that's an annoying one. And you never underestimate that pit entry, honestly. The special events have their fair share of tricky pit routes, don't they? You have Daytona with the pit exit, which fortunately now is a bit easier because you got the pit limiter on constantly. But certainly it used to be lethal, and it's still quite tricky. It's still not flat out on the pit limiter. And then you got Road Atlanta with the pit entry, where it gets very narrow and you have to carry a lot of speed in. And this place is a worthy rival to either of those two, because it is very tricky to not make a mistake through there, as the gap now in the lead is down to 3.7 seconds, and this is getting very exciting right now, because this could be a change for the lead very soon. Noah Mission's decided to stay out for another lap. I think they'll be in on this time, and they've got excellent pace at the moment, to be fair, from Stromberg, but they are going to have to pit soon. And one boys 91 catching by 2 seconds on that last lap. 2 more laps like that, and they are going to be close enough to take the effective race lead.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, hopefully the guys, if they're watching the stream, you know, and they've heard what we've been saying and what's happened to DWB Racing, who obviously are still in the pits, 9 minutes 30, so I reckon it'll be about 15 minutes plus before they come out. You know, the guys are now fighting for first place. You know, it was about 12 seconds a couple of laps ago. At the moment, lapping 2 seconds a lap faster than second place at the moment. Timing's down to 9.9 seconds. It's like you say, Sam, game on at the moment. So, you know, just need to be calm about it this time. You know, make sure you pick the lines. Certainly with these back markers, they don't care where you are, and they'll just, as we see here, the car going straight in front of the car 91, and that's all what he needs to be aware of, is make sure that expect the unexpected from these back markers, keep it clean, and just try and pick them off, because, you know, certainly if the guys in the 91 car are having the issues, you're going to say that the low GT3s are going to be in the same issues as well. So, you know, keep it going, boys. Doing really well, and, you know, keep it the same speed as you're going, and you know, you're definitely in with a strong shout for the race win.
Yeah. This is remarkably good right now with this team, with many inexperienced drivers in their ranks. Solis Brutus is one of them. Honestly, Brutus with 8 months of experience, real life driving experience, none. Absolutely little. Yeah, he's really quite inexperienced. Is Solis, but you would not guess it though. 5 years of age. Favorite driver Yuki Tsunoda, which is an interesting one. He's I don't know what to think about Yuki. I'll reserve my judgment till the end of the season. I liked him initially. I'll come to become a little bit skeptical of him as the season goes on. And interestingly, actually, I know how interested it is, but Solis was actually probably one of the least, maybe least ambitious drivers when it came to the aims for the race. Everyone else is saying, let's win the race. He went for a top 3, which I think is a worthy goal, and currently a goal that he is succeeding in. Well, I guess a race win is part of the top 3. I guess finishing the race is also a race win, honestly. But anyway, he's doing that well at the moment. He probably appreciates the difficulties of these 24-hour races, well prepared for it. And yeah, that gap continues to come down. And interestingly, Stromberg's still going out. So low emissions motorsports, not just low emissions, but low fuel usage.
Yeah, I think they've lost a couple of seconds on low GT3, but it's obviously these back markers in front of Brutus that he needs to navigate round as quickly as he can to get back on the pace, because he's about 2 seconds slower a lap on the last time. So these back markers are sort of hindering his chances. But you know, we know from clear track to clear track that Brutus is about 2 seconds a lap faster than the low GT3 driver. So he just needs to get past these drivers, get back onto his racing line, and start getting into these timings. But like you say, 10 seconds in 7 hours and 34 seconds of racing is nothing. He just needs to make sure he doesn't start getting a little bit angry because he's getting held up by these cars, and get him off. But I do like his life motto though as well. It's live life so you can tell stories later. Well, he's certainly going to be able to tell a story of how he was right behind P2, spun it off, and then possibly got the team into P1. So that's certainly a story you can tell for the future.
I'll put you on the spot here, Andy, because I can't wait to know what the answer is as Stromberg does finally come into the pits. Do you have a life motto, personally? Or any favourite quotes?
I think my motto is, you know, live life to the most, because you never know what's going to happen. You know, I think obviously, without telling this into Dear Deirdre's story, you know, I've had probably a lot of hardships that a lot of people wouldn't want to have. But, you know, what it's done for me is realise that, you know, life throws you curveballs, but it's how you deal with them curveballs that makes you the person that you are. And I never really understood that. I thought, yeah, okay, that's just a wishy-washy saying, do you know what I mean? But having gone through what I've gone through, come out the other end, I certainly feel like a stronger person for what I've done and what I've been able to achieve. So I think that's probably my motto.
That's
quite
an
deep.
excellent motto. No, it's good. This podcast has got everything on it. Great commentary, great quizzing, great jokes. I mean, that's all from me. But you've also contributed to the stream as well, so
Thanks, Sam.
much appreciated. Sorry. I'm not actually a horrible person.
No, you're very nice, Sam.
So second place now for a boot test. Interestingly, Metcalf, I think you mentioned them earlier on when you were saying, you know, we could have a four-way battle for the lead earlier on, with Metcalf catching up in the Asylum racing car. 1 second faster on that last lap in the 23s compared to the two race leaders 24s. Far cry from the 20s that we're seeing from most of the front runners in the early stage, 20s, 21s, but a lot of damaged cars. I think the darkness, whilst the tracks got theoretically faster, more grippy, not necessarily easier for the drivers to set fast lap times. Also, of course, in the early stages, didn't even have any traffic because the cars were all kind of in the same half of the circuit. So the pace certainly dropping off, but the consistency still there for most of the drivers. I think the driving quality just as high as it was in the early stages.
Yeah, so luckily now Brutus seems to have got past them back markers, which has really sort of hindered his run onto thingy. It hasn't gone too bad. It's still only 10 seconds, so he's probably only lost a second trying to navigate around the back markers. The Elysium Racing obviously were catching up now, but it looks like that's sort of being extended. So Brutus can now start getting back on his zero. So the last lap was a 2:22, so he's obviously improved the time by about 2 seconds, and obviously he's 2 seconds over low GT3, so down to 8.2 seconds now. So back on the charge again, and as long as back markers don't really impede him, I think it's going to be about 4 laps before we see the car 91 on the back of the car 99 fighting for the first place of this race after 7 hours 38 minutes and 26 seconds of racing of the Spa 24 hours. So an amazing achievement, guys. You know, And I'm looking at their lap times going from the start, and they're very consistent. All the drivers are all within the 121s, 122s. You know, obviously taking out the fact of the rear markers. Really interesting to find that, you know, you normally have one driver that's a lot better than the others, and you certainly don't find it normally that all the drivers are pretty much matching each other's paces. Just shows how much team cohesion they've got within their team, and how much practice they've put in. So, you know, it's really good to see. And, you know, obviously the team coach instilling his wisdom onto them, and I think it's really paying dividends for them. And yeah, they've come a long way in a very short time.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, they are all very evenly matched, which is a nice feeling when you're in the car. Because yeah, it's quite nice not to. I mean, it's bad, but you may be in the same situation, Andy, where, you know, maybe you got a slower driver, you get saying anything. Oh, all right, 2 hours here, and we'll get it done. Hopefully they don't bin it. But I don't think there's anyone on that on this team who on the 91 or the 92 team who are kind of in that position. As you say, they're all very evenly matched. Before we have a titanic battle for the race win, you may be wondering, what's with all the graphics and stuff on screen? Certainly when I started out on iRacing, I think, how on earth can you do that? I swear there's no options to turn that stuff on. Well, the way that you get these graphics is to use a third-party software called SDK Gaming. As I was replace that with another driver. But yeah, that was the Lemons wallbanger there. And yeah, so to get all these graphics, you can go to sdk-gaming.co.uk. If you download the software, then you can have them up on screen. You can use the software as live timing as well. That's what us commentators and broadcasters do, and it gives us all the information that we could possibly want, and it's constantly being improved as well. It's fantastic as a heads-up display. You can have all these components whilst you're driving in really any format that you like. And of course, for broadcasting, there really is not a software out there which does anywhere near the level of SDK Gaming. Personally, I use the HUD app, which is super easy download. It's nothing to pay extra for the HUD. And by downloading that, you can have all these up on screen whilst maybe you're watching someone else's race, maybe you're out to the car, and you can choose what stuff to watch. The time in particular is super intuitive, and just gives you all the information you could possibly need. It's an absolutely amazing piece of kit. So do check out sdk-gaming.co.uk in order to download it and really see the possibilities of the software. I believe you get a 14-day free trial as well, so it's certainly worth giving a go. I'm a little bit nervous right now. I feel very nervous. I mean, I always feel like they're a few moments away from an incident, because Lemon's wallbanger, I think they may have collided with the 91 car earlier on, or maybe the 92 car earlier on, and hit the wall at Les Coupes. I may be getting the teams wrong there, but they seem very quick to the Lemons car, basically. So if they do go for a move, then that could be dangerous for Sawyers.
Yeah, I think you were right. It was the going into Les Coupes with the 91 car that spun around. So I think you were right there, Sam. But yeah, 4 seconds now is the gap between first and second. And looking at other stories down the line, so DWB Racing are still in the pits, 21 minutes in the pits, so certainly got suspension damage. So probably more like half an hour they're going to be in. And the sister car to the car 91, car 92, unfortunately had an issue with another car going into Blanchimont and managed to spin the car and is currently sat in the pits on 46 minutes. But good on the boys. It seems like they're going to continue the race, and hopefully they'll be back in the race. So at the moment they're still in well, we're saying 26th place at the moment, but I'm not sure if that's all right with 47 minutes in the pits. But, you know, they'll gain good experience out by finishing the race and just seeing where they're at. But, you know, before they had that incident, they were on a real charge from 26th to 14th, and closing in on 13th place. So really unfortunate incident, and obviously that got me and Sam discussing about should iRacing bring in a fast repair for lower iRating splits for special events. It'd be interesting to hear from the viewers if what your views are. If you agree, if you disagree, why do you agree? Why don't you disagree? Do you think it's a good idea? Yeah, it'd be interesting to find out from you guys what you think. So let us know in the chat, in either on YouTube or on the Apex Racing TV site or on the Old Boy site. Just let us know and we can discuss it with you if so wish.
Yeah, definitely. It'd be great to get some opinions in because certainly, I think particularly on that one, you have one perspective, and other people I'm sure have a different perspectives based on their kind of racing experience. So it'd be great to hear from you guys on that one. And I will just say a quick apology to Elysium Racing. I've been calling Elysium Racing, and I'm not sure if you have so far in this race entry, but we've had I've been calling them Asylum Racing, which is where I belong, frankly, after misspelling or misreading a name so clearly. I mean, barely any of the letters are the same. It's got like a Y in it. I guess the L and the Y with a vowel at the start was was you know the mistake that I made. Always straight to Asylum and say it in my sleep sometimes. And so big apologies to that team because it is Elysium Racing. So yeah, apologies for that one. I'll try not to make that for the rest of this stream.
I think I'm terrible with names, but I certainly didn't get that one wrong. So you're out on your own on that one there, Sam. But no, they've come back. They've sort of crept up there again. They're one of them teams that we haven't really discussed a lot about. Obviously, Sam might have been talking about Asylum Racing, but obviously we're looking at Elysium. But they seem to have crept up from sort of nowhere, and now all of a sudden they're in third place. And not far away now from the car 91, so we're going to have a 3-car battle here for the top space in this race. So, stay tuned, guys. This is going to get hair-raising going into thing, and bring the back markers into play, and yeah, we'll see from there. So it's certainly crept up quite well, so good on them. And yeah, 3-car battle for first race after 7 hours and 46 minutes of racing. That amazes me on these races, how close you can still be to someone after this amount of time racing. It's yeah, it's amazing. I love it.
Yeah, I love a bit of maths. I got a C in it, so I don't want to boast or anything, but I am quite smart. And across the race, you think how little that is per lap. The time differences between each driver when you're this far into the race and the gap is that small. You're talking like thousands of a second's difference on average. Question is, will that keep up for the entire 24? Honestly, I think all these teams could still win this race. And good to see Team Brits running so well as they come into the pits, which is great news for the 91 Cup because that's one less lap card to battle with. But yeah, good to see that E-Team Brit doing so well because they had a real tricky start. They were running up with the 92 car up in the top 10 earlier on in the race. Had quite a big instant, had to take a fair amount of repairs, but I think since then they've probably been one of the fastest cars out on circuit. They're 4 seconds off the lead, but looking quite good, as we've now got the top 3 cars separated by 1.9 seconds. The nice one will catch up to the low GT3 team, but I think by the time they catch up, they're going to be overtaken here by Elysium Racing, who make a darting move past the 27th place car, who was going very slowly down the straight. It's very smart there from Abruzis just to give up that position there to Metcalf, both drivers leaving each other plenty of space on circuits, and so Elysium does move up into second place. And well, that might mean that One Boys don't get the opportunity to lead for the next few minutes at least, but I think it's only a matter of time until they lead later on in the event.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it was outstanding lap there from the Elysian race driver, 2 minutes 20, so 2 seconds ahead of the car 91 and 3 seconds ahead of the low GT3. So they are really on a charge at the moment. So I think they're the ones to watch. So as long as Brutus can stick on the back of him with the speeds and still keep it in a slipstream, he'll drag him along, and those two guys will be racing. I think once we get past the low GT3 team, then we'll start stretching the leg, because we are consistently faster. Well, the car 91, I'll say we. Car 91 is consistently faster by about 2 seconds a lap than what the low GT3 team is. So as soon as we get past them, I think it's certainly down to ourselves and Elysium Racing for battling for first place at the moment. But yeah, as we look here, as Elysium's just trying to look down, so he just needs to be careful that these two don't take each other out. Certainly going to Blanchimon, trying to go that quickly, it's certainly a one-car corner, that one, unless you're very brave and willing to get that car spun around, as we saw the car 92 did. So yeah, tight racing here, but I mean, look at that, in the same shot, 1, 2 and 3 in the 24-hour Spa. It's an amazing sight coming down to start another lap.
This is craziness right now. 1.4 seconds now the gap is down to, despite the fact that second and third changed positions on the last tour. So this is yeah, this is probably entertaining stuff. Now it seemed like Metcalf was very quick down the straights that last time round, but now he's got past a BMW, which is, as far as I know, the fastest car down the straight. Albeit that's pretty much taken into can pretty much be thrown out, because it's all about how much damage the cars have. And the Elysium car catching a bit, he pulls out. There's going to be more draft now for the BMW, and they've got to be careful of the 22nd placed Audi. But Metcalf is able to move past. In the same place where he moved up into second place, he moves up into first position for Elysium Racing. And they are now the race leaders, and well, he needs to try to put in as good laps as he possibly can here, Jason. Build up a little bit of gap, because well, over the last hour and a half of this race, he's really been the top driver out on the track.
Yeah, certainly has. I mean, he's come from no ways now. Obviously been putting in some outstanding laps. His last lap was a 2:22, where car 91 was a 2:23.99, so a second and a half slower, and the low GT3 was a 24, near enough 25-second lap. So, you know, 3 seconds a lap faster than that Elysium driver over the low GT3. So he's certainly on a mission at the moment, pushing out. But obviously we don't know what sort of level of drivers they've got across their team, because, like we said, Sam, they pretty much come out of nowhere. So maybe they've got their slow drivers in to begin with, and now they got their fast drivers in at the night time. So it's whether they got the consistency across all their drivers to keep this level of pace up, where, as we know from seeing from the guys in the car 91, they're all around about the same lap time. So, you know, it's all about consistency across the board when you're doing a 24-hour race. And certainly at the moment, the Elysium driver is the fastest man on track at the moment. So is that the yeah, DWE Racing's now back out, back on the track, currently in 14th place. They've got a lot of ground to make up. 27 minutes and 25 seconds was their pit stop. If you're obviously first joining us, they unfortunately broke their steering going into the pit lane, hit the wall on the pit just after the pit entry, and yeah, caused 27 minutes worth of suspension damage, which he's kicking himself, considering they were about 4 minutes ahead of second place, but now they are well down the order in P number 11. Car 92 still in the pits, unfortunately. 2 out. What's going on there?
Ooh. That oh no, alright.
What's going on there?
I'm not sure if our counter includes hours.
That can't be hours, because it's not. He's not been in 2 hours. It was only about 40 odd minutes not long ago. So I think, oh, counter's rolled over, so it might be an hour and 2 minutes.
Yeah, good shout. Now I got positive for a moment there, because I was thinking, maybe he's pulled away from his pit stall and then like gone back to his pit stall. indicates that he's about to leave, maybe just taking some extra repairs. I don't think that is the case. I think you're right. That's it's just gone over the hour, so 1 hour 3, and well, that's not a great sign because I don't think they would have got an hour of. Oh, you know what? They could have got an hour of mandatory repairs and then maybe some more optional repairs. To be
Possibly.
fair.
I mean, their engine looked pretty toast, and I think that is around about an hour. And to be fair, I'm not going to take the credit for that. That's the type of guy I am. I'm going to give that nugget and kudos to our broadcaster Sam Kumo, who highlighted that the timer ran over. I could have, obviously, in your eyes, Sam, been amazing again, but unfortunately, I'm not going to take that. I'm going to give it to my excellent broadcaster Sam.
It's a very turbulent relationship as ours because you
been.
keep on really, picking my hopes up. I think, yeah, this guy's all right, and then almost suddenly again, you stoop down to a level which very few people have really reached, in my opinion. And so, no, once again, absolute roller coaster. Is our relationship.
Relationship, I think that, I love you, you hate me.
Yeah, I think that's fairly obvious to all the viewers. Sorry. So yeah, to the racing.
I actually find quite touching. So obviously with the bios that we had on the guides, and I'm just reading down here. Andreas Junko.
Oh wow! Sorry for interrupting. There was just a huge crash. Now toe back. Don't. No. Oh my God. Toe back, please. Please.
Oh.
Oh, I need. Oh, well, I don't know. You gotta toe back in that situation. Come on, guys. But anyway, they're all right. Sorry for interrupting there, Andy. But you can understand how in the background that looked like the biggest crash of all time.
Oh, I thought we're watching this. This is coming up. Oh, how he can drive that car is beyond me. That was a big hit into the wall. Ooh, 10th place nearly had a heart attack there coming out of El Rouge. Wow, that's always the worst in iRacing, isn't it? When you come out of a blind corner and there's a stationary car right in front of you. I think your heart drops into your throat at that stage. But no, it's. But yeah, as I was saying, so Andreas Vuko is the brother of Dimitri Vuko. Obviously, put Racing Heroes. He put his brother down. So I think that's a bit of brotherly love there. I think that is delightful, isn't it? All the race drivers, everybody in the world, and he picks his brother. So there's brotherly love. I wonder how much he paid him.
Yeah. Again, I'm going to ask you another question, Andy. This is more of a. Don't feel like you're under pressure to answer all these questions. Of course, I feel like we're building up a profile of you right now with all these questions. But you got any racing heroes?
Not really. I mean, obviously, I watch motorsports. I've never really sort of been massively into one lot of motorsports or anything like that. Racing Heroes. I'll have to think about that and come back to you, Sam. But I can't. Nobody jumps out at me to say that it is. I sort of dabble in all types of sports. But no, I haven't really got a mega racing hero that I look up to. Apart from you, Sam, because you're just
well, no, yeah. Again, right up in my estimations. You redeemed yourself after your embarrassment earlier on, honestly. And no, I think motorsports here is quite a tricky one because I know that there's different driving styles, and different. I think driving styles are a bit overrated, honestly. I think maybe it's not obvious to the eye how certain drivers drive. I think mindset is a lot more obvious when it comes to drivers. Obviously, Prost and Senna is the different one you can have, but I think also maybe other distinctive ones, maybe a Schumacher and Alonso, maybe a Raikkonen, are quite distinctive. mindsets when it comes to racing. So I think it is quite tricky compared to other sports where maybe you've got a more of a style. Like I think in like tennis or football, for example. I think the way even someone who isn't a fan of tennis could spot the difference in the way that Nadal and Federer play, for example. You know, whereas if you put on a non-board with I don't know Raikkonen and Alonso for me, I probably couldn't even notice the difference, and I've been watching them for years. So I think it's quite tricky to pick favourites, but I guess it comes down to personality, doesn't it? It comes down to
Yeah.
yeah, that mindset, like I said, where it's how they go about their racing, if you will, when it comes to picking your favourite driver.
Yeah, I think I'm probably going to be a bit controversial here. You know, I think the problem I have, certainly with the likes of F1 as such, obviously it is down to driver skill to a certain degree, but I think it's more heavily towards the cars because, you know, I mean, if you look at the likes of Hamilton, 7-time world championship. He's pretty much won it in the fastest car on the grid every single year. This year, obviously, he's got a bit of competition now from Red Bull, who have seemed to have got their act. But it always seems to be, certainly in sort of F1, it's on about who's the fastest car. And sort of to emphasise this point is when George Russell went in for Hamilton last season. You know, he was always a back runner. You know, every single race in that Williams car, he was a back runner. He got in that McLaren and literally was on for the race win. Unfortunately, he had some pit issues and you know, team issues in there that hampered his chances. But he was a fast driver in that car, and it sort of begs the question to say, you know, is F1 more about the drivers or is it more about the car advances within the F1? That's sort of my controversial comment of the day on it.
Well, I mean, I agree wholeheartedly. At least it's not controversial to me. I think obviously when people say ratio, obviously you can't quantify that in numbers, what it is. But I think Rosberg, was it Rosberg? Well, no, Rosberg once said in one of his early years that every driver on the grid is separated by 0.3 of a second between the fastest driver. Oh, Lowe GCP have just had a huge crash coming out of the Fania chicane and heading into Stavelite. Now, probably best just to tell you this one, Charles, but that is quite a disappointment there for Lowe, who were in a legitimate second place. Now, he's taking his time here, Charles, to be fair. He's kind of doing the best of a bad job, but he is eventually away. Fortunately, not too many cars approaching now. But that drops him down to P3, and that seemed like quite a big accident there, Andy. But I know it's tricky to tell because well, it's all dark out there.
It is, definitely. He certainly hit that wall at some rate, but same again, he didn't really hit it on a side. So it seems really weird that if you hit it literally, there's a replay here. You can see, did he hit the front? I think he managed to hit the encore as well. I'm surprised if he hasn't got extensive damage on that. But he didn't hit it on a particular corner. And it's amazing in iRacing that you could literally kiss a wall with your tyre and write your suspension off. And on other times, as we've seen previously, you know, with Brutus, you can go off, hit the wall at a rapid rate of knots side on and get very little damage. It doesn't seem to be some what's the word I'm looking for? Parity across the iRacing incidences that you can cause damage for. So we'll have to see if his car is damaged, if it has affected him. But it's fair. But that sort of raises my point where I was saying earlier on. If you spin off one of these corners, you know, not only have you just spun it, but you've also got to think about how you re-enter the track. And as we saw there, I think that was Mr. Bean and. No, Austin Powers, isn't it? Where
Yep.
it's certainly an Austin Powers moment where he'd done many turns to try and get himself on the track because obviously there was cars behind him. But fair play to him that he didn't just reverse onto the track and cause another accident. He took his time and got out. But he certainly lost a lot of time there. So we're 26 seconds behind the car 91 now. So lost a massive amount of time and yet to see if he's damaged his car.
Yeah, well, I was just been adding to the notes that we have. Each commentator, um, I should be making notes for the commentators in the future to give us all an idea. Of course, this is a big effort from Apex Racing TV to bring all this action to you. And I was quite skeptical what to put for that incident. But of course, Low Racing GCD crashed out at Fanya headfirst from second place, but not loads of damage was my diagnostic of the situation on that car. I'm sure that's what a mechanic would say. Not loads of damage, but there is some damage there. I guess the lap times and whether or not they decide to pit is really the best indicator as to how bad that was. Because I think in terms of steering damage, they should be all right, but in terms of straight line speed, could be more problematic. But yeah, Saulius up to second place. Actually, was a second a lap faster than Metcalf out in the lead on that last tour round. And Low GT3 team, this will be a legitimate lap time for them. I don't think they've had really any off tracks so far on this lap, so this will be some kind of indication to see what their pace is. They do a 251 on the lap that they spun, and a 227. Now that's bad news if that's genuinely their pace, Andy, because man, that's 5 seconds slower than what they're doing at, well, maybe 5 seconds is a bit exaggerated,
doing
probably
like
4 seconds slower.
yeah, we're doing about 123s, 124s when they so certainly 3 to 4 seconds slower than they have been. So they seem to do.
Do you think it's a bit of a random question here? But, you know, we've got all these ranked guys so close to one another, and I almost feel like everyone's made the same amount of mistakes out in the lead so far. We've got the top 4 all on the lead lap at the moment. Do you think that if you're out in the lead with a gap, that you're more likely to make a mistake? Do you think that's a thing? Or do you think it's just a coincidence that these 4 cars are as close as they are, and this won't necessarily stay the same throughout the rest of the race?
I missed the first part of what you asked me there. Can you just answer that again?
So, well, it wasn't a very good question, but basically what I'm saying is, do you think once you're in the lead, you're more likely to make a mistake compared to maybe if you're running in second and third?
I think so. I think the pressure's on you, isn't it? I mean, you certainly. You can look at it two ways, isn't it? Over the pressure's off in the fact that you're in the lead, and you've got a free track in front of you. You can just get on with your racing line. Or the other end is that you've got that pressure of thinking, I'm in first place now. I need to make sure I stay in front, and you're almost like pushing it.
Yeah, I think that's
Yeah,
that's a good shout.
I don't know, really. I suppose everyone's different if they got in first. Do you know what I mean?
By the way, just a quick shout out as well to Sandy Godfrey, who said hello. So that's in the YouTube chat. That was a while ago. So Sandy, if you stuck around, huge thanks. You seemingly have a huge fan. Super appreciate you turning up if you're still listening along, and of course everyone else who is watching along. Whether you're watching along on the One Boy Story Racing Team YouTube channel or if you are watching on Apex Racing TV. Hopefully you are enjoying the stream. I've certainly enjoyed it. It's past 3 hours or so. Well, how long have I been here? 2.5 hours almost. Have absolutely flown by. It's been absolutely remarkable. Great company and all that. And so hopefully it's kind of flown by for you guys as well. Watching that, because yeah, this race has been very interesting. We are not bringing you coverage of all the cars. We're just focusing on the One Boy Story Racing Team cars, the 91 and the 92. The 91 is the only one of those 2 cars which is running at the moment in this race, after 92 had a big crash earlier on in the event when Andreas Bagdonovicius had an incident through Blanchemont. But there's yeah, been plenty of action nevertheless in the battle for this 91 car, which just happens to be fighting for the lead as well. It's really interesting to see how the race has has transformed as we have gone on, and we are now. I mean, it's the same thing as what I was saying earlier on, Andy. You get the 6 hours takes so long, and then in a blink of an eye, you're 8 hours into the race. All of a sudden, we're a third into the 24 hours.
No, I mean it's quite amazing. I can't believe I've been on stream now for 4 hours, and I might have just volunteered for another 3. I don't know yet. It just flies by. You know, you get into your groove, I think, and you think 24 hours. Damn, that's a long time. But when you're doing something you enjoy, time just flies and it goes so quickly. Like exactly what you're saying, but I can't believe it's 8 hours now. When I think we were discussing, well, it just feels like 2 minutes ago, the fact that we weren't even a third of the way through, and now look at us, we're on 8 hours and we're flying.
Yeah, pretty crazy. It's been very good fun. I think, yeah, these nighttime driving been really good, and honestly, the quality of driving as well compared to the start of the race to now has been really, really high. The driving right now. Certainly a lot more passive, I think, from most of the drivers. A bit more patience being shown by the drivers, honestly. And yeah, it's been really good to see maybe a lack of incidents, honestly, when at the start, of course, as is understandable when all the drivers are fighting for position, when everyone's near the front. We saw a few instances and a few drivers picking up quite a bit of damage.
Yeah, I think if we could see the majority of cars do all look like they've been in a war. In the current 8 hours of the stretch, I don't think there is probably one car that still looks like it's just come out of the factory, that's for sure. Which is very easy around this track. You know, a lot of the other tracks that you do the 24 hours on, they're a lot more forgiving. You know, the likes of Le Mans, although they got some of the trickiest section like the Porsche curves and coming up to Dunlop. You know, the rest of it is sort of almost like straight line speeds. So it's keeping your car in a straight line, less tire wear and everything. But then you come to a track like this it's so undulating. It's got so many tight corners, so many fast corners. You know, I think this track has probably got a bit of everything in it, and it's so much more taxing on the drivers and taxing on the cars, and you are going to make mistakes. And I think in this race, it's all about how big or how little that mistake is. If you can keep your mistakes to minor mistakes, you'll do well in it. If you, as we saw with the 92 car, unfortunately, you know, has had 2 very unfortunate mistakes, and often it wasn't even their fault, but you can sort of tumble down the order on it, and it's one of them races. That's the thing I love about 24-hour races. I don't like to be fair, I don't like the sprint races. I prefer the more endurance side of it, because I think it's more tactical, whereas the sprint races are very much full throttle, go through. If I come off, and I don't care. But you can't have that cavalier attitude on an endurance race. One, you're racing as a team, and 2, if you have that attitude, you won't last long within the race, because you're bound to come off and cause an incident. You may be fast for the first hour. You certainly won't be able to maintain that for a decent level or a decent stint. That's for sure. So, yeah, it's. I just love these races. I think they're brilliant. As we see the first place taking a little bit too wide there on that corner. Luckily, didn't spin the car, because that's really easy to do around that corner, coming off, coming down up the campus, coming down into Stavelot for that one. But that corner is really easy, because it's sort of like an off-camber corner, isn't it?
Yeah, a lot of corners around that middle part of the circuit are particularly tricky. We might be saying goodbye in just a moment, Andy, so I want to get in another quiz question here, especially before Lee joins, so that he doesn't know the answer. I've already talked about how the old circuit was how it was, started in 1920. What year or what decade, and I'll give you a clue, ends in a 9. The year ended in a 9, so it's at the end of a decade. But what decade were the changes made to the Spa circuit, which we now know that this entire circuit was made around, when instead of going kind of left at Lake Coombe, you go right and into the corners that we all know and love today.
I probably get this disastrously wrong, but I think it's either 69 or 79.
Which one are you
Oh.
saying?
Here we go. What a great name, Mooselanders. Isn't that a great name for a team? I'm going to go... I'll go 69.
Oh, you've gone down in my estimation. 79 it was.
Bam!
And, yeah. Again,
Couldn't
what
get
a
that
roller
50-50.
coaster it is, because you're going to leave me potentially, and I'm going to really think much worse of you than when you came when I came in. But to be fair, you did name it. You did say the year, but yeah, just out. But now it's pretty crazy. That's pretty much this cycle was totally different. Eau Rouge that we were going through that used to be like a hairpin. So you used to go into like a tight left, and then you'd go kind of down a little bit, maybe I don't know, 100 meters, perhaps 50 meters, and then go into like a real tight right. You can also imagine like a hairpin on a mountainous road. I think
Yeah.
that's the best way to put it. And then of course you join back onto where kind of Radion is now. It's absolutely crazy the changes that I made to it. So pretty much nothing like what it was originally. And yet, of course, they changed it in the 70s. Admittedly, whilst other good race circuits were being made, I think Suzuka was made in the 60s, if I recall correctly. And of course, Silverstone was being constantly modified back then, so they knew how to make a race circuit back then. But it's pretty crazy how they just stumbled upon making this bit of tarmac, which really hasn't changed besides from the bus stop for all these years.
Yeah, I mean, the track layout now is such iconic, and that, going up Radion and Eau Rouge is such an iconic. If you probably asked anybody of an iconic set of turns within a racing track, I think everybody will come up with that one. I think it's probably a given within the motorsport. It is one of the most famous two turns within racing because it's so fast. And I was speaking to one of my mates who actually went to one of the F1s, and he was like saying, what iRacing doesn't do and what it doesn't do, it doesn't portray how steep Radion and Eau Rouge are. He said he managed to get stewarding on one of the F1s over there, and he said he was stood at the bottom of it, and he was literally like looking up a steep hill. He said it was so steep he couldn't believe how steep it was. So yeah, it's one of them iconic things, and I wonder if they thought, yeah, we're going to make this, and it's going to be one of the world famous corners in motor racing.
Yeah,
Who knows?
pretty crazy. It's all natural lands. Yeah, absolutely iconic set of corners. We have had Mr. Lee Thompson join us in the commentary box, so I think we might have a change between the Thompsons. And so I've been lining that one up for the past 2.5 hours. So glad to let it out. Lee, how are you? I mean, have you been able to catch too much of what's been going on recently?
Good evening, everyone. First of all, that was very predictable, Mr. Fitzpatrick, with the Thompson and Thompsons. I caught the first half hour or so to make sure everything started off okay. I think I left just in time for the big pile-up at the start, I hear. So I kind of haven't really kept much of an eye from there. I see, obviously, that one of our boys, the 92 car, is having a bit of a struggle, I guess, but 91's still going strong. So yeah, good to see. Has it been from you guys so far? Been kind of interesting race so far to be following?
I think it certainly has, doesn't it, Sam? It's a bit of a story of two halves, really, and it's a bit of an unfortunate story of two halves because both the cars were racing really well. I mean, I watched the first stint. I think I watched the first 2 hours of it, obviously, where you had a 92 and a 91 in fourth and fifth. Went away looking at my other teammates, see how they were getting on in a different split, and came back, and then I just saw the 92 car way down the list. And then since we've been on there, there's been an unfortunate mistake. It wasn't really a mistake, it was a racing incident we call Grand Prix Blanchimont that sort of put paid to their race again because they were back on a charge coming from sort of like 26th position all the way up to 14th, and they were flying a crest, and then yeah, it was unfortunate, but interesting and great chatting with Sam. We've had quizzes and in-depth conversations, so it's been very therapeutic and enlightening.
Quizzes. I'm jealous. We're going to need to maybe revisit some new quizzes at some point, I feel. Right, Andrew, feel free to have a little break if you so wish. Just check my message I typed to you a little bit further up in the channel as well, and let me know what you think on there. And me and Mr. Fitzpatrick can look after bits until you decide to return, if you do, sir.
Yeah, I might have a little break, get myself a coffee, spruce myself up, and I might come back on and join you because I enjoy your company so much.
Well, we'll see. You may change your tune quickly after. I mean, we're scraping the barrel with the second Thompson here now of joining the team. We know we're scraping the barrel with commentators with me here, so we'll see how much you enjoy the company. But yeah, thank you, sir.
Okay, guys, I'll catch you later, and great chatting with you, Sam, as always.
Awesome. Well, yeah, look forward to doing all again tomorrow.
Definitely, mate. Definitely. Catch you later, guys.
Right, so we have a lot to live up to now. I'm expecting a great time talking to you on broadcast.
Honestly, I don't have that much fun talking to myself. Honestly, I don't really know what Andy's talking about.
Well, I mean, it's a shame you don't have much fun talking to yourself, because looking at the numbers on YouTube, that's pretty much what we're doing, just talking to ourselves. So yeah, it's all good. We'll make you happy. Right, so whilst we've been yapping, 91 has jumped to first place because I see P2 in the pits, Mr. Fitzpatrick. Was that expected, do we think, based on strategies?
Well, Elysium Racing have just come into the pits. So Elysium, I believe, pitting 2 laps earlier than the 91 car on the most part. So Elysium effectively in the lead. They had about a 10-second lead heading into the pits, and that pit stop sequence right there, that all seemed rather normal. Nathan Higginbotham now into the pits, into the car, sorry, the American driver now jumps in, and we wait to see if Abutis decides to come into the pits himself. But this is really maybe the first time they've led the race. I know that it's not properly legitimate as they do go for another lap. That's kind of what we expected, so we expect to see them in on this lap 204 that he's just starting. But I think this might be the first time they've actually had the lead in the race. So make the most of it, take lots of photos, because 80 seconds out in the lead at the moment is a very good position to be in. Of course, one of the highlights of, at least whilst I was here, was I thought Elysium Racing was Asylum Racing, and very much embarrassed myself when I got that one wrong.
Have you not seen the film Elysium, Sam? I think it's called Elysium,
no.
right? Matt Damon? I mean, I'm pretty sure that's Elysium. He's typing it into Google. Elysium, yes, that is definitely right. It's an okay sci-fi film. Yeah, E+, maybe worth checking out if you're bored on a Saturday afternoon. I'm sure that's probably not where the team name comes from, mind. But yeah. I heard you and Andrew talking a minute ago. What was your estimation, sorry, on how long car 92 has been in pits for repairs for?
So we think that the timing reset, so we think it's been in there for now 1 hour and 31 minutes.
Ooh,
but the damage was everything. The engine was gone. The engine was not an engine anymore. It was bits of metal, and the steering was at 90 degrees.
They were in. Oh, so pit lane entry. This is, I guess, no, La Source. So how did they hit the wall in the pit lane at La Source?
No, this was someone else. So the 92
Oh, sorry, I'm looking at DWD. Sorry.
So the 92 car had a huge crash with another driver. Bruno? Yeah, I'm not sure. The Blanchimont wrecked the car. Yeah, 90 degrees of damage, everything broken. Probably isn't going to be any fun to drive for the rest of the race because, I mean, you know better than anyone else that the damage model doesn't fix the car, so it's going to have at least 20 degrees of damage.
And it will be as broken as it was when they went in, I'm afraid, I think, won't it? So yeah, that's unfortunate. GG for them, I guess. But like I say, yeah, number 91 having a much stronger time of it. Is again checking notes and catching up. Yeah, it was the 91 that qualified P2, so it's not like they've switched around in kind of their how successful they've been. So, okay, cool. And then we're right on cue, like you said, Sam. 1 lap later for car 91 for One Boy Story versus the Elysium guys.
Yeah, and I mean, this could be interesting because, well, will Abuta stay in the car? I don't believe he was in the car on the last stint. They have mainly been soloing drivers up to this point, so he may stay in. This is, of course, where we had the former race leader who will lead by 4 minutes just tap the wall. I say tap the wall, they crashed into the wall. They may call it a tap, and caused a bunch of suspension damage, and really just did show just how much damage you can pick up when you tap one of the corners of the car. And they have been in the pits for a while since. I think they might be back out there, DWB back out there with Ridge Livermore, who was the one who put it in the wall in the pit lane, but they are 10 laps down now. So they've gone from 2 laps in the lead to 10 laps off the lead as our One Boy Story to the pit stall, and we wait to see if there is going to be a driver change after all.
Yeah, we shall see as car disappears and going to reappear again. So there's our driver change. Who do we think we've got in? So Kirill Bakelin then has joined the car from Lixfit in his very bright green, what we presume to be a Porsche, because that's what we know. One Boy Story being huge fans of the Porsche mark. So yeah, it'd be good to see him out on track. Do we think he's already been out, Sam? I'm just bringing up the rotation sheet that we've got.
I'm not sure. He may have been in when I first left, or he may have got in afterwards, but I think he has done 1 stint at least as Bachelor. I'm really not sure what his pace is like then.
Well, we're about to find out. Like I say, guys have got a little bit of space to the cars around them when they come out, but so we're expecting to drop back into that 3rd spot as we see them still sat in pit lane. Yeah, let me have a look. Car 91 stint sheet. Was he planned to already have been in or not? So let's see.
I will say that that car sheet isn't too descriptive.
No,
of what's
okay.
actually been the case. They went off it on the 2nd driver, so I'm not
So
sure how
trust
much
that.
they followed it.
Sure. So in theory, he would have been in the car maybe twice already, but yeah, I'll close that again then and not worry about it too much. Awesome. Good stuff. Yeah, back out on track then in that 3rd spot. Looks pretty comfortable to the cars around, like we said. 15 seconds behind Elysium. Sorry.
No, that's
right. Elysium's
wow.
crashed, have they?
Yeah, wow, that's huge because
There we
no
go.
emissions are on a different strategy, and so that's effectively the race lead. And I was saying before how they haven't been in the race lead so far in this race as the 91. Well, that is pretty much the race lead then, and that's a proper race lead, not like it was during the pit stop sequence. That's legit. And wow, that was Urian just lets him go. We haven't seen any of signs of Elysium making mistakes like that so far tonight.
And a little bit strange one because that's not going to be cold tyres presumably because they've already done their outlap, right? And that was their first kind of flying lap in inverted commas after that. So bit of an odd one and struggling to obviously get it turned back round and pointed the right way again. So yeah, they are going to drop a fair chunk away from that 2nd place and One Boys.
Yeah, that is. So no emissions then. I guess have to pit in 6 laps. I think it's 26 laps of fuel. I'm really going back to like 3 years ago when I last did this special event, and I think it's about 6 laps more that they've got on fuel. Maybe only 4 laps actually, probably 2:10 that they'll be able to get to. So not too long, and then that will be the proper race lead for the 91. That would be absolutely huge deal. Now you were saying, Lee, how you sounded very jealous about the quizzing, and I mean I'm not one to deny a man a quiz.
Okay.
Only a cool person.
This is boring though. That 10 minutes into my stint, we're already having to resort to the quizzes. That's how how worried we are about the standard commentary for this next segment.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, this is very much the trough in the 24 hours. Well, I kind of spread them out, so I'll give you the first one, and I gave Andy a very tricky task of naming the exact year of this event, and it was too harsh because it's a bit ambiguous anyway. So and he got
I'm
it
gonna
he got it
struggle with
so
exact
wrong anyway.
dates.
He got it so wrong anyway that he wasn't going to get it anyway. But what decade was the first ever race held at Spa-Francorchamps?
So we're talking any race in any shape or form, right? So when it was like a dirt surface, probably going up over Rouge things, right?
Yeah.
I'm going to say the 20s, so
Congratulations.
1920s.
Congratulations. That
Okay.
is
I think we should stop
absolute-
there, 1 for 1. 100% record for the fresh commentator joining the stream. Thank you very much.
I think they get tougher after that one. That might be the easiest. Andy
we're in trouble.
Andy really ashamed himself and his family when he said this. When he said 1960.
Oh dear. I mean, by then Nürburgring and Spa. I mean, that was peak classic old school 15-mile race circuits by then, Andrew. I'm afraid. So yeah, okay, cool. All right, I'm ready for round 2, sir.
All right. Well, I'll let you wait for a little
Okay,
bit.
that's a good plan. Yeah, we
don't want to
can't burn
overwhelm.
through 'em.
Yeah, we don't want to overwhelm the viewers with this
And also,
excitement.
I don't want to embarrass Andrew too much by just breezing through your, difficult quiz. So,
No.
yeah, cool.
Yeah, he got he kind of well, one of the questions he got 1 out of 3, so I guess he got 1/9 of or 1/3 of a question right, 1/9 overall. So yeah, that was not his finest 2.5 hours right there. As we get an idea now of what the pace is like for
Yeah, I was just
Berlin.
thinking that. Yeah, so yeah, 2:31 for the last lap. Do we think that was still including the out lap?
Yeah,
This is
it
his
was,
first flying lap now, right? Yeah. And the timing line is beyond La Source, right? Or is the timing line still here, even though we're using endurance?
Timing line is there.
Okay,
Strangely.
that is strange. Okay, so right on pace so far. So 2:24.3, and that's just a couple of attempts quicker than no emissions ahead. Cars behind are a little bit quicker, so P4, P5, P6, so like a second or two quicker on that particular lap. So that's pretty good. We're right in the ballpark. That's fine. If he can just stay consistent and keep within those sort of mid to low 20s, I feel like the guys will be pretty comfortable with that. And Elysium on that one got a 25.9. So yeah, just keeping that consistency going, I think.
Yeah, that's a really strong. Certainly opening lap. I think you'll find a bit more pace and maybe dip into the 23s. 23s, I think, is kind of the ideal place for you. Well, obviously you want to be faster, but if you're consistently in the 23s, if one of these teams was able to average, say, a 23.5 to the end of the race, I'm almost certain they'd win. I mean, that would be such a good pace. So, really interesting that. I mean, you pointed out how quick 4th down to 7th are.
Yeah.
We haven't seen lap times in the 20s for 3 or 4 hours, honestly. So that's quite surprising that the drivers have been able to really reach those times. I guess it's just a coincidence that some of those strongest drivers in those teams have just got in the car.
I mean, that's the question I was going to ask you, Sam. So since you've been here for getting on 4 hours odd now, so how have the lap times developed? Like, is it getting a bit quicker as they're in kind of a dead of night now, or is it kind of already reached its kind of peak lap time and been and gone, do you think?
I think the first hour or so was probably the peak lap times. I guess they didn't have any traffic back then, and I think a lot of the teams went for their fastest drive at first, which personally it isn't a strategy that I would go for. But seemingly a lot of the teams decided to go for that one. And really back then, you had the top 10 drivers kind of in the 20s, 21s consistently. And in the last few hours, it's been surprising how slow the kind of average pace has been. The fact that 23s has been so strong. No one's really been able to be consistently in the 22s, certainly from what I've seen. As Berlin does a superb 22.7. That is superb pace, actually faster than what his teammates have been doing in recent times. So that's very impressive lap times right now from Kill. But I think it's the damage which has kind of accumulated on these cars. Once again, damage. you pick some of it, it does help. It's worth taking the optionals, but it doesn't fix it completely. And so I kind of thought there was a bit of a limit on a lot of these cars, but a lot of these drivers are finding a bit more pace at this exact moment in time.
Yeah, well, and like I say, Backlund definitely seems to be one of them. I just hope he's not running too close to, his limit. I mean, say it's, super long endurance event, you really need to be dialing it way, way down and just making sure we're not going to be anywhere near kind of any edge cases until it really, really counts and you're having to, bang a lap in to get a jump on the car ahead, whatever it might be. So, yeah, it looks good at the minute. Mr. Samuli Kumo, would you be so kind to bring up the session like in sim time and weather and stuff so I can get an idea as to whereabouts you are within the session? So yeah, so it really is dead of night then, so 1 AM in sim time. So okay, interesting. And I quite like the compass reading that we're receiving at the minute. I'm not sure I quite understand how that is trying to communicate to us, but the rest of it is interesting.
Well, yeah, it's how do you get more than 360?
I mean, you just continue around, Sam. It's as simple as that, isn't it? I think.
I guess, but yeah. So I guess it's east. Then 360 plus 90 is 450. So
yeah, sounds good. Eastish. Yeah. You just kind of east a bit more, So
yeah.
More east, I think is what it's trying to tell us. Okay, cool, awesome. Good, yeah, good to know. I thought we were really dead night 1 AM, so that was good to confirm. Right, I was just looking at the race notes and just wanted to have a quick skim through to again catch myself up on a few bits and pieces that happened, and maybe you can comment on bits that you do know about yourself, Sam. So so we know qualifying went pretty well for the guys. Yeah, P2 in quali for the car 91 that we're watching now, P7 for the 92, which is pretty good. For the first 15-20 minutes of race, it was E-Team Brit Plus that we're already fighting with. Where are they? So E-Team Brit are down in 7th now. Okay, cool. Oh, that was the 92. So yeah, that E-Team Brits are in the same sort of position then as where they started, it looks like. Car and Gas, that's another team name, is it? Car and Gas, or am I reading the notes wrong?
Car and Gas.
Oh, there we go.
Q1.
Yeah, 22nd. Okay, so they've had a problem and dropped right back. Okay, so yeah, Car 92 were battling with those two teams earlier on. Good to know. After a half hour or so of the race, 92 again, instant with Team Brit. Okay, at the source. So Team Brit dropped down to 11th, and yeah, now as we see, they've come back up to 7th. Okay, interesting. Team Brit had to do a hit for repairs in that first half hour. Oh my god, how much would that suck? You're doing a 24-hour race and you're having to pit for damage after half an hour. Oh boy. And then that was the big incident earlier on, and that happened just after I left from Lixit, so around 13:30 GMT, so like 45 minutes into the race. Yeah, car 92 was around a big pile up at the bottom of the top 10. Some bad rejoins in there as well, so that's a shame. I mean, this is bottom split that we're watching, guys. So this is generally drivers with an I rating between 1,500 and 1,000 I rating, probably on average, I guess. I'm not sure what the SOF was, but that's my guess. Thank you, Samuli. So yeah, 1K. You can see the readings on the right edge of the coloured bar that Samuli Kumo's just pulled out for us. So yeah, 1K, 1.2K, 0.9, 1.7, about in that window that I was suggesting. A random kind of 2.2K driver in there at a minute, so we might see E-Team Brit possibly move forward a tiny bit. So yes, a little bit of issues there. Okay, hour or so later at 14:50 GMT, car 91 got held up on its entry behind the back marker, lost 5-6 seconds. Okay, cool. Both cars had I guess that was, and then probably between around like 1400. So again, we're like an hour and a half in. Looks like that's when, excuse me, traffic really started being an issue for both the cars, so few issues for both with traffic and slowdowns. And then, this is what I read a second ago that I was getting confused with when you were talking about the big impact for 92. I see that early on, collision between the two teams, 92 and the 91, into Leikum under braking. I mean, oh boy, if your number one rule of racing, you don't hit your teammate, and especially again in an event like this, 24-hour race, a huge longest circuit on like a F1 Grand Prix schedule, for instance, and you meet your teammate. Do you know any more about that one, at all, Sam, before I move on to the next step? Anything what happened between those two cars, or them two?
Well, yeah, I was around for that one, and yeah, heading into Lake Coombe. The 91 was held up behind a back marker, maybe. He was braking a bit early, so the 91
caught him
kind of
out.
counteracted that, and the 92, again,
Easy done.
I like to use the word tap, but it wasn't a tap, it was a
Optimal
hit.
stick. A shunt.
And he, yeah, spun him round, so it was a bit of a shame. That only lost him 15 seconds. And also, you were talking earlier on about the big pile-up at the back end of the top 10. My notes weren't very clear on that one, to be fair. But the 92 actually avoided that one. So the 92 was in like 6th, and then right behind that was the big pile-up, involving pretty much all the jazz that the 92 was fighting at the time. So actually managed to get through that one. All right, so it was kind of the issues later on. So at the point where they were colliding, I think they were running 5th and 6th in the race, so they were both having a good time, about a minute off the lead. But yeah, that was a tricky part of the race where there was quite a few mistakes from the two drivers who were in the car.
So interesting that the 91 had kind of dropped back early on then, you know, they did qualify second, but yeah, at that point they dropped down to like 6th and 7th then. Cool, okay. Feel free to interrupt me as I go through the other rows if you know a bit more about them, or if I get a description wrong sort of thing. But yeah, then the 91 also had a collision with a Ferrari in Lake Coombe, or is that the same one, sorry? So you said about 15 seconds of damage and pitting. So that was a separate incident from the 92 and 91 colliding then. Okay,
yeah, that's
interesting.
Separate,
yeah. 30 seconds of repairs for car 91, sort of 50 minutes after, 14:55 GMT. A couple of little excursions for the car 92 for Curter on his outlap. I wonder it's tricky. Just a bit of nerves on your outlap. You know your teammates already put in a stint or a stint and a half, whatever they've done by then. You know you've got a long race ahead, and just it can take a couple of laps just to relax and settle in and get sorted. But hopefully he managed to get the rest of his stint in fairly clean. I'll certainly no other comments then. And then we had a nice clean run for a few hours until 1940 GMT, which Sam was telling us about a few minutes ago, with car 92 having their big wreck, and then say they've been in pit lane ever since. Let's double check they haven't snuck out when I've looked away. Can't see them because there we go, they're on track. Car 92 I believe are on track as far as I can tell. So yeah, good. Look, I guess their pit repairs are finally done. I wonder what condition the 92 car is going to be. We'll have a look at them in just a moment, I'm sure. And then Team DWB taking some repairs after an incident in the pit lane, which is what I was mistakenly reading out a second ago. And then the Low Racing GT3 car crashing out at how are we pronouncing it, Sam? I forget. Fanyes for that name of that corner, do you think?
I say Fanya.
Fanya. No, I think that's closer. Yes, I think that's better. Crashed out headfirst from second, and we can see that they've just moved ahead into third as No Emission were just in pit lane, I believe. So that was our last update at 10 to 9. So that's a little bit of a summary as to a few bits and pieces that have been going on, so that's good to know. As soon as Samuli is back and available, we can have a quick look at car 92. So I do believe they are back out on track again, unless I'm appallingly misreading the live timing screen. And there we go, proof is there. So what do we think? Let's have a watch of them for a bit and see what kind of condition we think that car is in, if they can do anything at all. Steering wheel looks straight to me, Sam. I don't know what you think. Yeah, it looks straight.
I'm not sure if it's dead straight.
No, okay.
It might be like 5 degrees or something. I'm not sure.
Not awful, maybe. Well, we'll keep an eye on them for a bit, see how they do for lap times. Maybe we'll stick on board now and we'll see how they do on their top speed as they come down Camel Straight in a minute. And we've got a really handy reference, of course, by the car that just came past them ahead. So we'll see. And in fact, we'll see where they end up at the end of the straight here.
They're kind of going 243, and apologies, no, 23. Oh, that's very good. So 240, and apparently their top speed tonight, or maybe top speed since I joined. So actually, that's probably a bit redundant, isn't it? 243.
I They seem
Although
to
they
keep up with
were,
the car in front, didn't they?
yeah, and I mean they were in one piece before I joined, so I guess there is some kind of reference there. So if they are only losing 3 kilometers an hour, and if they have got minimal steering damage, then well, that's a much better situation than what we thought. At least I thought it would come out with 20 kilometers slower down the
Yeah.
straight and 10 degrees of steering angle issues.
Absolutely. Well, like I say, we'll give them a few laps and see how they manage to pick up their pace and kind of go from there. Obviously, they've got a lot of work to do to try and pick off some spots, but they'll certainly do it at some point if they can just stay on track and keep putting the laps in. They'll work their way forward fairly quickly. So yeah, good to keep an eye on. And say it's Andreas oh, I used to be so good at pronouncing new names, Sam, but I'm clearly completely out of practice. Bagdonovicius. Yeah. Oh, I like it. Bagdonovicius. There we go. Bagdonovicius. I apologise for that. Yes, we'll see how Andreas gets on his stint now, and I'm sure he'll be reporting as well to his teammates. You know what to expect. So if there is a little issue, maybe he feels the car's a particular handful in a particular corner, I'm sure they'll be communicating that to whoever's going to take on in the next stint as well. Car 91 we can see with a 30-second gap over Elysium at the minute. Yeah, one boy's 92 looks to be on the same lap as a car ahead of him, I think. So we'll see how they can deal with them. But yeah, Kirill looking like he's putting in a good run so far. How's his lap time been again? Yeah, 2:21. So fastest car on track, I think, skimming through almost. Low were a whisper quicker last time by, but yeah, Kirill doing a really good job at the start of this one, looks like.
Yeah, and at the start of this stint, because Elysium were leading the way, they were probably 10, 15 seconds ahead. And of course now that's swung the other way. A lot of that was the spin for Elysium, but I think only probably half of it was the spin. Half of it has just been outright pace. So the 91 has an advantage at the moment. And from what I've seen, at least, it doesn't seem like there's a weaker driver in this squad. I think all of them can do 24s at least. Really, pace doesn't really matter when it comes to something like this. It's all about traffic management. It's all about consistency, and I don't think there's a weak element of this 91 team, nor a weak element of the 92 team. To be fair, so they are. If we were bookies, I think we would be putting them as the favourites right now for this race, very honestly, and that's not being biased or anything, but still, we are not even close to being halfway through the race. Yeah, and I mean, I was talking with Andy about this earlier on. It's crazy how really the first half of the race, I think, and particularly like the first few hours, you get to the end of them, you get a bit like 4 hours into the race, and you think, I've got to do what we've just done 5 more times in order to get to the end of the race. As that was good awareness there from the 91.
Yeah, so
great.
That's what you need to do. Like I say, just stay away from it, get away, let them sort themselves out. Doesn't matter if it costs you 5 seconds, 10 seconds, whatever. Just let them sort themselves out and get past nice and safe. But yeah, I mean, that could have been, that's all it takes. Like you say, you put in 5 hours and realise you're basically nowhere through the race yet, and then you have an issue with a spinning car ahead or something. So yeah, fortunate for Kirill, he can put his head down again and just keep putting in those consistent laps, hit his brake markers and his apexes still, and the flames come out beautifully on that exhaust there on his gear changes as well. I was going to say, it's good to see the guys really representing the Porsche, which looks quite thin in this split. It looks to be mostly Ferraris as far as I can see, right? So certainly at least in the top sort of 20 cars. So yeah, top Porsche. Next one is down in 12th, and there's only 4 in total, right, in the top 20 spots. And like I say, most of the rest are Ferraris.
Surprising. I thought the Porsche would be very popular. In the GT Trophy, it's mainly the BMW which seems to be the go-to car, particularly around a circuit like this with the very long straights. Would have thought the BMW honestly would be very popular. Maybe half of it BMWs and a quarter Porsche, but I could not be more wrong because there's a strong Ferrari contingent.
Yeah, that's interesting. I wouldn't fault Ferrari really being the choice of car at the minute, but maybe it's one of the safer cars to drive. Again, yeah, we're looking at the bottom split. We're looking at sort of 1 to 1.5k drivers. Maybe that's like the safe pair of hands car that's going to get you to the end of the race. But who knows? Like I say, it's not an issue for certainly the 91s at the minute. We can see the top of the speed charts there as well, can't we? At the minute, Sam, 257k topping out. I believe that's on the last lap, right, rather than their top ever? Question mark. And we can see no one else is quite getting to that. Yeah, just on the last lap. Thanks for confirming, Samudi. Yeah, so interesting to see. They're not running high wings, certainly compared to their competitors out there.
Yeah, they seem to have pretty good straight line speed right now. In the early stages, it seemed like that may have been a bit of a weakness of them, honestly. But
okay.
Maybe they're just around some particularly quick drivers, or maybe it's the fact that they've avoided damage. That car's still fairly.
And they might have just had a bit of slipstream or something on that lap, of course, as well. Tucked in behind the car or something, not quite sure. Of course, downforce an interesting one with top speed, because the quicker you can get out of the corner, the quicker you're entering the straight. As the car in front has a big moment again, Kirill was having little mini heart attacks on both these laps. But yeah, even with high downforce, yeah, you get off the exit of the corner 10, 15k quicker. Well, odds are you could be a little bit quicker at the end of the straight as well. And Kirill, don't dive up inside there, sir. Thank you very much. And yeah, he's got all the time in the world now to sit behind through Radion and up to Arouge, and then see if he can get by nice and safe on Camel Straight.
Interestingly, the CRS conglomerate car was battling for second position at the 91
in
the early stages of the race.
Yeah.
I don't think they've been slow since, but I think they had one big incident, and that kind of set them back. So they are many laps down. It's a nice easy move over that Ferrari, which of course has the at least that Ferrari has got purple kind of LED lights on on the door.
Yep.
It's very cool, isn't it?
Yeah, what a great shot from the back of Kirill there as well, and I love the unusual kind of headlight configuration on the there's a Ferrari, sorry, that went past, wasn't it? On the Ferrari with the kind of the 6 kind of shaped positional headlights. It's kind of pretty unique on these cars, I think.
Now I'm sure you are itching, Lee, to get your second question.
I was like getting withdrawal symptoms, Sam. I'm got the shakes, everything. So I'm glad you're ready for the next one.
Yeah, take a seat, everyone, because it's going to get pretty exciting. Imagine some lights dawning down on Mr. Thompson. See if he can do better than his predecessor. You got one of these answers correct. Of course, you know, Lee, that this circuit used to be much bigger than what it is now. 15 odd kilometers. It used to be in length. It used to go through kind of the Belgian countryside. It visited 3 different villages or towns. It was kind of a triangular shape. Now I want you to name those 3 villages / towns, and as a clue, 2 of them are corners.
Yeah. I was just going to say, well, I know their corner names, but I don't think I'm going to get which one they are. Right, give me a moment. I'm not actually cheating, just to confirm. I'm just going to bring up a track map so I can remind myself of all the corner names. But I promise I'm not typing Spa, old track. No, I'm not. I'm just let me just check. But yeah, like I say, for sure I was going to guess it was corner names. So let's have a quick look.
2 of them are corner names, by the way. One of them
not
is
all of them. Okay.
Yeah, but the other one you should still be able to get.
Okay.
Yeah, like I said, Mr. Andy Thompson only got one of these 3.
Okay, well, I think that's good. I think that's acceptable. Okay, so I'm going to base some of my logic on the extremities of the circuit in a way, right? So I'm looking, for instance, at Malmedy, thinking that maybe if on the old track you continued on, perhaps you'd eventually end up at the village of Malmedy. Maybe Stavelot could be the same sort of thing. Maybe down that way of a track you carry on and eventually there's a village at Stavelot. So my first 2 guesses, Sam, are going to be Malmedy and Stavelot. And they're pure guesses.
Is correct.
No way. Yeah, they're both correct. Okay.
Absolute sense as well. I mean, you worked that out very smartly.
Well, I mean, that's my trait, to be honest, Sam, I have to say. So, I mean, the two people watching aren't going to believe that I didn't cheat, but that's not a problem. And then, I know what the last one should be, and I just need to engage my brain because, like you said, it's not a corner name you said. However, it's a name that I should know, and so I'm going to base that on the fact that the Spa-Francorchamps circuit is based near or in the forest of... Oh, Kirill has another car in front again as he tries to negotiate one of the quickest points on the circuit. I am, again, not cheating. I'm just going to let that simmer in my mind for a bit while we maybe watch the action for a couple of minutes, and I will remind myself what that name of the forest is, and then I will get my third answer correct.
Excellent. Okay. I eagerly
Because you
await
didn't
that one.
specify any time limit, I have to say, so I can answer these questions whenever I want.
No. Well, yeah, and you are the boss, so I can't really.
It's tricky
I
for
can't
you,
really-
right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, if
sorry.
you say the answer's correct, the answer's correct. I mean,
Okay.
you control the marking here, so.
No, I'm pleased. I'm pleased with my Malmedy and Stavlova, I have to say. I did have an inkling that Malmedy sounded right for one of the place names, but anyway, that BMW in front of Kirill there is severely damaged. I hope he manages to get up. Eau Rouge and Radion and Eau Rouge nice and cleanly, but yeah, he does. That looks like a seriously damaged car as it starts blinking away on my screen. Hopefully it's not on Kirill's as well, but he moves cleanly out the way, and hopefully he's going to get it. I say he moves cleanly out the way. No, he doesn't. He moved to the side of a track, but did not lift, and Kirill needs to just, again, be patient and hang behind him. He's got no reason in any way to rush whatsoever. The Ardennes Forest. So I'm going to say Ardennes, sir. Well, I think that's pronounced, rough pronunciation anyway.
Incorrect.
Fudge, Sam. Okay, I don't have another guess, so I'm happy to settle on my 2 out of 3.
It was the village of Francorchamps.
Bugger. Yes. Okay. Yeah, that was fairly obvious as well, wasn't it? All right. Cool. That's good. I'm satisfied with 2 out of 3 on that one. That will tide me over for the next 10 or 15 minutes, thank you.
Exactly. There'll be one more, but.
Or maybe we need to push it back to like half hour or something. Then I need to just space out my hits a little bit. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Do some mental exercises.
Let's check in on Car 92, shall we, and just see how they're doing for lap time. Because I said we were going to have a little look. I wonder if our broadcaster extraordinaire, no rush with fiddling with buttons, can bring up like lap time history, I guess is the one. And there we go, right on cue. So looks like he's settled into a pace, right? So 129.7, there's a 129.0 in there. Otherwise, it looks like he should be able to stay in the 127s. And we can see that compared to the car in front, if he can do these 120s, well, the position number 32, Walker, is a little bit kind of up and down as well, to be fair. So there's kind of a net 0, it looks like, between those last 5 laps, right? Gained a second, lost a couple, gained a couple more, lost a couple more. So looks fairly even between them for now, but 127 compared to his teammate, who is 122 at the minute, so like 4, 5, 6 seconds a lap off. Yeah, it shows he's definitely struggling with damage, you'd imagine, but... Okay, and so Walker, are you coming through on broadcast? Sorry, Samuli, just so I know whether I'm relaying to commentate to the team or not. Okay, sorry. It sounds like I'm talking to myself there to everybody, but yeah, Samuli tells me that Walker's actually in the pit, so we haven't got to worry about him actually like catching or whatever. But again, it was a reference on their lap times on those particular moments. But and then we scrape into the 26s for the 92 car lap time. So yeah, like I say, he's a little bit off his leading team. But if I look at some sort of random lap times in like the cars like in the next 10 positions ahead of him, I'm seeing last time by a 2:31, a 2:28, a 2:33, another 2:28, a 2:30. So there's kind of, again, if he can keep it fairly consistent, and he'll chip away at some positions as people have issues as well. And it may well be worth a while, hang on in there, even as frustrating as it can be with a damaged car, running 5 seconds perhaps off what you feel you can do. It's frustrating, but I mean, welcome to a 24-hour race, right?
Yeah, I mean, they've got 2 moves you'd assume in the bag coming up, because they got Ryan O'Brien for Team Wolfpack, who's been in the pits for 28 minutes, and then they also have Philippe Valina, who's been in the pits for 17 minutes. So you expect them guys to still be stationing for a while longer, so I can gain those places. Pleased that so many drivers are still going, I must say. I
Yeah,
kind of thought,
not bad.
especially seeing that it's bottom split, that people were kind of throwing the towel. You were saying
Yeah.
earlier on how, imagine picking up repairs at the half an hour point earlier on in the season, the ARTV attempt, the Squadra Corse competition car, unfortunately retired within 3 laps when I was driving. Unfortunately, I had a collision with another driver after taking pole position. I always have to add, and that pretty much caused steering damage, and we knew that wasn't going to be buffed out for the rest of the race. So yeah, it is something that happens, and we threw in the towel that day, and I'm sure a lot of these teams, if they'd suffered similar damage, as many of them have done, and worse, they have decided to carry on. So credit to them.
Absolutely. No, like I say, I'm pleasantly, but actually quite surprised that so many of the cars are running for bottom split. So it just shows that for big events like this, Spa 24 and iRacing, it's historically been a big deal. It's something that people take seriously, regardless of their maybe ultimate pace and iRacing and boring kind of things like that. People are here because they've practiced, they've put the preparation in, they love doing these big events like this. They love doing these team-based broadcasts where you're all working together, and it's a kind of one for all for one type of deal. And if things don't go quite right, well, hey, you keep cracking on and keep pushing on, and who knows what happens. So no, it's definitely good to see so many out there and active still. Definitely what we want to see.
Definitely. I don't know about you, but I mean, like at least when I started out on iRacing a few years back, I really cared about these special events, and I'd be particularly very invested in them, and absolutely want to get the car to the end at all costs. I'm a bit more laid back now. I still care a fair amount, but I mean, if a teammate bins it, I think before I'd be a bit like, I'd be a bit annoyed for a few hours. Now, honestly, I'm totally fine with it, and I think that could have happened to me anyway. I mean, did you have that kind of same experience with these special events, where initially your perspective on them kind of changes over time?
I want to say yes. I'm going to say I don't really know, because my memory is not good enough to remember that far back. It's like when I last drove properly on the sim I'm pretty sure before iRacing introduced 24-hour events. I'm pretty sure I wasn't still driving when they first came out. So on the line there were special events. Like the memory I do have of iRacing, like one of my best memories of iRacing was doing my first ever Daytona 2.4 hour, because that's all we did at the time. And that again was felt like a huge deal at the time, in the Daytona prototype car, which I loved. Like, I loved that car. I hope it's still pretty good now. I've got no idea. And I ran in second split, and I can't remember where I finished, but my feeling is I was pretty happy that I didn't screw it up too much, as Kirill again is not he is getting a rub of green because he's getting through him, but not having a rub of green with cars all over the place in front, as we see Elysium have another problem spin at La Source. Seriously damaged front end of the car. So let's see on the replay if that damage is fresh or not. It doesn't look like it was fresh. We can see that damage already on the shadow through the lights there. So is he gonna get by that car? Oh, little tap. Optimistic. I mean, why would you go down inside there on a lap car on such a long event? Just, I mean, wait 2 seconds.
It was
Radio No Straw.
It was the 92.
It was the 92 who made contact. Yes, absolutely. So interesting. I don't want to talk about blame or anything particularly, I think, on this broadcast so much. As I say, we only had one little view of it, but yeah, it's just, I mean, 9 hours into a race, I'm not sure in multi-class it's different, right? But in single class that we're watching today, I don't really see that I'd ever put myself alongside another car in a corner. Like, what's kind of the point? Same situation there, really, as we're watching a low car. But yeah, no, Daytona 2.4 is for sure a standout memory for me in iRacing. Like I say, we kind of ran in second split and maybe came top 5 or something. I don't really remember. That's pretty awesome. I did used to run in the good old classic like Neo Endurance series. I don't know if you remember a couple of these names, Mr. Fitzpatrick, but a Clive Lawrence and a Tim Mawson. I remember running a
Tim
season.
Mawson, yeah.
Yeah, I remember running a season. Maybe even. Did you join in the Neo as well, Sam? Forgive my memory. I get muddled up with different people. But
I never drove in it. Or
no, okay,
or
yeah.
broadcasted on it. No.
But yeah, I did a season or a few races with Clive, Tim, and another driver called Lasse Bryn Hansen, pretty sure. And yeah, had good fun there. I did pretty awful. Kind of let the side down a little bit. I think I was already kind of trailing off my interest in driving in iRacing by then. But yeah, I would. If I rewound best part of 8 years or whatever it is now, and I was in like full commitment driving iRacing mode, I would be lapping up these special events like this. This would be absolutely up my street. For me, it's not something I could kind of dip in and out of. Like, it would have to be something that is the hobby right at that second that I am like completely obsessed with, and practically you wake up in the morning and the first thing you're thinking about is how you're going to tweak a setup, or watching the faster guy's video again to try and figure out what he's doing different to you. Like, I need to be in that kind of mentality to commit to like this type of event. I was never, unfortunately, quite at the ultimate super quick top guy pace. I was always just kind of one step below, and that meant that if I was going to do something, I had to do it completely, otherwise I'd just be miles off the pace sort of thing. But yeah, if I was in that frame of mind, absolutely would love to do what the guys are doing out there now, putting this commitment in, running a schedule, 24 hours, spotters, team. Yeah, it'd be great fun for sure. And so the 91 car we can see is still having great fun out there at the minute. They got a minute clear now on the low GT3 team in second, Sam.
Yeah.
Pair of sweats, isn't it? A couple of pair of old sweats talking to each other. You two talking about times of the good old times of iRacing. I'm very much new to it. So I started pandemic. I started last year. So I'm used to all this 24-hour racing. But here you're talking about the good old days of 2.4. It's like, wow. How long ago was that, Lee?
Well, I mean, that's exactly what I was going to ask Mr. Fitzpatrick and also Mr. Kumo in the background. When do we think the 24 hours kicked in? I'm guessing, like, what, 5 years ago or less than that?
I joined in spring 2016, and the 24-hour events were a thing back then. So okay. I reckon 2015 probably was the change.
Yeah, maybe. And equally, it might have been that I was kind of still driving, but maybe trailing out of it a touch by the time. But yeah, I don't know. And Mr. Kumo doesn't know either, because he was even older than me before there was the 2.4s. But yeah, so the 2.4 would have probably been 2012, 2013, something like that. A long time ago, Andy. Yeah, for sure. I'm relatively
see. New. I'm an old person doing a young person's game, but I'm enjoying it.
And I'm an old person doing, reminiscing about olden days and stuff.
Good old days. Pull up a sandbag.
Yeah, I'm gonna see if I was sad enough at the time to like add the 2.4 into like my driver profile or something silly. Let's have a look, and then I might get a curiosity. Yeah, no, good to have you back, Andy. Hope you enjoyed your little break. Thank you for deciding to extend a little bit so that our MD extraordinaire can have 1 hour less commentary a little bit later on tonight. And Mr. Fitzpatrick, you're scheduled to finish imminently, so you are welcome to kind of step away whenever it is that you desire.
Well, we are missing something quite significant. And you were talking about
once we've done one more thing. Sorry, that is yes.
Yeah, dedication, commitments, high stakes. And that brings us to question 3 of the quiz. I've asked all the same questions, Andy, to Lee, as I asked you. Admittedly, I did make the first one a bit easier. I asked for a decade. Not that you would have got it right anyway, but he has got
maybe
so
for a
far.
Century, Andy would have done all right.
Maybe. He so far got 1 2/3 out of 2, so a fairly good score. The final question, Lee, is, of course, there were some track modifications made to make the modern-day Spa-Francorchamps, and not the one that was dotting between villages, as we learnt earlier on. What decade were those changes made?
Right, sorry. What changes were was it made from the old circuit to the modern circuit? Sorry, or sorry, I think I missed the question slightly.
So, sorry, I probably didn't put it well.
No, it was
Basically,
me.
when
I
was the
drifted away.
modern circuit built, effectively?
Yeah, okay, replacing the old 15-kilometer one or whatever.
Yeah.
And you want an exact year, or are we going decade again?
We going decade.
Oh, I didn't get a decade, Sam.
We did.
I did not.
Well, judge rules, I get decade. I'm gonna say it was in the 70s. I feel like 80s is too late.
Congratulations.
Okay. Yeah,
Well done.
80s is too late because, that's, Senna and Prost and stuff, and there's no way they went on the old stuff. But the very beginning of the 70s is maybe just about still
Okay,
Jackie
be
Stewart and
quiet.
things.
Yeah,
So-
you should have stopped talking. It was 79. So
Oh, okay.
cut that
perfect.
last bit out.
Mhm.
I just want to rub it in, Sam. That's all. Isn't it?
But no, 2 2/3. Very impressive.
Thank you very
I
much.
mean, together with Andy, you got a full house.
We would have got
so-
it. So Andy got the obvious one that I didn't get, or Francorchamps. Yep,
Well, no,
perfect.
to be fair, he didn't. No, he
Oh.
got. I think he got
What?
Malmedy or
Okay.
Stab-
No, I got Stabler.
Stabalate. There you go. But
I pretty much
in a
was
way,
just.
yeah.
Right. Do me a favour, Mr. Fitzpatrick, before you go. Write those questions into like our notes thing, whatever, and then I will pass the quiz along to Mr. Alex Simpson when he joins in a little while.
Excellent. I will do that. Exactly.
Low GT3 in the pits, currently in 4th position. Car 91 still looks like they got that minute solid gap to Elysium in 2nd. No Emission Motorsports, another 20 seconds back. Are EV Chargers going to get ahead of Low? No, they're another 2 laps back from, so Low look kind of fairly lonely right there. B-Team Brit, Lemon Wall Banker, Donkey Bop Racing all on the same lap, kind of 7th, 8th, 9th. Okay, so there's a couple of little battles potentially still ongoing really in the bottom of the top 10 there. Just checking in again on the 92 on my timing screen, and Mr. Kuma in the background could tell from the cadence of my voice I was going to say 92 there. And yeah, they picked their last one anyway, they picked their lap time up just a little bit since we last checked in, so down to a 25.2 last time by, when we said that we'd just barely seen him squeak into 26s. So I don't know how much you were following Andy whilst you were away, but obviously car 92 kind of came out as you've kind of expertly determined already, but we saw initially they were a good like 6 seconds off the pace or so they were running like 27s, 26s as it seemed, and now 25s, so they're obviously struggling with damage, but yeah, maybe not as much as we kind of feared after all that time in pit lane,
Yeah, it was an hour and 43 minutes in pit lane, so I caught the tail end of what you were saying when I first joined about obviously the dedication to do it, and I think certainly speaking to what's the name, the manager, I think he's instilled a lot of if you started something, see it through to the end sort of scenario with them, and it was quite inspiring with what he was saying, and it was quite interesting as well to hear him say, he's learned a lot out of the experience, because obviously he's an accomplished driver himself, obviously real life, doing the Asian Le Mans series, and he said that he came into this to help out, but he's learned a lot himself, and he can probably take that onto his driving abilities now and make him a better driver. So I think mutually they've benefited a lot out, although the guys may think that they've profited a bit more than what the manager has, but they seem to have rubbed off quite well on him, considering they've only been in iRacing for 3 months. Some of them.
Oh well, yeah, as little time as that. Well, I mean, like Sam was saying about kind of the status of special events, like imagine. Well, maybe this is more like the experience for you, Andy. I don't know, but I can barely imagine joining iRacing and only 3 months after doing a 24-hour race. Like that kind of blows my mind. So, I mean, iRacing may have been a little bit different, sort of when I was fully engaged in the driving side of things. But I remember when I joined iRacing. I don't know. I probably didn't do a race for a week, 2 weeks maybe. Like I just practiced for like a week or two to just try and get comfortable before I even like dared go in a race. And then to do something as much, and then it was kind of like, okay, well, I'm just going to do Mazdas or, whatever, I'm sure it was the MX-5s at the time rather than the Solstice. I'm just going to do MX-5s, and maybe I spent, I don't know, a month or 2 months just really doing like MX-5. And so, I can't imagine being only 3 months into, excuse me, I'm going to cough. I can't imagine really being 3 months into iRacing and to have progressed to the point where I am comfortable enough to drive a GT3 car in a 24-hour race. Like, I don't think I really would have been anywhere close to that level of confidence and comfort. So like big props to the guys being out there and getting that experience in early. It's interesting that you have had a bit of a chat with Gustus earlier on than Andy. I mean, did you get much of a sense from? Obviously, we know Gustus is like, say, LMP2 driver in WEC, so that's pretty awesome. Like, have the drivers out on circuit that we're watching got like much real-world kind of experience that they've transferred, do we think? Or are they kind of pretty fresh to sort of racing altogether through iRacing doing?
Obviously the answer he gave is that they had done track days, but nothing more than that. They just basically got in their Porsches, obviously keen Porsche fanatics, and just done some track days, so they had limited experience in real life. But I think he's worked quite hard with them, and not only for the racecraft side of it, because we were talking very much about the mental side of doing an endurance race, because it's a completely different mindset to normal sprint racing, where you're on track for an hour at maximum and it's full throttle all the way. And we were talking a bit about the mental side of these events, saying it's a different mindset to the normal racing, which I think is the biggest draw for iRacers, because these come around not so often. Everybody wants a piece of it because it's not the norm in iRacing, so it's a bit of a special event for him to be able to be guys to be doing. As we saw in this one, I think there was well over 1,000 teams that entered into this event. So he was saying, it's Daytona was pretty much their first race, which was back in January. And he wasn't expecting a lot out of the team, because they were only a fresh team anyway, and they never really done or talked about anything from the 24 hours. And he said he was really surprised with the gelling, how they gelled, which you would expect, because they sort of almost seem to all know each other and cause a close bond off the tracks. Obviously we've got brothers in there and people like that, but he said he was impressed with their attitude and their team spirit, which I think is half the battle in an endurance, because things will happen, as we've seen with the Car 92, really strong running, really good pace, and then unfortunately 2 incidents later and they're back down in 31st position at the moment, so a bit of a gutting for them, but they're still carrying on. So it shows that the team spirit's there. They've got the mentality to be able to do it, but I just can't get over how little time they're doing. I agree with you. I wouldn't even consider doing a 24-hour race in a GT3 car after sort of 3 months worth of iRacing experience.
No, that's kind of blows my mind. But like I say, it's interesting to hear, and like I said, they're obviously getting on with it. iRacing is just something else, right? In terms of kind of what it can mean if you got the right mindset. So let's say something like a special event like this. I mean, I can't imagine there's many other platforms, even maybe not just in sim racing. I'm thinking, like, I can't imagine for like a regular punter, let's say, and not like some elite esports professional, like FPSs and MOBAs and things like that. I mean, I can't imagine there's a huge amount of like 4 or 5 times per year, huge events that mean so much to people that they prepare for and put such a commitment in for such a long period of an event. iRacing, I think, is really, really unique with being able to do that, and like I say, it adds to prestige. I say regardless as to your event. Like I say, there's what 10 splits or something like that. I think in this time slots race for 12 GMT race, and like I say, it's pretty awesome. These special events, they do a great job, and I'm glad that they seem to have most of the kind of issues with server performance and sign-ups and that sort of stuff kind of mostly sorted with that nice long window for everyone to sign up, and it doesn't just make the servers fall over immediately sort of thing. So yeah, it's good.
I think we nearly did on Daytona. I remember because that was my first real 24 hours Daytona back in January. Actually, I did it with guys over at Performance League. They kindly invited me onto their team and said, "Do you want to do the Daytona 24?" So I said, "Yeah, why not? I'll do that." But iRacing, I think, did have a meltdown for that event. I think it was delayed by about 5 hours due to, I think, just purely the amount of people that were trying to get onto the servers. I think there's well over 1,500 team entries into that event. So pretty much, I think it crashed their servers. But it's good to see that there's still that amount of people that want to do these events. And I'll ask you the same question that I've asked Jess and Sam. So, one of the things that I think needs to be addressed within these endurance races, and Sam came up with a good suggestion, was either looking at the damage model, because, I mean, if you look in real life and you do have a crash, they can pretty much change an aero part on a car within minutes, whereas if you have any damage in iRacing, it takes a fair amount of time. Like if you tap the front wheel and suspension, that's like half an hour. When in real life, they can probably change it in like 10 minutes with how quickly they're set up. So that's one side of it. But how do you feel? I mean, one of the things I would think they should bring in is fast repairs into these long events, because you have one incident, and unfortunately, like we see with the Night 2, as we see here, oh no.
Looks like we avoided any damage. Let's see how we do of not reversing on track when cars are coming around the corner. But that's good, we stopped. Are we going to go forward? We are. Yeah, this is fine. Just take your time. Be sure as to exactly where the car is. Don't put yourself at risk. Don't put anyone else at risk. Cool. No big deal. No damage, I wouldn't think. Didn't really put anyone else in immediate problem with recovery. You can see the headlights of the next car flashing by on the screen at 100-mile-an-hour difference. But yeah, just gather yourself up. Remember, your tyres are going to be a bit kind of dirty and a bit cold potentially after being sat there for a couple of minutes. So just gradually wind it back up again. Make sure you get back into the rhythm, and you'll be off and away again in no time. Did you finish summarising your question? Sorry, Andy, or
no. So basically, my question to you is: do you think there should be fast repairs in these events?
No. However, no, on the basis that they do need to fix the repair system, like you say. So, like I say, if you're sat in pit lane for an hour or whatever kind of ridiculous time, then your car has to be at 100% when you go back out. Like it's it's not a fast repair, but that's the state the car needs to be in at that point. I think it's if iRacing are unable to do that for whatever reason, then like you say, perhaps the fast repair is the kind of poor band-aid to put on it. No, ideally it should, like you say, they should have vaguely accurate repair slots based on what damage they think the car has done. And once that time has exceeded, it's no good saying, great, spotter, great, repairs are done, off you go, son, and you wheels at a 45-degree angle, so I think it's got to be 100% fixed. But yeah, so if they can do that, then I think absolutely no fast repairs. I'm not a fan of fast repairs generally, but I understand that they are useful for different things. Obviously, we have kind of a few different hats on here at Apex, and our Apex Racing League brand is one of those, and we have fast repairs in almost all, if not all, of those leagues. And it's kind of an interesting thing. You want to be able to keep competitors on the track to kind of get their value for money for driver entries and things like that. But I kind of feel like for an endurance event like this, yeah, if they can sort the repair system out, so your car is actually fixed when it's supposed to be fixed, then no. But yeah, sure. In the meantime, perhaps it wouldn't be a bad idea for a bit of a band-aid, you know.
Yeah, I think Sam's. I mean, obviously Sam was in agreement, but he had a different steer on it in that obviously the pros, so the top splits don't get fast repairs because they're pro drivers. They should know better, and obviously they're well tuned within their area of expertise of driving these cars, and the lower splits get fast repairs. So like this split, which is the lowest split, you got races in here sort of like 900, or I think we've got a couple of 600 iRacing drivers in here, and obviously their level of experience against say some of the 5k races is going to be vastly different. But his suggestion was to have the lower splits, or from the lower splits they get some fast repairs. That way it keeps them interesting, because I think the problem we had with this is that we started with, I think it was 48 cars. I think 5 cars didn't take the grid. We're now down to 37 drivers still. So we've lost some of the field because obviously people have had incidents and crashed out, decided it's not worth carrying on. Whereas if we had fast repairs, then it would make it, more interesting. I think that's the thing that we're looking at is these are young drivers. iRacing want to keep them because they're the future of the sim. At the end of the day, they're the ones that are going to be coming up and later on be the old and bold. I suppose if you don't look after them to begin with, they're going to lose interest in thinking, well, I'm not doing any endurance race anymore because I always crash out, and half the time it's not my fault, as we saw with like sort of the car 92, the 2 incidences that they had. If you ever watched them back, we're racing incidences, and it was just maybe a little bit of lack of experience that caused the incidents, but it sort of ruined his race. Oh, as he's gone off again. Oh no.
Huge hit.
Is huge hit, and I think that is them going to be out of the race. Unfortunately, that was a big hit coming out of Radion. And I don't even know if he's going to be able to continue or if he's just going to go back to the pit. So Asusi now is right on the mark between the pit entry, so luckily gets out of the way.
Yeah.
Okay, guess I will see where he's at with it, but surprisingly straight, ready for a car that's just smacked into the wall.
Yeah, but like you say, that's going to be huge repairs, I'm sure, for the guys. So here we go. Then let's have a look at the replay as we head up ready on to Eau Rouge. Too much curve on the inside, arguably. Misses the apex on the second one, and just too much input on the steering, I think, to try and drag the car back. It's a tricky one regardless. Obviously, in hindsight, what you do there is you just let the car run off the track, right? So you hit that apex on the right too hard. Cool, no worries, you made a mistake. So now you haven't quite got the line you wanted for the next apex. Doesn't matter. It's a 24-hour race. You're at Spa where most of the time you got a decent amount of tarmac runoff. Certainly, obviously, is there. You just don't even bother trying to get that next apex and just let it drift out. Make sure the car is absolutely planted and stable, and you take the 1x or even the slowdown penalty if required, and you make a note to take it a little bit steadier into the first apex next time. So easier said than done, but that's the kind of attitude that you need to try to take to these endurance events. So it's unfortunate, easy done. It's got to be super frustrating for the team, right? I mean, they've been in the pits for an hour and a half or whatever we think, and within half an hour more, maybe 40 minutes more, it's got big damage again. So that's a real shame for them. He's obviously limping it round, so we'll see what they do. From your conversation with Gustus, I don't think they're probably going to just kind of alt F4 or anything, so I'll go into the pits and I'll see what the repairs guy says and kind of go from there. We saw briefly, sorry Andy, we saw briefly that the 91's actually in pit lane as well, just to confirm. So they're currently in second, but say just due to the shifting of pits as they come out of pit lane and make their way off and away again.
Change of drivers there as well. So Kryn has come over. He's actually only 17, so he's the youngest driver across the rest of the group. The rest of the group are around about 34 to 38, and obviously we've got Krill who's 17. So he's been racing in the sim for about 6 months.
Nice. So Kirill actually did the last stint as well, so he stayed in the car. And like you say, he's so very young, doing a great job out there. We thought he was putting in good lap times that we saw. and we didn't see any mistakes, and we saw him also having to avoid a lot of spinning cars and things in front as well. So no, good job from Kirill there. But yeah, he continues on his second stint in a row. And we saw as well the 92 car did make it into pit lane. So yeah, we'll keep half an eye on them again as we did before, and see if and when they manage to get back out on track.
Yeah, it's hard, but unfortunately it's happened obviously 2 occasions for the driver that was in there. So he initially, I think he was the one that came off first off, and unfortunately he's had a second instance. So the team will certainly have to console the driver there, because I'd imagine he's feeling pretty bad now that he's managed to do it twice in the same stint. But that's iRacing, and there's fine lines going up the El Rouge and Radion corner. It's such a fast corner. And I was saying to Sam, I mean, if you look at it, it's pretty much the longest straight on the track, because under normal circumstances, when you come out of La Source, you're on full throttle from all the way going up El Rouge to Radion, all the way down to Lacoumbe. So it's a massive corner. You get some speed as Elysium just
watching a replay here, Andy, of Elysium coming out of pits after their pit stop. Same driver that's just in, so not a driver change, and he just loses it on pit exit. He just cold tires, spins up that rear wheel, does get a bit of damage. He was lucky, of course, there was no one coming up Eau Rouge as he steered straight across the track. So yeah, unfortunate for Elysium. That's going to shuffle him further away from the challenge for the podium spots, as they're going to have to go back to pit lane for repairs. I presume it looked like a fair old pit on the
pushing it too hard coming out of that pit, and that's easily done in these cars. Like you say, cold tires coming out, trying to push it too much. And this is where it comes down to mentality, is to say it's a 24-hour race. I don't need to be gunning it out of the pits, because I've still got half the race to go. And unfortunately, he's just probably hindered his chances of a top 3 finish now with just a simple mistake like that coming out of the pit lane, and that's a schoolboy error. But I suppose that's all the learning curve for iRacing and racing in the lower splits.
Yeah, I mean, and we've all done it, at some point. It's cold tyres are very, very easy to catch you out, especially on. I mean, I don't know how much of a tight battle Elysium were necessarily in at that moment and how critical it was, but in and out laps can be critical, and so you don't, it's that margin you've got to work with, right? You want to extract everything you can, because actually in and out laps could be where you make a difference over your competitor, but it's arguably a riskier time either when your tyres at their most worn and your fuel's at their lowest, or when you just come out and your tyres are cold and your fuel tank is full. So. It's easy done and unfortunate. I'm sure they'll be able to dust themselves off and carry on again.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, like you say, we're not even a half race distance at the moment. So 9 hours 26 minutes into the race at the moment. So we've got car 91, who's currently in second place. So obviously 91 cars pitted. So we've got to wait for the car number 9 to pit in front of them. So it's the pit strategies that are going to win out of these two. The 91 car is quicker around the track than the number 9 car, and it sort of ebbs and flows between the two. One has one quick lap, one has one, the other one has a quick lap. So it's very much down to strategy within the pits, and they seem to be sort of mirroring each other at the moment. So it's going to be about these silly mistakes for the win of this race. And when we was looking back at the lap times of the drivers of the 91, they're very similar in the race times. So it's like I said to Sam, we don't know the drivers in the emission motorsports, what their sort of lap times are, and the drivers that they're in. But certainly the guys in car 91, they're all around about a decent pace of 121 to 123 lap time, so very consistent within their lap times.
That's what you need. He needs to be consistent. Just bang them in. Doesn't matter if you're not on ultimate pace. Just get the laps in. Don't make big mistakes. Don't get tripped up by traffic. Don't put yourself at risk to other cars trying to come past you, if that's the case, that sort of thing. And just put those laps in. Whilst you're away on Kirill's previous stint, as he has a little bit of a blinky moment on my screen, hope he stays on okay. On his previous stint, Kirill did have quite a lot of issues with just bad luck of cars spinning in front of him. Like we saw 3 or 4 cars sort of spin or almost spin right in front of him in the space of like 20-25 minutes, and he managed to just again take his time and pick his way through him. So he needs to keep that luck going of not getting tangled up, but also kind of hopefully that's in the end of that little strange run of kind of people having issues like immediately in front of him. So we'll see. Could Mr. Kumo bring the track map up for us, just so we can have a look and see how he's likely to be doing with traffic for the next like 10-15 minutes, whatever it might be. Okay, not too bad, right? So he's got maybe like 4 or 5 cars or only 3 cars actually, sorry, immediately in front of him. I thought there was a kind of a double stacking there. And then he's got a nice bit of space. So yeah, once he clears this Ferrari just in front of him, then yeah, he's not looking too bad, and should just be able to again concentrate on hitting his marks and continuing his progress in his second stint of the night.
Yeah, we were looking when we were chatting, me and Sam, about the differences in the mentality between going from obviously daytime racing to nighttime. And the capital, I forgot who it was. I think it was Elysium Racing, might have been. But we were watching the car in front, car 91, when he was chasing him down for 7th place. And you could see the difference between the 2 drivers. One clearly hadn't done enough practice on the light in the night time, because when he was going around the corners, he was very much waiting until his headlights got in, put the lights onto the corner before he actually accelerated. You know, showing that he wasn't confident where the apexes of the corners were. And then obviously he moved to the car 91 and looked at his lines, and he was very much on it. And we can sort of see by the lap times that we're doing. So last lap time a 2:20.95. The fastest is a 2:19.4. So definitely on pace here. So there's no real difference, which shows the experience and obviously the practice the guys have put in during the night shifts, because the night time is where you can win or lose these races, because if you're not confident driving around on the night, you're going to lose a truck ton of time, just basically by not knowing where the car is. But you can clearly see that the guys are putting a lot of training at night, and also pick their markers for their braking. So it's really good to see, and you know, you can see the competitiveness of car 91 and where it is on the racetrack. So at the moment 27 seconds behind car number 9, but obviously car number 9, No Emissions Motorsports, needs to pit in front of them. So yeah, coming down all the time. So there's 1 second a lap. Oh yeah, once about 100th of a second faster than the car in front. But obviously you've got the back markers to contend with on this lap, and they play an integral part into the who wins and who loses on these races, the back markers.
Oh, absolutely. It's a key kind of additional dynamic of these endurance races, right? I hope that Ferrari does back off and leave Kirill alone a little bit, doesn't start messing around. I feel like he's getting much too racy. Let's see if he's just kind of having a bit of fun, or if he's going to do anything silly and send it up inside. But no, he doesn't. So yeah, it's just things like that you don't really need, right? Like, so although the guy behind turned out perfectly fine, he didn't send it up the inside or anything. Like, it's just a distraction that Kirill doesn't need, and you're gonna snatch a break or miss a apex, whatever it might be. But yeah, he just needs to gap him a little bit now, give himself a couple of seconds, and that'll take the pressure off again for Kirill Backel in there, and continue on his journey. So only the top 3 cars currently on the lead lap, right? So Elysium have dropped to 1 lap down. We'll see how that exactly changes when No Emission take their next pit stop as well. 234 laps into the race, and 9.5 hours through this 24-hour marathon of the official iRacing Spa 24-hour bottom split broadcast. Who thought we would be bringing you bottom split broadcast? But I'm glad we are. It's an interesting one out there. See how everyone continues and the strategies develop. Just to confirm, the car 92 obviously is still in pit lane, so I mean they're going to be sat there a while, but we can see that they're still connected. Looks like Coriolis Kurta is lining up to perhaps be on the next stint, so we shall see if he does manage to get out on track within the next sort of 30 minutes or so. It'll be interesting to see.
Yeah, I mean it's really unfortunate what's happened to car 92, and obviously I think I can't remember who the driver was that was in the seat at the time. He'll obviously be feeling bad that it's happened twice, but as long as he learns from it and and takes the experience in, is going to make him a better driver in the end. And I think that's the beauty with iRacing, is that will you can learn from it. And when we were speaking to Gustas, we were saying about incidences and bits and pieces like that, and he said, well, we're trying to instill that, you know, things happen. And he was saying about iRacing being a really good, strong platform that even the car racers use to practice these circuits. So it's easier to make a mistake on an iRacing where it's not costing thousands of pounds writing off a car. And as long as you learn that mistakes, you can take what you learn from this track and put it into real life racing. Because I think that's their ultimate aim, is to actually compete in a real life endurance race, and that's why they're doing all these endurance series on iRacing to prepare them for that.
Well, I mean, kind of as we were alluding to a little bit earlier, I mean, yeah, you can't get much closer, I'd imagine, in terms of kind of the build-up and the anticipation and kind of the management through the race itself. And yeah, like I say, it's going to be, seems to be an extremely cost-efficient way to try to get an idea of what it's like to deal with an endurance race in real life. So, no, makes sense for them, and yeah, hopefully they find it does help them in that benefit, not necessarily just purely kind of, you know, learning how, you know, a car may handle and how a track may turn, but yeah, just the mental and physical side of getting through an endurance race and having the right attitude to, again, kind of strike this balance between pace and making progress, but managing the risks at all time and always being at kind of minimal risk throughout the race. How are the guys looking on lap times at the minute, just out of curiosity? So just kind of interestingly, yeah, last lap, top 3 cars all within 3/10 of each other. That's like pretty crazy for 9.5 hours into the race in top split, let alone kind of bottom split. So that's kind of pretty interesting that the guys are so closely matched there. Elysium, having a little bit of a tough time at the minute after their damage, and then kind of down the top 10, it's like 22s, 23s, kind of most of the way down. E10, Lane Walkers Racing with a random kind of 2-minute 20 in there. But yeah, kind of looking very, very close on lap time at the minute. So, like I said, one boys just need to keep that progress going, and they should be able to maintain their buffer once no mission make their pit stop, as we said.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they're doing a sterling job, you know, considering they have had a spin and had issues within the race to be now in contention to first place is outstanding for what they've done. With, yeah, again, the time, it just amazes me how quickly they've learned the game. And obviously you find the younger guys to be able to pick these games up, these simulators up. I apologise for calling it a game. I know I'll probably get that shouted at.
Do you know what?
These simulators.
I may have a command in YouTube for that. Let me see if it still works.
Yeah. With these simulators, they pick it up. I mean, you get the aliens in the streams and stuff like that, and in the races. But it's yeah, there you go.
I obviously turned them off a long time ago when I decided nobody used them.
The simulator, I stand corrected. I'll have a word with myself. But no, it's great. It's good fun, you know. I mean, I never got into this. The way I got into this was I joined a military F1 series on PC. So we did an F1 series. Really enjoyed it during the lockdown, just to keep myself busy, keep myself interested with everything that we've gone through in the last year. And one of the guys actually said, well, iRacing, I play iRacing, you know, have a go at that, because obviously the F1 season finished. So I thought, yeah, do you know what, I'll give it a go. And that was a year ago. I pretty much bought myself a rig with all the top equipment, and I love it now. And obviously branching out to a bit of commentary, a bit of admin work, and seeing what the other side's like. And yeah, I'm enjoying this. I see it very much as a hobby, but I'm enjoying it, if you see what I mean.
I should hope so. It'd be a real shame if not. But like I say, it's great that you're getting so into not purely the driving, but also kind of contributing to the community. You know, Andy works quite hard in the background for us with kind of our ARL kind of admin side, and yeah, like I say, it's nice to give a little back to to a community that kind of you're enjoying and want to be more a part of as you go through, and that's certainly kind of mine and Mr. Smoothie Kumo's story in the background as well of kind of contribute back a little bit and support the hobby that we've been so interested in for such a long time, So Mr. Smoothie Kumo, if you're sat there, when did you join iRacing? Did you say 2008?
2009, I think you said.
2009. So yeah, so there you go, 2008. Yes, I win. Yes, I got it. So yeah, Mr. Smoothie Kumo is telling us that he was actually in the beta before even iRacing was released, and that may blow the minds of people who joined during the last year of quarantine and things like that. But yeah, 13 years ago, Sam Kumo's been involved, who's our broadcaster for today, and been involved not much less time than that with Apex Racing during that whole period as well, competing in world championships and things back in the days of Williams F1 cars being the go-to car, as Kirill dispatches car or position number 19. So who was that? Position 19 is car number 11, Sick Racing. Yeah, another lap on those guys.
I think you always have your heart in your mouth on that Rouge and Radion. It's such a fast corner. If you get them lines slightly wrong, as we've seen previously by obviously the car 92 and other cars, that you go just such wrong, but you've got to attack them bends to get the most out of these laps, or else you lose so much time down the Camel Straight. So to me, it's an all or nothing corner. Same with Pouon as well. You've got to attack that corner, but they bite back really hard if you certainly don't go around it in the right lines, or try to do something out of the normal on them corners.
Mr. Smoothie Kumo, not that anybody else is going to care apart from me and you, but since I mentioned Daytona 2.4 a little bit earlier on, and how that was many years ago, I was poking around trying to find when it was I might have competed in it. 2013 it looks like. I see another familiar face of a Mr. Smoothie Kumo who entered the same race. Finished 6 laps down, whereas I finished 26 laps down, so evidently my race was not as successful as I recall, but clearly it still provided some good memories, so that was good anyway. Sam Kumo was telling us that he was in the McLaren GT3, and he was absolutely right. That is what the iRacing series results tells us, and I was in the Daytona prototype. But yes, yeah, I'm impressed that I crashed out with 26 laps left, and yet that's my this is my iRacing highlight apparently from like 10 years of career is finishing in 31st, 26 laps down, disconnected. Great.
You still have all that info. Wow.
Well, I don't, but iRacing does. It's pretty good. You dig around in the results archives, it's all there. I literally searched 2010 to 2021, and there we go, we found it. So yeah. Sam Kumo tells us about IndyCar. Yeah, that was private league, right? So am I going to be able to find the results of that as easily? I'm not sure that I'm going to be able to. But yes, IndyCar was good. I will add, Andy, I did used to be a little bit of a better peddler as well, so I did scrape into world championships at times and things as well. But yeah, obviously they weren't my highlights. Car number 92, still in pit lane, unfortunately, just to confirm and check in with them. Currently P33 overall, showing 6 positions lost since they started on the grid. Oh, look at that! Perfect timing, as if I knew. So yeah, Carolus Kurtoven, is in the car as we mentioned earlier on. He's going very, very slowly out of pit lane because absolutely rightly he needs to try to determine as carefully as possible what kind of state that car is in. You see the car flashing by now on the left. There we go, right on cue. And he needs to be very, very sensitive on his opening lap and try and get a sense of what kind of shape that car is going to be in. And we'll keep track of him, I think, probably for this lap, just to see what happens and how they survive. You can see you got a couple of cars behind him in the nice digital screen rear view mirror there. Is that car going up inside? He's not, unfortunately. That was a bit tight, I think.
Be interesting to see on the laps coming down Camel Straight to see if he's obtaining like sort of top speed on that. So It'll be interesting to see if they have got top speed damage, which I would imagine they would, because that was a pretty big hit coming up Eau Rouge into there. So I'd imagine they have got some sort of gear issue at the top. You normally find that in iRacing when you have the front. Although the engine on this is rear, so it might not affect the engine, but I'm pretty sure we'll find out soon enough. Get it flashed quite profusely there. And it's probably best just to let the guys run as he does on cue, just to get him out of the way and, like you say, get some laps under his belt before he starts pushing it on.
I'd say he's doing the right thing. Like, you just want to pot around on his first lap and just, I mean, one, you just need to have a bit of a warm up yourself. I don't know how much he's practiced in another session or anything leading up to his stint, but yeah, he just needs to get a feel for it, see what kind of state the car's in. I'm sure he's on the radio to his teammates in the spotter to let them know what kind of state it's in. But as you said, Andy, we'll get our first sense of it when he gets to the end of Kemmel Straight, and we'll see if he's anywhere near the 250k sort of mark. He's not a million miles away coming down towards the bus stop, but yeah, I think he's down on top speed, right? We'll see.
I mean, he's certainly going to have aero damage, which is going to impact his turning abilities and obviously braking abilities. So he just needs to, relearn the car and relearn where he needs to brake a little bit earlier than where he used to with a perfectly good car. As we can see there, that car has certainly been in the wars, but it's great to see him still continuing on. Two big incidents where a total was over 2 hours in the pits for repair time, but they're still plugging on and in 33rd place at the moment. Quite a bit down on the rest of the team, but it's all a learning experience for them. As I say that, he goes up to position 32, so just need to see and take it easy at that point, that's for sure, which he seems to do quite well there. Let's see what sort of speeds he's getting down. 22.
It doesn't look promising.
No.
So yeah, he's a good 20k down, I think, on top speed. So 20-25k down. So yeah, they'll plod along. We'll see. I mean, it's an interesting question, right? Of at what point is it really not worth your time continuing around and keeping that dedication in? Yeah, he also needs to consider how controllable the car is. So if actually he's like fighting to hang on to it at every moment, then is that safe for other competitors? That sort of stuff. But it looks okay in the corners at the minute. We didn't see him fighting the steering particularly when we were on board, I don't think. Yeah, it's just going to be slow, right? So we'll keep half an eye on them, see how they progress. Whilst we have been keeping an eye on the 92's recovery, No Emission Motorsports made their pit stop, so the 91 car for One Boy Story Racing team by Autos LT are back in the lead. We can see they've got a 51-second gap now, so I think they've made... So Elysium were second before they had their little issues, and Elysium, I believe, were 30-ish seconds down. So they've kind of, now that low GT3 have taken that second spot, instead they seem to have gained like a net 20 seconds. I'm not sure whether low GT3 we're kind of feeling like still have a pit stop to do, or if they're kind of fairly level. We'll just have to kind of wait and see a bit later on how that pans out. It all looks very tight in front of Kirill there. But yeah, they're heading towards like a minute gap over E2, and yeah, even more critical just to take your time, take your moments going through these cars and make sure we don't get ourselves tangled. You can see pretty much every car's got some kind of damage on it, right? We see bent rear wings everywhere. Hey, I mean they're continuing around.
I bet they wouldn't be happy in real life if they had that amount of damage on the price of these cars, but obviously, luckily in this race, in iRacing, it doesn't cost you any money to repair your car. I think if they did bring something in like that, there'd be a lot more careful drivers out there. But as we're seeing with the low GT3, the lap times are really good at the moment. 2:20.12 was the last lap up. Obviously, car 91 was a 2:21.94. So literally just under 2 seconds a lap slow at the moment. So obviously they've got their fast driver in at the moment, but Kirill's obviously been held up a bit by rear markers, so I'm pretty sure once he gets his clear air, he'll start pushing on. But still, even that, a 2:21.9 at night is a fast time, and he's got 47 seconds at the moment over second place, and that's where we've got the ping pong effect of the pits as well. So they seem to be on different pit strategies. So when not when the one boy story racing car comes in, then you got your low GT3 will go in front and vice versa. So it's all about managing the time on track and getting past these back markers. That don't seem to be wanting to get out of the way, but to be fair to them, they don't have to get off. Obviously, they'll be getting the blue flag, but in iRacing rules, it's not like any other race. You're supposed to get out of the way. It's just letting you know that there's a car behind you that's faster coming up to lap and there. But yeah, maybe that's something iRacing needs to look at is the blue flag effect, which I hear a lot of people complaining about on the sim. But you play within the rules of the simulator, and if that's the rule, that's the rule. You just got to work with it and do the best you can. As we see him getting a really good exit out of the Kemmel Straight, getting past, so an ideal place to pass a back marker is on the Kemmel Straight. Won't affect your times, and obviously get a bit of toe coming down there as well. So all beneficial. The car 91. So yeah, good pass there.
Like you say, it's just a matter of just allowing it to play out. Take your time and don't get tangled up. Hopefully the back markers don't try and come back at you or anything, as we saw. I was thinking about a little bit earlier on as well. And yeah, all good going forward. Lap time history, interesting to see then. So we can see P2 Miranda currently in the car for low GT3 team. Yeah, Backlund doing a very nice job indeed. So very consistent with his lap times over assist. But you've got to consider as well, we've got traffic that we're seeing in here. Even despite that, each lap is within, what, a couple of seconds? 3 seconds? And, oh, okay, so sorry, so Samina Kuma correcting me. So Miranda, sorry, is 1.3, 0.3, 1 second, 1.8, 3.6 quicker on those last laps than Backlund. Sorry, not that Backlund had that over Miranda. That was me reading that incorrectly. So yeah, looking at the my timing screen, 2:19.9. So that's the first 19 I've seen since I've been in the session for Miranda. So yeah, chipping away, we can see that the gap is down to 45 seconds. And when I was commenting on it a couple of minutes ago, it was at 50. So there's nothing for the guys to panic about. You just need to keep hitting your marks. And let's say even if over the next 20 laps they do catch you and pass or whatever, you try not to change what you're doing, right? It's no good trying to find like another gear in your pace, especially at night. You're just going to have issues and cost yourself a lot more time. So you just keep hitting your marks, staying in your rhythm, staying in these sort of low 20s, and seeing how the strategies and the traffic and driver changes play out during the race.
Yeah, I mean, obviously they've clearly got their fastest driver in the seat at the moment, who's must have had some nice clear air to sort of get them timings in there, or have some fortunate slipstreams coming down the Kemmel Straight with the back markers. Unfortunately, as we've seen, Krill's had some issues with hitting the back markers at the most inappropriate times, but that's something you just got to manage. And as Gustas was saying about, one of the good things with iRacing, it gets you really prepared for real life racing. It's a fact of traffic management. How do you get past the cars? What opportunities does it take past the cars? And he said iRacing is very good for that, because it gives you that knowledge of saying when to pass a car and when not to pass a car. So from that point of view, it's another bonus for iRacing for real low drivers is the traffic management system.
Just does seem to be a constant stream of cars still out on track, doesn't it? So it's great that you've got a decent number out there and it's not, excuse me, thinned out too much. Obviously, as far as Mr. Sam Fitzpatrick was telling us with our glorious quiz earlier, not the huge grand track that it once used to be, but it's still a monster by today's standards. So track seems pretty well filled out there. Cars come along at every opportunity. Let's have a quick skim through the top. We don't worry about changing cameras, Smeely, but we'll have a quick skim through the top 20. Just we've got no apparent cars around Kirill for now. So car 91 for One Boy Story Racing Team by Altus. Yeah, we can see is in the lead, as we said, hanging on to that kind of 45-second gap or so to car number 99 just behind him, Low GT3 Team. Low GT3 Team actually moved up a little bit because No Mission Motorsports have made a pit stop fairly recently, another sort of minute 32 behind, and the Mercedes, Elysium Racing, had an issue coming out of pit lane not long ago, losing the rear of a car on cold tyres, so they're down in 4th now, but they were kind of alternating with car 91 One Boys that first position, just as its strategies were varying. DSRT mascots in the first Lamborghini that we have in the field. P5, 3 laps down. EV Chargers Racing, first of the Ferraris. Like I was saying earlier, Ferraris seem to be most popular, but actually the first one is only in 6th position. Yeah, car number 555. Le Mans Wall Banger currently in pit lane. E-Team Brit, we were commenting about them earlier on from our notes, and so they had a little bit of trouble earlier on with car number 92 after they had a little bit of damage for E-Team Brit, and so they're trying to recover. How are they doing for the lap time since they were a bit stronger earlier? 2:28, so I don't know if that's just like a outlap or in traffic, or whether actually they're struggling with a fair bit of damage. We'll see. Le Mans Wallbang has just dropped a spot as I was talking, so now we're on to Donkeybot Racing, sorry, then Planeswalker Racing Green in 10th, Marvelous Pink Panther Racing, good name, in 11th, Mint Racing 12th, Glue Glue in 13th with the CRS Conglomerate in 14th. I think one of you guys was saying that they're a little bit further up earlier on, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. Team Chope in 15th, DW Racing in 16th, TGC Racing in 17th, JMB Racing Team 18th, and Sick Room Racing Myrtle in another Porsche. Only 3 Porsches in the top 20, right? And then Car and Gas Buhon in 20th, who again, we mentioned them earlier on, were involved in a tight battle with the Car 92 earlier on. So yeah, they're obviously having a tough time as well. 20 laps down, so yeah, that's our top 20 positions. I have been keeping half an eye on the Car 92 to see how they're doing on lap time. They are 10 to 12 seconds off the pace each lap, so yeah, definitely seems like, as we suspected, that the Car 92 is going to be nursing that damaged car for as long as they can. And I like to say, if it's manageable on the corners, you may as well stick with it and just see what happens, see how the guys progress through the remaining hours.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's been some big hitters that have fallen sort of by the wayside. So the CGRS conglomerates were at the beginning of the race, obviously fighting with car 91 to get second and third spots. So they've dropped down the order. They had a crash mid-race, which just saw them fall down by the wayside. DWB Racing. And unfortunately, they were miles out in front. They were at least 5 minutes when myself and Sam and Patrick were on the broadcast. But unfortunately, had a classic mistake that he'll be kicking himself. So coming into the pit lane, obviously it's quite a tight pit and it's quite long. And unfortunately, I think whoever the driver was at the time, I can't remember, had a momentary lapse of concentration and hit the wall on the left-hand side with the suspension and caused him 30 minutes of repair time, which obviously why he's currently down in P16 at the moment. Fast drivers, really fast crew, so I'd expect to see them claw back some of them, but I mean they are that far down on the leaders now that 10 laps that unfortunately that their race has been run, but at least they're keeping going, so fair play to them. But they were standout races in the first 5 hours of this Spa 24 hours, and unfortunately one incident, and that's 24-hour racing. Unfortunately, one incident can take you to first place all the way down to 16th. It's the harsh reality of racing, I suppose, Lee.
It's a tough one. I'm sure they probably were confident going in, knowing that they were maybe like punching above their weight a little bit in terms of sort of they felt, I'm sure they probably could dominate the top split with the pace that they were running early on, but yeah, it's unfortunate. Like I say, one big hit and you're done. It kind of comes back to what we were talking about earlier on, Andy, right? Like if you kind of got that sort of pace, excuse me, and you could get those repairs done, come out with a completely fresh car, you kind of feel like you'd be confident that you could make that time back up again at some point. But yeah, it doesn't seem like that's going to quite pan out for them. They're running a perfectly fine pace, 20.8 last time, but yeah, it doesn't look like they're going to be sort of charging their way back through the field by any stretch of imagination, as Kirill negotiates another lapped car, as the Lamborghini with his very distinctive headlights that Samuli Komu was telling me in my ear about earlier on, I believe, with the Le Mans style setup I have for headlights. I feel like that would be really annoying if I was the car in front, just having that solid wall of light behind me. But I mean, I'm sure that's part of the reason for the design, you know.
Yeah, I did. I used to do, in fact, we done Daytona in the Lambo, and it just lights up that whole track, that extra bar. And I agree with you. It probably is quite annoying when you got a Lamborghini just full blaze of lights behind you, thinking, "Wow, what is that behind me?" And yeah, but as you can sort of see, the level of lights in these cars are really good. Because obviously, this is really the only part that's lit up on the track, and then they go into the darkness for the rest of the track. But these headlights on that they got in iRacing pretty much light up the rest of the track, so they can see quite a bit with these headlights. But unfortunately, they're not adaptive headlights like in modern day cars.
Dear me, Andy. Kirill gets a huge whack up the arse from the whichever car it was. We'll check up on it in a minute. That we were seeing follow him closely. I was saying about sort of him being right behind, and yeah, we'll get a replay of it and stuff. Probably see it soon, I'm sure. Thank you, Similia. As we can see, it's TGC Racing, the Lambo that we're talking about, the lights that went into the back. And I say we'll look at replays and stuff a couple of times, see what happened. I didn't see whether maybe Kirill had made a mistake and kind of left the guy here with nowhere to go or not, but we're about to find out. It's quite a long way back at the minute. Well, Kirill stopped, so I'm guessing that's a technical issue for Kirill. Like,
Yeah,
must have just brake pedal stuck, or I mean, it might not have been as significant as that in terms of perhaps he wasn't able to apply the throttle or something. But yeah, so no fault it seems at all from that back marker behind.
Yeah,
kind of,
some
I
sort
was
of
trying to
technical
listen
issue
to
there,
it
wasn't
then.
it?
Yeah, so the onboard was interesting. I don't know if Samuli has an opinion on what he could kind of hear. I don't know if he wants to play that again. I was going to turn my sim volume up a little bit so I can try and hear what the engine was doing.
Yeah, he pretty much came up to the corner and it almost seemed like he lost his acceleration. So he comes out of this corner.
Yeah, we got a little way to go from that until we get around to corner.
You can sort of see here, it's sort of starting to go that he's losing a bit of acceleration.
Yeah, it seems okay for now. I'm just going to turn my sim up, so if you say something, I'm not going to hear you for a second.
And here it stops.
Yeah, so it didn't seem like a brake pedal issue, right? It seems like there was just no power, and so it's just the engine braking slowing them down, is my guess. Weird. Yeah, technical issue for Kirill there. So whether that's like equipment failure, as in like his own like pedals, or whatever it might be, I can't really imagine that it was going to be like an in-sim damage related style issue. So we'll see. And of course, it could be something as simple as your foot getting caught or something. I mean, say again, these guys doing an endurance, so you get aches and pains, and you try and adjust and fidget and that sort of stuff, and who knows. So hopefully one of the guys from One Boys can fill us in on Discord at some point as to what they think the issue was there. But yeah, it was a fair old whack that Kirill got. So he's still in lead for now, 24 seconds ahead of low GT3 team. We'll just have to keep an eye on the lap times for the next couple of laps and see how we feel it's affected him. But that was a strange one.
It certainly was, and obviously he was coming down the Kemmel Straight there, and he was only getting about 139 k's. So obviously these cars are rear wheel engines, so getting a big hit like that up the rear will probably affect his engine speed, and he'll probably lose a bit of top speed. So that's the annoying thing. But I suppose that's like real life racing. You do have incidences where something on your car can break, which obviously we don't get in iRacing, but we have the hardware issues that seem to be that's what happened there. He was going around the corner and seemed to have lost all acceleration, and unfortunately the car behind him picked him up because he was still on it. He was very lucky not to get caught by the car coming back. Obviously his quick thinking put it into reverse to get back onto the grass off the racing line, because if he didn't done that, he would have been collected by the car coming around the corner behind him, and that certainly would have been the top three finish done for car 91. But at the moment, they're still in first place, like you're saying, losing a little bit of time. It'd be interesting to see his lap time on this round. So all the lead that they did have, they've sort of lost it now, but still 22 seconds ahead, and we are 2 hours away from half race distance. So I'll have to sort of see. So that was a 123.7. So about 2 seconds a lap slower. And I think if we look down Kemmel straight in the speed, you'll see Lee that he's got a little bit of speed loss on that, which will affect him. He's just got to do what he can at the end of the day.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Like I say, we'll get an idea now as he comes down here. I mean, he's going to have a bit of toe, so that might mislead us slightly, but still, we'll see. Yeah, 23.7 wasn't great in that last one. He's been running sort of low 20s, right, a lot of the time. Can we bring up the dashboard, Samuli, just so we can see his speed for the viewers?
240.
Yeah, 40. So, yeah, he's down. It should be like 257 or something we saw earlier on, right? And that was with draft as well. So yeah, not great for Backlund. So we're going to see low GT3 team continuing to close. No emission rate at Motorsports. They're not that far behind really. A minute 20. So they're gonna start chipping away as well. How much longer do we think Kirill's got of this fuel stint? What is our guess? The last spotted on lap 229, I believe, according to the stats. How many laps do we think they're doing per stint, chaps? Have we got an idea?
Good question, actually. I'm not 100% sure how many laps. I'm not really sure how much fuel they do.
Okay, about 25 laps. Our man in the booth, Mr. Smiley, tells us. So he's got a little way to go then until his scheduled stop. So, I mean, again, how taking damage repairs. I mean, how much is it really going to do? As we were talking about before with iRacing, not really managing to solve that kind of repair issue on pit lane. We can see, the most recent, they stopped more recently than low GT3, but no emission Motorsport stopped 7 laps after them. We'll see. He's going to just keep plodding around, I guess, and see what kind of gap he can maintain. So he's got a while, I think, until their schedule stops still.
Yeah, definitely. So. And we have Alex joined us in a commentary box. Hello, Alex.
Oh, hello, gentlemen. It looks like I joined at a very critical point as they're coming into the pit stop. But yeah, the little I don't know what that issue was that I just witnessed, but jumped in, saw them in the lead, and thought, oh, excellent, this is what we want to see. And then we got a little issue, and now we're perhaps looking that they're going to get hunted down now for the rest of this. Let's hope for some repairs, I think, here.
Yeah, it's tricky. Like I say, this has got to be them pitting, hoping for repairs. Because we think it's too early on pit stops. Good evening, Mr. Alex Simpson. Great to have you joining us. We believe, right? There's not much to believe about it. It just is our first 24-hour broadcast that we've provided on Apex Racing TV. So very happy for One Boy's story to provide us the opportunity to cover this for them. It's been fairly interesting so far, Alex. Like I say, just tricky moment for car number 91 here with that contact a minute ago.
Yeah, I mean, I think the pivotal point was the contact from behind was bang on the back, so perhaps no real axle damage or anything like that. Cool. It could be a lot longer in the pits if that was the case. So let's just see kind of what goes on here. But yeah, like you say, first time we've done a 24-hour broadcast, so totally different to perhaps what we were expecting. Doing it focused on a couple of teams, but great for us to kind of work out the logistics of how this all gets together, and a good race to do it on, really, the Spa 24.
Right, so interesting then, we've got lots happening in pit lane right now actually. So Smoothly spotted that actually car number 92 has come back into pit lane. So that's a bit worrying because they went out not that long ago after a long time of repairs. So I wonder if we'll see One Boys out in car number 92 again, or maybe they feel like there's a bit more repair time that they can try and take. Low GT3 team has come in as well, so that actually pushes No Emission Motorsport up to the lead for the minute. I'm expecting low GT3 to come out in second, and we'll just see how long car number 91 sits in pit lane for those repairs. Right, I'm gonna step away just for a moment to grab a drink, and then Andy, you're welcome to hang around still if you want, or otherwise, so we're obviously covered now that you've looked after this little bit of extra time. So it's very very kind of you.
Yes, I'll let you go and have your drink and have a little bit of a break, and then come back when you can, and I'll move on and leave the commentary over to you and Alex. And I think.
Sounds good. I will be back in literally a couple of minutes. Thank you.
Yeah, no problems. So, Alex, just bringing you up to date with, I'm not sure how much you've been watching of the stream. So, start of the race, really good for the two teams. They were running up in fourth and fifth. And unfortunately, the second stint, they had a couple of incidences with off tracks, slowdowns, which took them down the pecking order a bit. Oh, as we see there, the low GT3 car getting a bit squirrely at the Legumes track around the Legumes corners. Obviously, fresh tyres, just need to get them warmed up. And then, unfortunately, car 92 had a bit of an incident where he had to get repairs. So he went back in, got repairs, came out, ran about 26th position. And then they were on a real charge again, back up to 13th position. And unfortunately, coming around Blanchimont with a back marker, got hit. And I think he's done about a 360 in the air, landed on the roof. Got back onto the wheels and unfortunately blew their engine, so they were back in the pits for another hour and 45. Come out of that and then unfortunately coming round where was it, that round Stavlo, coming out of turn 16, unfortunately hit the sand on the exit, and it spun the car around, hit the wall and unfortunately caused about another 15 minutes worth of damage. So they've certainly been in the wars as such in this race, but it's great to see him carrying on. Car 91, very good. Obviously, as you saw there, unfortunately got hit up rear end for some strange reasons. I can only put that down to a hardware issue, to have no acceleration coming out of that corner. But as we see them there, they're just leaving the pits now. They're in second place, and they're just going to have to fight. They are quicker than the car 99, the low GT3 team. The current driver that's in seems to be quite quick, so I think he's got the fastest driver currently in the seat. But the previous drivers in that, they were about 2 seconds of that faster than them. So they've got it all to do again, but they're still in the top three, so still on the podium, which is probably where they were hoping for. And Elysium Racing is still a lap down, so you know they're on the lead lap, which is where they want to be. So good luck to them guys. As we've got the founder of One Boy Racing taking the seat now in the 91 car. So we'll see how he gets on.
Yeah. Thanks for the catch up there. I need that a little bit. Yeah, when I tuned in a little bit earlier on, obviously I saw that they were doing quite well, and then catch back up later. And as you said, I saw that one of the cars had dropped down. So yeah, a bit of a crazy wave then, by the sound of that, to occur with that Blanchimont spin. But you see that quite a lot. It's sort of a bit of a prone corner, isn't it? Especially with back markers, I think. So yeah. It's worth pointing out, you know, if there's anyone tuning in at this sort of stage and it's just thinking, you know, kind of why, you know, are they pitting and taking all this time to repair? You know, the iRacing, they try to sort of simulate the damage as best they can, and when you have an engine go, they don't basically rule you out of the race, but you are in that pits for a good portion of time to try and get that repaired. So now what I will say is absolute credit to the guys for carrying on, because there is a lot of people that after being sat in the pits for an hour would have just gone, thanks lad, I enjoyed that first 9 hours or so of the race and got the heck out of there, and yeah, just watch the race on the sidelines. But yeah, to see them stick with it, let's hope they do get back out there again.
Yeah, I think obviously at the moment, I think the car's quite heavily damaged, so they're losing about 20 k's going down Kemmel Straight. As long as the car's in a good state for the rest of the track, then they probably will carry on. But they've been in that pits now for well over 2 hours during this 9 hours, this 10 hours and 16 minutes that we've currently been racing. So not even at half distance yet. So talking to Sam earlier on, and we were at 5 hours, and we were saying, you know, we're not even 1/3 through the race yet, or a quarter through the race, and then all of a sudden it just jumped up to like 8 hours, and we were like, wow, we've actually got up to 8 hours. That's the thing with 24-hour racing. You know, you think 24 hours is a long time, It is. When you're in the seats or doing the commentary, just time flies, and before you know it, it's 4 hours later. You're approaching half race distance.
Yeah, I think as long as there's always things going on the track and stuff like that. Usually the night time actually, where it is where things settle down. So the graveyard shift can always be a tricky one. But yeah, if got different bits and different strategies going on, even if it's the odd racing incident here and there, it keeps us on our toe, keeps us occupied with things to discuss, and yeah, like you say, time can fly. I was just taking a quick look at the straight line speed. Now, I think just as I tuned in, you were talking about that. What were they doing without a draft earlier on? Because it looked like they were about 240 or something like that there. Yes.
255 was roundabout. I think the
Oh,
top speed for the 91 was 247. I think it was. Is it top speed? About 255. So they've lost around about 20 kph, which is quite a lot of speed. And unfortunately, due to these cars having the engine at the rear, it got pretty hard smack in the rear, so you would almost certainly say that it's done some sort of damage to the car. But I think that's where iRacing, and we were chatting to the commentators about this, is that I think iRacing needs to fix its repair models, because in real life they could probably change an engine in half an hour on real life, but yet we had the incident where they sort of blew the engine with the incident there at Welshpool, but they were sort of an hour and 50 minutes in the pits, and yet when they came out they still weren't at full speed. So I think from that point of view they sort of need to fix that, because if you've got a car for that amount of time in the pits, all the aero damage would have been fixed, as well as the engine change getting done, and the car would come out like brand new, being able to do top speed. But unfortunately in iRacing you can still come out with steering damage, aero damage. And I think probably that needs to be looked at. And while I've got you, Alex, actually, I've been posing the question to the other commentators as well, as what's your view on fast repairs in 24-hour races?
yeah, it's a tricky one. Like, I mean, I don't think there's any harm in perhaps having like one. I think like so you could get away with like one big incident or something like that. I think that kind of makes it a bit more fun. It gives you one get out of jail free card, so to speak. And I guess it really depends on how you are sort of looking at the event. If you're coming into this with your group of mates and you're just gonna enjoy and have fun, and just sort of enjoy the experience as a bit of a laugh kind of thing, then like absolutely one is definitely the thing. When there's perhaps a pro competition on and you've got a 24-hour event and things like that, then you want to be simulating like absolutely everything. So if you do get involved in those accidents and things like that, then that's what needs to happen. You need to pay the price kind of thing for it. So that's all about what endurance racing is, isn't it? Sometimes it's not about being the fastest through the whole race. It's about just being that sort of the consistent person, keeping that car clean, keeping it damage free, and you can kind of win using that sort of technique and strategy. So yeah, I don't think I could necessarily give like one particularly sort of solid answer there. It really depends on the circumstance and the event and the group of people you're kind of doing it with.
Yeah, I think Sam gave a really good answer. Was he agrees that he thinks that there should be a fast repair, but for the lower splits. So if you're pro staters, what they clarify as pro staters, obviously whatever's the top splits within these races, is that they are experienced drivers. So therefore, exactly what they're saying, that they shouldn't have any fast repairs, because they should be able to manage the traffic a lot better. The lower down splits, certainly like this one, which is the bottom split, so you've got iRacers in here racing at around 900 iRating. Their experience is going to be limited on iRacing. So, what you need to do is sort of keep them in the sport and giving them that fast repair, because they're going to make mistakes. The rookies at the end of the day trying to trying their arm at a 24-hour race. So, you know, let's be a little bit lenient for them and give them that option of fast repair to understand that don't do that again, or else we're going to be in the pits for hours. Because it almost like ruins people's races. Like Car 92, you know, up there, up the front end, got the speed, have one incident and straight away down the end of the field. And unfortunately, they've had more than one, which seems to be really unlucky for them guys. But you know, at least that first incident would have been covered, and they could have carried on from that. So I thought that was a really good answer that Sam gave.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, and like you say, perhaps a bit of a sliding scale. The further you down you go, perhaps the more you get, or something like that might work in terms of like, you know, percentage of splits or something like that. Something that might maybe coded in as well. Yeah. It's an interesting viewpoint. I have to say, I'm not sure I necessarily agree with, you know, the guys in the top split and the pro drivers that can manage the traffic and times. I mean, I've watched and been involved in some of those races, and I would argue that sometimes they're far worse than the people that are nice and patient in these lower splits because they just want to enjoy the racing.
Yeah, very true. Well, in the TC cars, I think that was the case, wasn't it? Commentated on a few of them, so you didn't have the fast repairs in there, so it was really good races. But you know, I think it's one of them discussions that you can have the divided opinion across anybody you answer. For the lower rated drivers, they're going to want it because, you know, it ruins their race if they're out. I was saying, well, you know, iRacing is the most realistic sim you can have, so why should you get a fast repair? You don't get them in real life. But if that was the case, then we need to model the repair times on real life with the current advances in technology and the speed that these guys work within the pits when a car has been damaged is phenomenal. But iRacing doesn't seem to be on the same platform with that, and the consistency of damage. I mean, there's many a time you've gone into a corner and lightly tapped the wall, and it's happened in this race to DWB Racing. That, like you said, they were in first place, come in the pits and literally tapped the wall, and they ended up with a 30-minute repair time. And it's just like trying to get that balance correct with, you know, if you go into a wall at the end of the Kemmel Straight doing 250 k's an hour and you hit the wall, yeah, you should be in the pits a long time, because in real life you could do. But if you're doing like 5 miles an hour and just skim the wall, you shouldn't have a 30-minute suspension repair time. It's just doesn't seem consistent to me. That's all.
Like the light wheel-to-wheel contact that you can occasionally have with someone can end in absolute disaster and things like that. So yeah, those are extremely frustrating. So, and I do agree entirely with you as well that yeah, the timings are wrong. I do remember actually there was a time when like if you had engine damage, as you see the straight line deficit speed that they've got there as the BMW just drives right by them through Blanchimont. Unfortunately, it's going to be tough for them. But yeah, just quickly back to my point there was that the car was done when you used to have engine damage. You know, there was no repairing it, and then I remember it was a particular build that they reintroduced the fact like, right, we will repair a blown engine now, so you can continue to race. But yeah, they kind of just added it, I think, for like every car, and it was going to take an hour or something like that. So it's not quite the same. And of course, on that same vein with sort of repairs and things like that, the prototypes, for example, obviously not involved in this, but of course in other sort of 24-hour events and things like that, they can they can swap out a front end on those prototypes in like 20 seconds. You know, and it's completely brand new at the front. Oh, there's a little accident ahead. Let's make sure we negotiate that. No issues. But yeah, or the rear end gets changed in like 30 seconds or something like that. So yeah, it's
It's realism. If they're aiming for realism, then they should match it to what they reckon that the real life would do it. I think a lot more drivers would be more sympathetic to that as well, because it probably frustrates a lot, as you being a pro driver yourself, probably frustrates you when you think, how have I just got 30-minute damage for just kissing a wall? You know, that's racing. And unfortunately, these cars are not made of paper. They have got strong components on them, and they should take a little bit of damage.
Yeah, I think the one that really sort of do we have the car back out on track? We do. The 92 car, I think, has
Yes.
rejoined. Yep, Mantis out. So yeah, let's see how he's doing, how his pace appears. But yeah, the aero damage is the one that really, and the straight line speed is the one that really gets on my wick. Certainly when you have the little nicks. Certainly at the start of these long races, and you know, like, you know, cars 5-6 kilometers an hour down on a straight line, like, you know, certainly at the pro level, that's your race done. Like, if it doesn't get repaired at the pit stop, you're like, what do we do? You know, I've been involved in a 24-hour race where literally lap one, you know, you catch a curb funny, and it causes slight bit of chassis damage or something like that, or aero damage, and it's down and it doesn't get repaired, and you're like, do we carry on? You know, we're just going to slip down this order. So yeah, little things like that, I think, you know, a little scrape on the chassis is not going to cause 5-10 kilometers an hour, and you're right, they're a bit more hardy than sometimes they give them credit for.
Yeah, definitely. But you know, that's a point for iRacing to maybe consider. They seem to be improving things. It's just, I think they're a little bit slow to reacting to probably what everybody's saying, because you know, these events are special. They're few and far between in the calendar, and unfortunately, like we can see in this race, we're down to 36 teams left out of 50. I think it was 52 that 5 didn't take the grid, unfortunately. But you sort of lose the field really quick on these events, and you know, being prestigious events on iRacing that they are, because there's so few and far between in the calendar year, following the obviously real life events. It's you know, you would have thought they would have made a bit more effort to make sure that the fields are kept to big numbers and big grids, to make the racing a lot more entertaining.
Right. And on that note, thank you very much for joining us for the last, well, 6 of the last 7 hours or something crazy, Andy. Thanks very much for your contribution this afternoon and this evening. You're booked in again for the final stint tomorrow morning as well, right? So yeah, it'll be interesting to see what you come back to tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely. So thanks to Samuel. Great broadcasting as always, mate. Have fun, Lee and Alex, and I will bid you fair now, and catch up to you crazy cats tomorrow.
Great.
Cheers, mate. See you then.
See you guys.
Bye-bye. Right, good stuff. So yeah, good that we got both cars back out on track again. Alex, I think it's going to be pretty tough for both the cars for the rest of the race, I'm afraid. Car 91 is 3-4 seconds off his pace before they got that last bit of damage. I mean, maybe they can hang on for a top 5, perhaps. Let's hope so. In car 92, I think, yeah, they're just pottering around to try and just feel like they've kind of completed their task, I guess. I mean, still looking at sort of 9-10 seconds, 11 seconds off the pace, unfortunately. But yeah, it's a tough one for them out there. Not that I want to talk about damage anymore, but do you get the feeling that perhaps Andy's been on the wrong end of that, coming out with damage after repairs? I feel like that may be the case, but yeah, let's not continue that discussion any further, really.
Yeah, maybe, but I think yeah, I do. I definitely have been as well, so I do have sympathy and agree.
No, I do as well. I was very much tongue in cheek at how much you had to say on the subject. That was all, but no, all good. Right, great. Alex Simpson, Lee Thompson, and Samuli Kumo bringing you the coverage for the next little while. This feels like a long time since I've said those 3 names together, Alex. Right, like 3 of the original. Well, there we go. Samuli Kumo got in there in Discord chat before I could quite say it. Apex Racing UK retirement squad. I think that's very fitting. You know, 3 guys who have been involved in the Apex Racing group in different ways for 10 years or more, sort of thing. So yeah, great that us 3 get to work together again. It's not not very often that it happens.
I mean, I
It has
didn't want
been,
to blow our little trumpet or anything here as well, but is it just worth just kind of giving a bit of history to kind of like, you know, how we got together as a group and kind of like, you know, just to try and put some, this is me just trying to justify, like, you know, well, we know what we're talking about here for this commentary.
yeah. You go for it, mate. You start us off on the history lesson, and we'll fill in the gaps where we feel appropriate. You know.
Yeah, so obviously Apex Racing UK was our original esports team all the way back in 2012, and yeah, that was kind of formed, and we kind of had this desire to drive and build a team in the iRacing World Championship, and yeah, so it was myself and a few other people that kind of created that. And yeah, I was obviously trying to build my I rating up to try and get into the World Championship and things like that. And I had this really pesky Finnish driver that used to race me all the time in the IndyCar, and yeah, I couldn't shift him. And so instead of you know, battling against him on track, I decided to invite him into the team. And yeah, that's where Samuli joined kind of Apex, and yeah, we continued to work together in the FW31 to you know, sort of get into the kind of like the world, qualify for the world championships, things like that. And then I think probably what, about a year later, was it, Lee, when you sort of come on? Because obviously you were doing stuff with the ARL leagues to start off with.
Yeah, that sounds about right. I
yeah.
feel it might have been, yeah, like sort of six to 12 months after, maybe. I got in. I guess it might have been like season 2 of the iRacing IndyCar series with you guys. I guess, I don't know. I guess I must have been on iRacing for a little while before I felt I could take the leap into actually jumping in the IndyCar. But yeah, started off on let's say the old F1 console ARL leagues, which were pretty successful at the time. I remember running in what used to be called F3, kind of tier 3 of the F1 leagues at the time, and yeah, kind of had a great time, but saw the grass was greener, where as you guys kind of did with the iRacing side, and kind of, yeah, followed along, not too much after, I feel like. Yeah.
Just seeing that the low GT3 team
Taking the
back
tip.
in again. That is
Very
really
soon.
quick.
Can you see anything, Stamuli, your instant for a reason as to why they might be pitted? We'll see if anything occurs. But yeah, they were only in, what, 10 minutes ago? Here we go. Replay coming up.
But yeah,
That's
so
all
in
91 cast still.
just into the box.
Yeah, so 99 in pits here. Yeah, okay. Yeah, replay struggling to come up at a minute. So we'll see if we can find anything. But yeah, low GT3 unexpectedly back into pits. So if they do have long-term problems, that's certainly going to help Car 91's chances of kind of hang on to like a top 5 position or something with their top speed issues.
Yeah, I think that's the thing, isn't it? And this is what I was talking about with Andrew, you know, before you just come back. Like, yeah, they may be down, but, you know, if they hang on in there and stay consistent, even though they might not be the quickest, they could still get a result out of this. We're not even halfway through the race, and further accidents and damage can happen. And
okay. So because they've changed drivers, we're not going to be able to like bring up the replay sort of from our event system. It seems like. Okay, I will find that out for Samuli so he can find it. I was just going to say very quickly, it does actually look like that maybe lap times have slowed over the board actually. So I've been saying about how they are like 3 seconds off the pace, but actually all of a sudden, looking at last lap times throughout the field, nobody's in the 20s anymore. So maybe, you know, maybe car 91 isn't going to be as far off the pace as I first thought actually, you know, so we'll see. Right, here's car number 99. So yeah, going through Radion up into a Rouge. It's that left-hand curb and has a tank slapper and hard into the right-hand wall. Very, very, very similar to what we saw from Elysium Racing, I believe. Samuli, you can correct me over comms if that was wrong. They just seemed like they got out of shape halfway through Radion. And a similar thing, right? They're trying to hang on to it, trying to keep like on their racing line. But frankly, in an endurance event like this, you got all that tarmac run off on the outside. Just don't try and turn the car. Just keep it straight. If you feel like you got your line wrong going in, I think I would just let it run as far out as it wants to go. Make sure I keep the thing pointing one way and not force the car into a situation where it might get tanks like we saw there. So that's going to be big repairs for low GT3 there.
Yeah, take the slow down. It's just not going to matter, is it? Really, you know, a
That's
few
exactly what I was
seconds.
saying earlier. Yeah, Elysium Racing, same thing. They hit like the right hand curb like too hard, and so then couldn't get to the left hand curb at the top, but tried and lost the car basically. And so, like I say, you just take that slow down, take that off track. But yeah, like I say, P2, car 91. So we'll see how they go. Like I say, they're maybe not as far off pace actually as I thought. So a couple of cars back into 21s. So it's kind of quite a slow last lap for the whole field it seems. But they've kind of stepped it back up a bit again a bit now. But yeah, we'll see. Car 92 still in 91s. All right, time to back up on the history lesson. So yes, so I joined in. I guess it was like season 2 of IndyCars maybe. I'm not sure if you'd already run a season by then or not.
Yeah, I think we had run one
I think
by
so.
then, so yeah.
Yeah,
Wow.
May 2012. Just for your info, Alex, unless Samuli has changed it, Samuli's not coming through on broadcast.
Okay.
So yeah, 2012. That sounds about right. Yeah.
Yeah, and then I think we just started our slow, gradual onslaught from that period, didn't we? To build the team and get into sort of like the World Championship. And I know, yeah. So all 3 of us have certainly been pro level. Don't think you ever quite got into the World Championship, did you, Smoothly? I think you got like 1 place out. I think you were like 11, missed it by like 1 spot or something back in the day, I think, if I remember rightly. So, but yeah, so we've all participated at an extremely high level on here. So I'd like to think we know what we're talking about.
Yeah. It's interesting though, right? Because I agree, we did all compete at extremely high level. How does that compare to quote unquote extremely high level now? I feel like it's just
we'd have just
skyrocketed, right?
Nah, we're just old and got slow reactions now. If it had been in our heyday, we'd have smashed them all. These little youngsters, they don't know nothing. We'd kill them. Yeah, but just age, I'm afraid. No, I think it's stepped up massively. It's much like real motorsport and in general, like even, like I'll talk about F1. I know we're watching GTs and things like that. But when you look back at the history of kind of like F1, how back in the day the quick drivers, were perceived to be quick then, and you absolutely did have some absolutely stellar drivers and things like that. But just the science behind everything started to really develop. Like when sort of Schumacher come on board, like being absolutely in your pinnacle of fitness, things like that, made a complete difference. And I mean, even before Schumacher, Senna as well, I think, and I think that is what is kind of happening at the moment with esports for us as well. It's starting to be taken to a whole new level. It was all just, hobbyist racers really, enjoying what they're doing. There was a competitive bit with the World Championship, but now you're having proper professional teams, proper athletes that are trying to maintain, a physical fitness, improve reaction times, team houses and things like that, so that they can analyze data and improve the car setups at a much more efficient rate than when they're just all, based all over the world kind of thing and not really interacting with each other. So yeah, that is that's a crazy step that the sport has taken over the last 2 or 3 years.
Yeah, absolutely. It's and it's not at the peak yet, right? There's still more to go on it. We're still going to see more and more organizations like kind of take it even more seriously and run full-time professional drivers and improve their training facilities and preparation, and start looking then at other things a bit harder. It's not just about your time and your equipment. It's also about kind of mental preparation and all these sorts of things as well. And it's just going to continue on and on. We can see low GT3 still in pits, by the way, relegated down into 6th position now through their repair time.
Yeah, they've been in there for what, 10 minutes now. Looks like the timer is ticking up. So yep, a bad one. Looks like yeah, Zachary Wilson, if he gets back in there, he's going to be he's going to have a tough job to build back up. But just looking at lap times, you are right, Lee. The guys seem to be roughly back on pace. Some laps have been a bit quicker than the guys around them. Some a little bit slower. This last one, they were about a second off, but a bit of traffic and things like that they have to deal with. So typical ebbs and flows, I would say, for any kind of endurance race. So yeah, let's see if they're going to be able to hold on to this. So they got quite a buffer to behind, but in the same vein, they've got quite a bit of time that they've got to catch up to No Emissions Motorsports.
Yeah, so we think No Emission and Car 91 are slightly off kilter with their pit strategy. So lap 247 for Car 91 last in the pits, 236 for No Emission. So it's kind of tricky to know how that might end up in terms of kind of timings things. But I think that's it's going to be out of reach for Car 91 probably, unless No Emission have any real kind of significant issues. Elysium Racing then are a good sort of 3 minutes further back from Car 91, so there's opportunity there to try and maintain that gap for as long as possible to see where they go. Just glancing at Car 92, they found a little bit of time, 2:28. So
problem for someone there just coming out and what was No Name Corner, but back up to speed before our lads got to them. So good.
Yeah, we were seeing earlier on when previous driver was in Kibril, and he had a real run of bad luck with, in the space of like 4 or 5 laps, probably had sort of 4 or 5 lap markers spinning in front of him, but fortunately not enough to cause damage and to manage just to slow up and wait and let them sort themselves out. But yeah, we don't want to be seeing too many more of them. So yeah, interesting stuff. We'll see how the guys continue to progress. Right, where did we get up with our history lesson?
Well, I'm not sure necessarily I was going to go into any more detail.
Okay,
we made it into the World Championship and then we all retired.
Yeah, we all realised we couldn't quite win, so what's the point? I mean, I feel like I'm much closer to the Samuli boat of not really qualifying. Like I scraped into the World Championship, I believe, in 10th position in Pro, I think. I can't really remember. And certainly then was also ran in the World Championships. But nonetheless, it was pretty cool to be there and thereabouts, and just like sort of one step behind the top guys at the time. I was pretty happy with that kind of achievement there. Say for yourself, Alex, you were obviously much more a whisker away from being, podiums and that sort of stuff. It was, I'm saying I was a step behind on pace, and you were, an inch behind on pace type of thing.
Again, like I say, just enough not to get podium. So yeah, 6th place was the highest I ever finished in a World Championship race, which I was pretty happy with, and won some Pro Series races, and got the last Pro Series I competed in. Won that one. So I mean, and to actually toot my own horn for a bit. Obviously, I did compete against Sebastian Job in that series, and we went head to head. He did all the races, I did all the races, and came out on top. So, but yeah, totally different car there, and he's a totally different driver now.
I was gonna say he's got a hell of a lot more experience since, right? How old do you think he was then? Like 12, 13?
No, he was a bit older than that. I think he was like sort of 18, 19 then.
Okay, all right, fine. Yeah. No, but like I say, cracking progress from Sebastian over the years that we've seen for sure. Been good to see.
And like our producer there was sort of saying, there's so many people that's come through our ranks and into different world championship events and things like that. So we have always been a little breeding ground for talent and drivers. So no Missions Motorsports into the pits then.
Interesting.
Car looks pretty clean, I have to say. No damage on that Mercedes.
Yeah, and only 2 Mercedes that are in the top 49 positions, and they're currently first and third. That's yeah, it's not bad going. So yeah, so scheduled stop it seems like for no mission, like you say, certainly looks like a clean-looking car. Maybe, you know, not unsurprisingly, one of the cleanest that we've really seen out there. We're seeing damage pretty much in every single car out on track as car 91 comes by the endurance pit lane and retains stays rather in that second position since they were a lap down. So that should put them on the lead lap for now. Yeah, we'll see how far behind they actually turn out behind no mission.
Last lap from Elysium, 220. So like I say, people still able to do those 220 lap times.
Yeah, just seem a little bit fewer and further between now than we saw a little bit earlier on. Low GT3 still in pit lane down to 10th. So yeah,
that was a big hit.
They're done really in terms of challenging for anything at the front, unfortunately. I was going to ask a minute ago, Alex, if you had your kind of, you know, prime time, if you like, having a good go at World Championship stuff, are you glad that you got to do it in the days of the FW31 and a little bit in the MP430 at the end, or would you be interested in the Porsche GT3 Cup cars that they're running these days in the Premier Series?
Yeah, no, I'm much more about the F1 stuff and the open wheel and things like that. That is really what I enjoyed the most. I know when obviously the Porsche came out, I didn't click with it at all. Just not, the GT is just not my cup of tea. And I know I did the GT World Championship with the guys a little bit, and yeah, I was kind of there just as more of a supporting role than kind of anything. Never really, like I say, just I had a lot of passion for the open wheel cars. I didn't mind putting the time and kind of effort in to compete at that level. So yeah, I think now if I would be interested in perhaps the IRO one. Like, I think I would get in on that if I was, you know, late 20s again now, which is when it all started for me.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Like I say, the RO1 looks interesting. So we were discussing just earlier today that looks like it certainly could be an interesting World Championship, and when that comes along later this year, the Pro qualifying series seems to be providing some pretty decent action. So hopefully, when it comes to the main event, it will get some good. So hopefully, you'll get some good coverage, get some good traction, get some good interest, and really allowed it to, you know, hopefully build into, you know, it's almost like a sub World Championship at the minute, I feel like, right? Or, you know, what they've got scheduled, you know, it's kind of a lower prize fund, a bit more like kind of World of Outlaws and that sort of stuff. It would be nice if, it does put on a good enough show that they're able to push it further towards what we're seeing with like the Porsche Takaguri Sports Super Cup and that sort of level, and the guys can really have an opportunity to get stuck into those open wheel cars, like you say.
Yeah, I think you know, it's obviously it's the fake car, isn't it? So
yeah.
But Delara obviously is still
opportunities, right? So
yeah, I
think
so.
If they're looking for a title sponsor, you got no conflicts. I mean, okay, it's Delara badged, I guess, you know. But otherwise, I mean, yeah, slap any title sponsor on there. Who wants it? Who's interested? So. It doesn't restrict it to a manufacturer so much as Dimitri has a big oversteer moment, kind of on that transition, right, from brake to turning point. It seems really just tried to step out on him. Dealt with it well. You know, Dimitri's got a fair bit of experience from what we know about him. So Dimitri Yuvko again is the founder of the race team that we got here on iRacing. So
That
yeah,
is not where you want to be let through.
Ooh.
Just keep the gas on there, please, as we're going through launch one. Yeah,
Yeah.
the car's just naturally going to want to go through that wide line, and yeah, having to check up to avoid the incident there. So yeah, these are the things that slow the lap times down. Let's see what he did through this one. See, crosses the line. Yeah, 2:23. It could have been worse. I mean, the leaders did 2:27, so 4 seconds taken out that lap.
Yeah, actually, so you're. Thank you for talking over me. I should say I missed the incident as I was looking at my other screen for driver information. I wonder if Simuli is able to bring up. It wasn't really an incident, was there? So you're going to struggle for the replay, Simuli. So don't worry. But yeah, lucky that we didn't get tangled up. I mean, it's all it takes, right? You know, you're ticking along, running, in a strong position, and all of a sudden, kind of decision from another driver puts you in a really, really tight, tricky spot. So yeah, difficult to deal with. Right, Mr. Alex Simpson, I'm going to continue our trend that our friend Sam Fitzpatrick has started a little bit early in the stream of asking a couple of Spa-related questions to commentators as they come on board. I was very pleased with myself, as Samuli can attest to it, at my success level in... Oh, spinner! Okay, good job from you, Yuvko. He managed to, had time to slow it down. Now I'm going to turn, not try to jump on the brakes and turn and everything at the same time. Good job also, to be fair, from DSRT here, well, it was at the time, to just stay stationary. There was no movement forward or back as Dimitri was coming through. So big heart and mouth movement. I mean, it's twice in 2 laps. He's nearly got tangled up. So if Dimitri was struggling a little bit, kind of heading into this night shift, I think that would have woken him up a little bit now anyway.
Yeah, definitely. To be fair, in all fairness, that was good driving to hold it still, and then obviously backed it up, and then as soon as the traffic came, held it still again. So the guys knew where they needed to go to avoid him. So yeah, you don't see that in top split racing.
No, absolutely. Right, yeah. So Mr. Sam Fitzpatrick has started a very short Spa-related quiz to tax commentators as they join the stream and see how they're getting on. We're going to spread them out a little bit during during our stint. Question 1, sir.
Fail miserably. That's
Well,
what I'm
I mean, you might be right. You might be right. Question 1. You can pick the answer was within a decade, so you're able to give a decade as your answer. What decade was the first ever race? And I believe by race, Sam Fitzpatrick is talking about car race. What decade was it held at Spa, at the old circuit? What's your prediction on that one? What's your guess?
Old circuit. I have no idea. 40s.
Reasonable guess. Certainly not as bad as the guess given by our previous commentator Andy Thompson of 1970s, I believe was his answer. Unfortunately, I guessed 1920s, and that was correct. Apparently, I believe 1925, I think, is the answer that Sam Fitzpatrick gave us. So yeah, 1925 was the first road race, first Grand Prix, I think, that was held at Spa. One of the two, road race or Grand Prix. So there we go, 1920s.
Yeah, and that was a massive circuit back then, wasn't it?
Yes, many kilometres. I'm going to guess like 20 kilometres. I mean, let's have a look. 14 kilometres. Yes. So there you go. Not quite the monster that the guys deal with anymore. Yeah, how are we looking for lap time still? So 24.9 on the last one, but that I think was with that avoidance for Dimitri, right? Because we're still only the next lap forward. So I'm still sort of, ebbing and flowing, looking okay. Low GT3 are now finally out of pit lane. Or are they out of the car? They may be out of the car. Let's give it a moment and see if that update's not. Yeah, but perhaps that is low GT3 done for the night. We shall see. And yeah, Dimitri managing to clear the next marker pretty comfortably that time by. No such dramas as we get ever closer to the 11-hour mark on the timer that we can see in the top left-hand corner.
Yeah, I think there's still I think they're out of the car, unfortunately. Just having a very quick
Yeah.
look.
Yeah, my timing screen confused me because, of course, they changed from being grey, showing in pit lane, to back to the colour of everyone else. But yeah, I think they're out of the car at the minute. So we were talking with Andy a little bit earlier on, Alex, about kind of the significance of these sort of special events, right? Like how much they kind of mean to competitors who are, preparing for them and putting that time and commitment into making sure they kind of get the best results that they can and just working together as a team and all that sort of stuff. I mean, we were talking earlier about that kind of being a change in the beginning of iRacing when they went from like Daytona 2.4 to our kind of 12 and 24-hour events things. I mean, how much more significant do you think it feels like these special events are now that we're at these kind of full real-time endurance lengths compared to kind of the miniature versions that we kind of started off with in iRacing?
Yeah, I mean, I think even back then, when they were the 2.4s, I think they were taken extremely seriously, and I remember the servers being absolutely rammed, just as they are now. And people wanted to win them and things like that. So
Yep.
I don't think they're taken any more serious now than they
Mhm.
were back then, if I'm honest. I mean, certainly there's more teams that compete because obviously back in the day, there was no driver slots.
Yep.
Everybody just used to do it solo. So you did 2.4 hours worth of driving. Um, yeah, so it's a completely different aspect of it now in terms of having to organize, all of the teams, work out the schedule for the racing and things like that. So yeah, it's a different beast in terms of organizing it and managing it and things like that. Where you could just rock up and and drive before. So, but yeah, I'm pretty sure everybody puts.
Ooh.
Ooh, just a little wide there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's getting
A little
late,
bit
I
of
think.
grass passing.
But yeah, so I feel like they practice just as much and take it just as serious as they used to.
Yeah. Yeah. Good. I think, say, arguably they maybe have a bit more status now. Maybe. Kind of, I won the, whatever
Yeah.
24 that compared to the 2.4. But like I say, for sure, the 2.4s or whatever it was, were all there were on iRacing, so they were for sure held to the prestige for the drivers at the time. And like I said, yeah, makes sense that they're taken very, very seriously. Donkey Bot Racing 008, we can see currently in pit lane as well, down in 7th position. And by the way, I was saying about we'll see how far back on this lap car 91 ends up between mission. We see it's like a minute and a half gap on the timing tower there. So yeah, kind of 2/3 of the lap behind at the minute. And obviously, yeah, quite a split in strategy. They're kind of pitting 15 laps apart on their fuel strategies at the minute. So we'll just have to wait and see how that pans out as car 92 with their really severely wounded car just beautifully gets out of the way and allows a nice smooth progression for everyone. They found a tiny bit of time last time by 26.8, so they're not down in the 30s. So again, if they can kind of hang around sort of mid to high 20s a little bit more, they'll keep chipping off a few places as they continue on.
Yeah, I mean, as I mentioned earlier, we're not halfway through this race. They could still end up with a top 15. Depending on what happens to other people. I mean, obviously, I know they're not going to do it by pace. It's going to be attrition. That's going to get them there. But you just got to keep plugging away at it.
Yeah, absolutely. And it certainly looks like they are. Looks like they're planning to stick with it and stay in there. It's a kind of game of concentration for them now, right? That's what it is. It's your old breaking points and references of things are going to be all different. You're having to watch your mirrors the whole time for quicker cars coming by, and it's just like I say, not letting your concentration drift away and making sure you're able to stay safe on that track. Because Carl warns Mantis there that he's going to come by. They're going to end up 3 wide actually on that Kemmel straight, but should all be good as long as somebody's fairly sensible and takes a little lift in the middle there to make sure we end up single file. And yes, Ferrari, I think it was, right, on the inside. Yeah, gets out of the way, and Mantis able to slot in. Mantis can use the draft of the BMW in front for a little while. That'll work out pretty nicely as well, just to help him out a touch more.
I just want to say that the picture of Mantis, just he looks like Bottas to me. Has anyone else said that yet?
Yeah, I can see it. Yeah, that same sort of structure to the face for sure. I'm not sure how well that would go down with Mercedes though, with the Porsche badge that Bottas would be wearing next. Nonetheless.
Yeah, they probably didn't even know. Bit of a different split to perhaps you know, what some other F1 drivers are competing in tonight, because I'm sure we have an F1 driver on the grid tonight, don't we? Pretty sure Max was down to race.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know if it's happened, but I heard that yeah, Mr. Verstappen was going to be running for Red Line in top split with our another person who's come through our doors, Mr. Jeff Gassi from Brazil, I believe, being one of his teammates there. So yeah, I'd imagine they've been having a good run at the top split.
I'll just chime in at this point. I actually do have confirmation from this split. Max Verstappen is in top split for Red Line. So
there we go, and that's Scott Rankin joining us on commentary. So yeah, going to be switching things up in a little while. Thank you very much for the update, Scott. Good to have you with us.
yeah, no worries. I mean, you know, speaking of Max Verstappen, you got to wonder how he was feeling midweek.
Sorry, Scott. A little bit of a tap on from Mantis there as they just come out of a chicane, and before I think it was a Lamborghini right before car, just getting a little bit of a nudge from behind. But no harm, no foul on that one. Just a little dink.
I think just to pick up on your point, Scott, there, I think Max will be appreciating that he's not pulling a load of G's through, you know, Eau Rouge and Radion and things like that right now, because I bet he's going to be extremely sore. Yeah, so he won't mind the force feedback of. I'm sure he's got some kind of direct drive will, but yeah, he wouldn't want to have that compression going through his body right now.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, it was a big impact at the end of the day. Like that's what we don't, you know. There's two sort of aspects to sim racing really. It's kind of nuances that I really enjoy. It's, you know, the differences between the two, the way that our wheels give us the feedback. Obviously, we're not getting as much feedback through the pedals and those sorts of things. But then again, at the end of the day, I actually don't have that real life experience to reflect back on. But I can definitely say I was privileged enough as a child to actually participate in motocross and things, so I've got injuries, and so I can definitely, you know, understand what Max went through. Not to that same degree, but like, it is so difficult to pick yourself up the next week and try and get back out there and try and do things and try and move your body.
Yeah, for sure. It's yeah, a week of rest for Max, and he's gonna be very, very glad of it. What a horrific impact that watch. I don't know who's how much people have looked, but there's a great shot from the spectators right behind the fence where he came in, and really it's that one shot that gives you the real impression of just the speed that he comes off the circuit and how little the gravel at the end did to slow him down, and just it's such a violent impact. It's crazy. So yeah, ever glad of modern F1 car safety, and I'm sure Max is a little bit less glad that he missed the safer barrier by about 10 meters.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. What was it, like 3 or 4 meters he missed it by?
Yeah, it's crazy. Like probably the length of the car, practically, right? It was pretty crazy. But equally, maybe he was a bit lucky he didn't catch the edge of it, because it could have then kind of rotated the car a bit more as well. So yeah, kind of a bit of both ways.
And again, at the same time, like I was actually curious why the safer barrier wasn't extended a bit further there at turn at Cops. So, but anyway, that's, you know, track design. I'll have a look at that.
It will. I'm sure it's already going to be planned and approved for that to be extended a good 20-30 meters, I'd imagine. It's unfortunately that's the thing with F1, right? They do a cracking job with safety, but at the end of the day, a lot of the stuff kind of still ends up being reactive rather than kind of proactive. And yeah, they'll extend that now and look at it for other circuits as well, I'm sure, as to whether there's any tweaks that they need to make. So yeah, so just since you're actually kind of sticking with us properly now a little bit early, Scott, which is obviously no problem at all. Yeah, great to have you with us, Scott Rankin, new member to Apex Racing TV, getting thrown in the deep end with 24-hour broadcast after just one previous broadcast with us so far, I think, Scott.
I haven't managed to jump in anything else, but like
Okay,
you
good.
say, thrown in the deep end. 24-hour races are where the fun is. I don't know what you're on about.
Good. I'm glad that's your feeling. We'll see how you feel after your whatever we've signed you up for 4 or 5 hours.
5 hours, I think. Yeah.
Yeah. You may have a different approach at that point, but no, great to have you on board.
Look, I mean, endurance racing is definitely where my heart is. I mean, I've only been on iRacing for like, I think it's a year and a couple of months at this point, but I've participated in every event like that I could have been a part of throughout that period. Just such as the love of long-term racing. You know, if I look at a race and it's 15-20 laps, that's not enough for me. You know, some people go out there like, oh yeah, just that quick spurt of racing. It's all exciting all the time. Then you move on to the next thing. It's not enough. Like, I need to get out there. I need to be perfect for multiple hours, or else it's not enough. And I'm only a rookie, so I'm never perfect for multiple hours at a time. So.
No, it's like I say, it's a very different set of skills that you need to put together for an endurance event like this compared to a sprint race, for sure. You know, it's only when you're talking about the drivers we were talking about a second ago that you're going to be running 100% every lap, and say for the rest of us, it's very much that kind of management, isn't it? Let's have a quick reminder for existing viewers and a little catch-up opportunity for Scott Rankin joining us on commentary, and also Jonathan Grabowski going to be taking over the next stint of broadcasting, just to help him out as well as to the sort of the story of the race so far, if you like. So in qualifying, car number 91 who are watching now qualified P2, exactly the position that they're currently running in, as you can see on screen. Car number 92 qualified P7. First sort of 15-20 minutes of race, car 92 in particular was sort of battling hard in that sort of 6th, 7th position, in particular with E-Team Brits, who are currently still running in 6th position. You can see them on the relative screen in the bottom right as we speak. Unfortunately, there was a little incident then with Team Brit at La Source. Team Brit dropped down to sort of P11, had a bit of a pit for repairs, and then there was a huge incident about 45 minutes into the race of a big pile-up sort of towards the back of the top 10. Fortunately for car 92, they kind of managed to pick their way through without any damage, despite some pretty crazy rejoins from the sound of it as well. Then as we kind of fast forward sort of hour and a half, couple of hours, car 91, unfortunately, who we're watching on screen, had a little collision with a Ferrari in Lake Combe, lost like 15 seconds or so, got a bit of car damage, took a pit for repairs, and then car 92, sort of similar sort of time, had a couple of little tricky moments off track, losing themselves sort of 20-30 seconds here and there. Fast forward sort of 3-4 hours, like car 92 unfortunately had their first big incident of the night, which was a huge impact coming out of Blanchemont, which blew the engine and forced him into repairs for best part of an hour and a half, I think it was in the end. So yeah, real tough time for 92. So they were sort of running top 10 still, somewhere around that sort of mark when that happened. DWB were comfortably running in the lead by this point, and then they had a big incident at La Source, hitting the pit lane wall, and DWB, for reference, and now all the way down in 16th position. So yeah, it had a huge effect for them. They were many minutes ahead. They were like 3, 4, 5 minutes up the road of everyone else. Then at that point, sort of Elysium Racing took over lead by about 9:15 GMT. So what are we at, sort of 7.5 hours into the race at that point. But they had a little spin, giving up the lead to the car on screen, car number 91 from One Boy Story Racing Team. Car 92 finally managed to exit the pit after their repairs. Had less damage than we expected. We were talking about damage a little bit earlier on. After an hour and a half of repairs, they could well have left the the pit lane and still found that they had sort of, you know, steering at 45 degrees and all sorts, but they were only like a few seconds off the pace. But unfortunately then on the opening stint, probably partly due to that bit of damage that I was struggling with, Andreas, the driver at the time, puts it hard into the wall coming through Eau Rouge, just hitting an apex curb a bit hard, and yeah, back in for repairs again. And now car 92 are really kind of struggling along with quite significant damage after repairs. They're currently 31st, running anywhere between like 5 to 7, 8 seconds sort of off the pace. Car number 91 then, just like an hour or an hour and a half or so ago, had a real strange moment at what used to be corner with no name. Who jump in, everybody? What's it called now? It's not called corner with no name anymore, right? Nobody knows, so I'll continue on. That's fine.
Yep.
And
No name.
yeah, and we're guessing it was like a hardware issue. So like maybe like brake pedal got stuck, or there was a little connection issue. Unfortunately, there was a lapped car behind him who just perfectly reasonably had nowhere to go at all and gave him a huge hit from behind. And that put car 91, who are currently in the lead fairly comfortably by a good couple of minutes, in for repairs. And they came out in third position at about 20 kilometers an hour down on top speed, which is where they currently are on screen. Everyone else, we reckon, are topping out around like 255, that sort of number for 255 kilometers an hour at the end of the Kemmel Straight, and car 91 is sort of more like 240, 245, that sort of region. So pretty tough for them. Car 91 now just trying to, you know, squeeze that lap time out where they can, and they found a little bit. They were running 4 or 5 seconds off the pace perhaps, but they're more down to like 2, 3, 4 seconds now. So if they can keep that going, they may well hang in there for, you know, podiums, depending what happens with other cars. And then Low Racing went hard into the wall at Eau Rouge as well. So we've seen a number of instances of huge impacts at the top of Eau Rouge, and they handed second place back to car number 91, which, like I say, is where we see them now. And that kind of brings us kind of reasonably up to speed. Yeah, it covers a good decent chunk of events involving the two cars that we're obviously focused on today. And as we said, car 91 currently in second position, car 92 down in 31st. And yeah, 91 at the minute's got a chunk of traffic to try and deal with.
I mean, that's the story of the race. I mean, you ever enter into something like the benefit of Spa, and certainly one of the aspects that I most enjoy about it is that single class nature of it. And I mean, the iRacing variant of the Bathurst 12 Hours is exactly the same GT3 only cars, but a lot of people know that the series that's iRacing was set up to allow us to run the 24 hours of racing in southern France. You know, I've been participating in every event of that, and the multi-class nature of it certainly presents its own issues, and Spa is another one of those tracks that, whilst it does create great overtaking opportunities, sometimes the approach speed of some of the cars is massive. And the other story at the end of the day is look at every car on the field. Look at car 91 with the damage to the rear wing, the damage to the front, the speed differential on a straight line. You know, all these sorts of factors. It's now effectively turned into a multi-class racing source.
Yeah, definitely. It's interesting for sure how that's just gonna has developed and is gonna continue to develop as we prepare for a little switch on our broadcast on YouTube. So we'll be running on this stream for a few more minutes, but we'll be shortly swapping to part 3 of the schedule, and we'll just make sure everything clicks over nice and cleanly as we continue watching Dmitry Yuvko in car 91. Alex, how you were saying about jumping in GT3 World Championship a little while ago? What cars were missing from the rota when you were in there? So obviously Lambo we know is a very new entry, so for sure that wasn't in there. Porsche GT3, obviously that's a new entry to the service. So the rest of the cars that we got in here, ones that you had available when you were looking at that series?
I think it was Mercedes, the BMW, like the Z4 back then.
Yep.
The McLaren. That might be it. I think that may have been all that was it.
So interestingly, we got so McLaren's not in. I was gonna say McLaren's aren't in this. We got one McLaren in the whole field. I kind of forgot about McLaren. So yeah, that's pretty crazy. And sad for them, and they're also out of the race a long time ago as well. It looked like.
Interesting to drive too, those McLarens and on iRacing. A lot of the pros actually, by and large, if they were to pick a car to run in for the bulk of the season, tend to lean towards the McLaren just because it's sort of the most consistent across a lot more of the courses that you're gonna see within iRacing. I know obviously Verstappen, I think it is, actually really favors the Audi when a lot of people would be pulling away from that. But you know, the McLaren, it's not that difficult to drive. It's got a specific style to it, and once you adapt to it, it's phenomenal. The Porsche is very much the same, actually. A very, very specific style of driving that it rewards well, and it's actually I think the big takeaway from the McLaren is probably it has 130 liters of fuel on board, which is the most of the GT3 cars, and it has that because it has the highest fuel burn. And when you're in one of these races, that's not really what you want to be having is a heavy tank load and a high fuel burn rate.
Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely. So that's it.
I used to love the McLaren, just the way it drove. Actually, just such a great car for feel. Yeah, like I say, it had the straight line speed. Yes, it did have the bigger fuel tank and things like that. So you had to deal with that in terms of the strategies taking longer to fill up and things like that. But yeah, I found like it just really fit my driving style back then, and that was just, yeah, like I say, I could just thrash it around the racetrack all day long and enjoy that one of the few. So the BMW, the Z4 was super popular back when I was doing it, and yeah, I just couldn't get my head around that at all. I felt like I was quick, but I was so slow.
So just for a little bit of introductions within the commentary team, by the way, everybody. So for yourself, Scott, Alex is actually well. I still haven't settled on a title for you, Alex. Are we going for MD? Are we going for CEO? I'm still haven't quite decided. But Alex is big boss man of the Apex group running the company, sort of together with me. So yeah, welcome to your kind of trial by fire of
Wow,
jumping in your commentary with them. You know.
I mean, you said throw it in the deep end before. I thought you meant the 24-hour race. I didn't think you think the guys that were in the box with me.
No pressure.
I mean, I've got to be out here displaying the best that Australia has to offer now in terms of commentary, right?
Hey, well, that's why we brought you on board, sir. So yeah. Right, so I was scheduled to finish up now. I'm planning on hanging around for a little while longer just to keep you guys company and do my kind of due diligence, and then we'll drop down to you guys for comms. I think we're all good on the switcher broadcast, it looks like. So for anyone who is still watching in the part 2 stream, you now want to be migrating across to the part 3 stream, and I'm about to spam that link in chat in case there's anyone sat there who needs it, if I can click buttons satisfactorily. So yeah, part 2 stream in YouTube will be closing. You will need to switch to part 3 to continue watching hours 12 to 15 of the broadcast of One Boys Story Racing Team from Spa 24 Hour. Right, let's have a little check-in. How are the guys doing lap times? We had a slow lap last time for car 91, 2 minutes 30, whilst I was busy yapping away. Did anybody happen to notice a particular issue?
Pit stop.
We were on with them. Oh, they did have a pit stop. Okay,
Yeah, it was an out lap. Yeah. So.
Okay, cool. So yeah, so we're back to a lap down then on no emission again. So yeah, we've got this awkward kind of half split on the pit stops between no emission and One Boy Story. So we'll see again how that just kind of ends up shaking out. But yeah, we're bouncing between that 1 lap down and minute and a half down kind of each time for now, with 31st position still for car 9.